Chapter 1 Humiliation. Have you heard? Yifan has a crush on Li Xin. Is it Yifan, the only poor student in that grade? True or false? It is absolutely true that someone discovered that Yifan had secretly hidden Li Xin's photos in his QQ space. This is not over yet. Yifan is now surrounded by a group of people. The scene is so embarrassing. Holy shit, this is so exciting. Go, and have a look. Together. In Jiangcheng City, countless people gathered in front of Class 2, Grade 3 of Yucai High School. Both the door and the windows are crowded with people at this moment, and some people even took out their mobile phones to record this wonderful moment. In the class, a handsome but extremely thin boy was surrounded in a corner by everyone. Yifan, I didn't expect that a toad like you would want to eat swan meat. That's right, you don't even take a piss to see what kind of virtue you have. With your conditions, you dare to have a crush on our Shinshin, right? Poor student. The thought of being secretly in love with this kind of person makes me feel sick. That's it. The people gathered in front of the young man were talking at once. One of the girls with pretty faces was the heroine of this incident, Li Xin. At this moment, Li Xin looked at the boy with eyes full of disgust and disdain. After all, she was the most beautiful girl in the class, with countless men pursuing her in numerous gifts and love letters. However, she didn't expect that anyone would have a crush on her. Yifan was well known in his grade. The only spot for a poor student in the entire grade was given to him. It would be strange if he was not famous. The thin young man surrounded by the crowd was the male protagonist Yifan of this incident. At this moment, the young man heard the constant humiliation coming to his ears, as well as the pointing and criticizing of the crowd. His face turned red and his hands were clenched into fists. Which young man doesn't have love in his heart? For a boy of his age, he must have admiration for outstanding girls in his heart, but Yifan knows himself well and he is not worthy of expressing this love given his conditions. So he could only hide his love secretly. By chance, Yifan saw a photo of Li Xin in the QQ space, so he secretly hid it in his photo album. No one knew about this except his best friend Shinbo. However, unexpectedly, Shinbo betrayed himself in order to please Li Xin and others. Yifan looked at Shinbo in front of him and did not feel very angry. He shook his head slightly. At least this time he saw through the other person's character. Yifan, don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good, to prevent you from getting deeper into trouble. After all, you and Li Xin are from two different worlds. Shinbo showed disdain on his pointed face and laughed at Yifan. Just as everyone continued to sneer, a voice suddenly came from Yifan's mind. Ding detects host. Ready to bind. Binding in progress 30%, 60%, 90%, 99%. Ding, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Godly Rich system. The system is being activated for the host. System startup. Hearing the voice in his mind, Yifan was a little dazed. System? What the hell is the Supreme Godly Rich system? As a young man of the new century, Yifan certainly knew what the system was, but he never expected that such a good thing would happen to him one day. Thinking that he actually obtained the system, Yifan couldn't help but reveal joy on his face. Now that he had obtained the system, he believed that as long as he had the system, he would be able to change his life. Just as Yifan was immersed in joy, a calm voice came from his mind again. Ding, the system started successfully. As the voice came, something similar to an instruction manual suddenly appeared in Yifan's mind, and Yifan hurriedly clicked it to view the details. Supreme Godly System. 1. Provide huge wealth rewards from time to time, including but not limited to money, luxury cars, strengthening the host's body and obtaining various additional skills. 2. Give the host accurate vision and judgment in investment to ensure investment success. 3. Enhance the host's wisdom and abilities in all aspects. Just as Yifan was immersed in the joy of obtaining the system, everyone around him unexpectedly discovered that Yifan, who was originally being humiliated, actually had a smile on his face. Such an abrupt change left everyone present a little confused. At this moment, an idea came into everyone's mind. That means Yifan is crazy. At this time, Li Xin stood up and looked at Yifan in front of him with disdain in his eyes. Although he disdainful in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He said hypocritically, Yifan, I didn't know you had a crush on me, But now I just want to study hard and get into the university of my choice, and there will not be any results between the two of us because we are from two different worlds, so thank you for your love, you are a good person. This highly artistic art immediately drew praises from those present. Lee Xin, the class beauty, is really considerate. It would be great if I could win her heart. Don't even think about it. Don't you know that Jiang Shua, the high school bully, likes Lee Xin? And it's said that the two of them are almost at that stage. Then I didn't say. Hearing the voice next to his ear, Yifan couldn't help but find it a little funny. Lee Xin is really good at pretending. If you don't know her, you would think she is really focused on studying. He put away his smile, slowly exhaled, then Yifan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at Lee Xin with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Don't worry, class beauty. From now on I won't have a secret crush on you anymore. After all, you are right. We are destined to be from two different worlds. That is right, they are indeed two worlds, just in reverse. Now that I have the support of the system, my wealth will only increase. Lee Xin didn't expect Yifan to suddenly become so open-minded, and she found that Yifan seemed to be a little different at this moment, and he even became a little more confident. But then I thought, this might be the other party's last stubbornness, pretending to be frank. Thinking of this, Lee Xin found it a little funny, and then continued. Yifan, it's the best that you think this way. Don't be discouraged. As long as you study hard, you still have a chance to change your family situation. Although Lee Xin said this, he was very contemptuous in his heart. Humph, how can 10 years of hard study be worth a fortune? Dream on. Yifan didn't know what Lee Xin was thinking, and he didn't want to argue with them anymore. It happened to be evening self-study time, so Yifan simply picked up his school bag, pushed everyone aside and left the school. Just leave like that? Seeing Yifan just walk away like nothing happened, everyone was a little stunned. Chapter 2, Getting the System at the Start. On the other side, at the gate of Yutsai High School, Yifan, who had just walked out of the school, heard the voice again in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Novice Tutorial. Reward, 500,000 yuan. Reward, minor physical enhancement. Then Yifan found that his body seemed to be wrapped by a warm current. After a few seconds, he felt refreshed. His originally thin figure could clearly feel the presence of muscles at this moment, and his figure became extremely well proportioned. Even the abdominal muscles that I had always dreamed of now appeared neatly on my abdomen, 6 in total, absolutely perfect. As for the reward of 500,000 yuan, Yifan tried to withdraw 1 yuan, but unexpectedly it was successful. Looking at the system in his mind, Yifan couldn't help but start fantasizing about his future life, and soon he walked downstairs to his home. The community where Yifan's family lives is the old city area of Jiangqing City. It is a mixed crowd, and the entire building is home to people from the lowest level of society. I took out the key and gently pushed open the door, only to see the table in the small living room filled with food. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ye's mother looked over and saw that it was Yifan, then said, Fan is back, hurry up and wash your hands and get ready to eat. Mom has made chicken soup for you. This is the most critical moment for you, so you must get enough nutrition. Your dad went to the construction site tonight and won't be back for dinner, so let us eat together. Hearing this, Yifan's eyes became moist. No matter how much injustice he had suffered outside, as long as he returned to this home, everything would be gone. Seeing his mother's face becoming old due to overwork over the years, Yifan couldn't hold it anymore and just hugged her, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Being suddenly hugged by Yifan, Ye's mother was stunned for a moment, then she patted Yifan's back gently and said softly, This child, why is he crying for no reason? He is already an adult. After a long while, Yifan finally came to his senses. He took the tissue handed to him by his mother, wiped the tears from his face, and then looked at his mother and said seriously, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down in this college entrance examination. Fan, don't feel too stressed. Your dad and I hope that you can grow up happily every day. Studying is never the first priority. Ye's mother comforted her verbally, but she was very happy in her heart. Which parent doesn't want their child to become a dragon among men? Now hearing Yifan's confident words, her face was full of smiles. Okay, Fan, wash your hands and eat, otherwise it will get cold. Yifan took the last dish handed to him by his mother. Thinking about the godly rich system in his mind, he decided to make sure his parents enjoyed wealth and glory. After dinner, Yifan helped clean up the dishes and hurried back into the house. Lying on the bed, I couldn't help but call upon the system. System, system. Please answer if you hear me. No response. Super rich system? No response. The supreme god system? Still no response.
Yifan called out several times, but there was no response, so he simply stopped researching. Too many things happened that day, and Yifan fell into a deep sleep after lying on the bed for a short while.
The next day, early in the morning.
When Yifan opened his eyes and looked at the alarm clock beside him, he instantly woke up.
7:30. It's over. It's over. I'm going to be late.
Yifan got up hurriedly, washed up simply, and ran straight to the school. Since Yifan's home is not too far from the school, only 2 or 3 stops away, in order to save money, Yifan usually goes to school on foot. After quickly going downstairs, Yifan ran in the direction of the school and finally entered the school at the last moment before the gate closed. While running all the way, Yifan felt the abnormality of the system. Normally, it would take Yifan more than half an hour to run this distance, and he would be exhausted every time. But this time, Yifan ran to school in less than 10 minutes, and his expression remained unchanged. No matter how hard he tried, Yifan was still late. When the bell for the first class rang, Yifan arrived at the classroom door. There was no other way, he could only go in. He knocked on the door gently, then pushed it open and walked in. With the appearance of Yifan, the classroom, which was originally a little noisy, became quiet at this moment. The head teacher Li Shueme, who was giving a lecture on the podium, also put down her book at this time and looked at Yifan with a frown.
Li Shueme didn't like Yifan, a student who was neither good nor bad in study.
Moreover, his parents were ordinary workers at the bottom of society, which made Li Shueme even more disgusted with him. If it was any other student who was late, the matter might have just been let go. But if it was Yifan, Li Shueme was not going to let it go so easily.
Yifan, do you still miss me? The college entrance examination is coming soon, and you are late. It's a miracle for someone like you to get into college.
Originally Yifan felt a little guilty, after all, he was the one who did something wrong. But after hearing Li Shueme's next words, Yifan frowned, and then interrupted the other person without waiting for her to finish speaking.
I am this kind of person? Teacher Li, what kind of person am I? I know that you have disliked me for a long time because my parents didn't give you any gifts. I don't need you to have any good feelings towards me. Anyway, you won't see me after I finish the college entrance examination. Also, please don't worry about whether I can get into college. This sentence was like a thunder, exploding in the quiet classroom. On the podium, teacher Li Shueme was actually speechless by a brat. Then her face instantly turned red, and her lips trembled slightly, obviously she was very angry. After a brief silence, Li Shueme suddenly raised her head and stared at the ignorant little guy with wide eyes. Yifan. Her voice became sharp and piercing with anger. You don't have to go back and sit down. Stand up and listen to the first class. Faced with Li Shueme's deliberate provocation, Yifan remained surprisingly calm. There was no fear or anger in his clear eyes, he just looked at the teacher calmly. He knew very well that if he continued to argue with the teacher, not only would the matter escalate, but it would also be troublesome if Li Shueme refused to give in and called her parents. After all, he didn't want to make his parents worry about such a small matter. So, Yifan walked to the back of the classroom without saying a word and stood there silently. For other students, standing in class might be a punishment, but for Yifan, who has the blessing of the mysterious system, it is nothing. Not to mention standing for a whole class, even if he stands for a whole day, he will never feel tired at all. Chapter 3, Unrivaled Talent, Photographic Memory. At this moment, the students below the podium who were originally prepared to watch the show all showed surprised expressions. Who could have thought that before yesterday, Yifan was still that poor wretch who was humiliated in public and had no power to fight back? But today, he seemed like a completely different person, daring to challenge the supreme authority of Nun Niju so blatantly. Could it be that this guy has gone crazy due to excessive concern for gains and losses? In an instant, the whole classroom was like a boiling pot, with all kinds of discussions rising one after another. At this time, Li Xian, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but look at Yifan behind him. For some reason, at this moment Yifan exuded an unprecedented unique charm. Especially the confident smile on his face that was always looming, as if it had an invisible magic that made Li Xian involuntarily fascinated by it. For a moment, she even felt that she had fallen deeply into Yifan's smile and couldn't extricate herself. But soon, Li Xian shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the strange thought that had just arisen in his mind. What a joke! How could I be interested in such a poor boy?
She secretly warned herself in her heart. However, although she tried hard to ignore Yifan, that strange feeling still lingered in her heart and took a long time to go away. At this moment, Yifan, who was originally a little bored, suddenly heard a crisp reminder sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system reward.
Immediately afterwards, a series of detailed information flooded into his mind.
Reward, photographic memory, effect, can greatly improve the host's memory. Seeing this surprising reward, Yifan's originally dull eyes instantly became bright, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose, outlining a faint arc.
Having a photographic memory, doesn't this mean that from now on, everything you have seen will be imprinted in your mind?
This is so perverted. With this talent, Yifan believed that he would definitely make a splash in the upcoming college entrance examination. Soon, the class was over and Yifan picked up his school bag and returned to his seat. Because of Yifan's family background, few people interacted with him in school, so he became the only one in the class without a deskmate. This is good, as it allows me to avoid being disturbed. Then Yifan couldn't wait to take out all the books from his 3 years of high school from his desk, tentatively opened a Chinese textbook, and then forgot about the past. A few seconds later, Yifan closed the book. Although the book was tightly closed, the content he had just read was deeply engraved in his memory like a brand. Every detail and every sentence was vivid and accurate.
I lost too much.
Now that he has this incredible talent, Yifan believes that he will definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination.
Even if he is willing, getting a full score will not be a problem.
With this idea in mind, Yifan immediately began to catch up on all the knowledge he had learned in high school. The morning passed quickly, and when the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Yifan closed his books again, packed up and prepared to eat. At noon, Yifan decided to just have a simple meal in the cafeteria. After 3 years of high school, he had already gotten used to the cafeteria's food. When Yifan arrived at the cafeteria, it was just as he had believed. The cafeteria on the first floor was already packed with people, and there were lines in front of every window. The cafeteria of Yutsai High School is large in scale and is divided into 3 floors.
Among them, the first floor is set as an affordable area.
Although the types of meals served here are relatively common, the prices are very affordable. Therefore, usually most students choose to have their lunch here. Yifan used to be a loyal customer of the cafeteria on this floor and would visit it almost every day.
Compared to the bustling first floor, the second floor is much quieter.
The dishes provided here are mainly mid to high-end cuisine, with not only fresher ingredients but also more sophisticated cooking techniques. However, the corresponding price level is relatively high, so only those students whose families are relatively well off will often choose to enjoy it here. As for the third floor on the top floor, it is a dining place specially prepared for school teachers. Looking at the crowded scene on the first floor, Yifan didn't stay for too long and went straight to the stairs on the second floor. In the past 3 years of high school, Yifan had never had the experience of eating on the second floor. The reason was that for Yifan, who was living in poverty at that time, the high consumption level on the second floor was too high. When Yifan arrived at the second floor, he found that there were obviously fewer people here, and there was no queue even in front of the stalls. After simply selecting a few dishes, Yifan began to eat them happily. This meal cost nearly 100 yuan, but it was worth the money, as the food here is much better than that on the first floor. Just as Yifan was immersed in the delicious food, several figures appeared in front of him.
The leader looked Yifan up and down, then asked in a casual tone, "Hello, are you Yifan?"
Yifan seemed to have not heard the other party's question at all.
He didn't even raise his head and continued eating.
Seeing that he was ignored by Yifan, the leader's face suddenly darkened. Just when he was about to explode, a younger brother standing next to him couldn't hold back his temper and jumped out first and shouted at Yifan.
"Hey little bastard, our boss is talking to you. Are you deaf? It's so noisy." Yifan finally became impatient with the noise.
After muttering something, he slowly picked up the last piece of meat on the plate and put it into his mouth.
He chewed it carefully and swallowed it.
Then he slowly raised his head. He glanced casually at the group of people in front of him, then said indifferently,
"That's right, I am Yifan. If you have something to say, just get out of here."
There was no need for Yifan to be polite to those people who came with such aggressive momentum.
Okay, you are really brave."
The anger in my heart rose up instantly, and I was shaking with anger. However, there are so many people here, and if an attack occurs on the spot, it may cause unnecessary trouble. So, he suppressed his anger and tried his best to restrain the urge to teach Yifan a lesson immediately. He stared at Yifan fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Boy, listen carefully, my name is Jiang Shua. Stay away from Li Xin from now on. If you dare to bother her again, humph. I promise that you will have a hard time in this school." After saying that, he looked at Yifan with great arrogance. His arrogant expression became more and more obvious, as if he had regarded Yifan as an ant that he could bully at will.
Chapter 4: Being Targeted?
In Jiang Shua's eyes, a poor student like Yifan who had neither money nor any background would not have the courage to confront him. What's more, he came here not just to warn Yifan. In fact, with Yifan's status and position, it was not worth it for him to make this trip. The reason why he came here was purely to enjoy the twisted pleasure that came from being superior and crushing others at will. When Yifan heard the name Jiang Shua, he couldn't help but frown slightly and fell into a brief contemplation. After a while, some memories about this person gradually emerged in his mind. It turns out that this person is Jiang Shua, a well-known school bully in the senior year of high school. This guy relied on the fact that he had learned Taekwondo for several years and that his family had some money, and he acted arrogantly and domineeringly in school on a daily basis. Many classmates had been bullied by him, and now he had set his eyes on the good-looking Li Xin and launched a fierce pursuit of her.
He even regarded Li Xin as his own private property and would not allow anyone to touch her.
Hearing this, Yifan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head gently, as if these words had no weight to him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a faint smile, and he responded nonchalantly.
"What if I say no?"
As soon as the words fell, a younger brother standing next to Jiang Shua suddenly widened his eyes, jumped out with an angry face, pointed at Yifan and cursed. "Boy, I advise you not to refuse a toast." The sudden shouting and cursing made the originally calm atmosphere around them suddenly tense. Even some students who were eating nearby were attracted by the sound. When everyone looked in the direction of the voice, they discovered that it was two well-known figures in the school's senior year who were confronting each other. Jiang Shua is indeed well known as the school bully in the third year of high school. As for Yifan on the opposite side, he is also well known. Especially after the secret crush incident that happened a few days ago, his popularity has spread throughout the entire third year of high school.
Oh shit, isn't this Jiang Shua? Why is he here?
It looks like they are here to cause trouble for Yifan.
Yifan is in trouble. He deserves it. It's his fault for being so ignorant and having a crush on Li Xinda. There's a good show to watch.
On the other side, Jiang Shua, who was sitting opposite Yifan, was also stunned. He obviously did not expect Yifan to respond so strongly. Before coming to cause trouble for Yifan, he deliberately found out all kinds of information about the other party. I thought I had a clear understanding of my opponent, but now that I have seen him in person, I find that this guy is actually a tough nut to crack.
But what can I do? Hard bone? He. Jiang Shua sneered in his heart.
He thought that as long as he used a little trick, he could give this ignorant guy a good beating. Then he would see if he dared to be so stubborn. Thinking of this, Jiang Shua narrowed his eyes, stared at Yifan, and said in a threatening tone, "Boy, if you have the guts, don't let me catch you after school." After saying that, he waved his hand, turned around and left with a few younger brothers around him without any delay. "Hurry up and let me know, there's a good show to watch after school."
Wait for me.
Many students around were talking to each other, and there were even some students who just wanted to watch the fun. The news has already begun to spread. As for Jiang Shua's harsh words before he left, Yifan seemed to have not heard them at all, and he still stood there with a calm face. From beginning to end, he never took the other party's threat to heart. Because in Yifan's view, a guy like Jiang Shua who only bluffed and bullied others was really not to be feared.
What kind of deterrent effect can the threats from a few little brats have?
Now that he has the support of the system, he is not afraid of the other party, let alone the fact that they have only learned Taekwondo for a few years. Even if they are well-trained special forces who have experienced many battles. This is the confidence that the system brings him. After lunch, Yifan walked towards the classroom with lazy steps. As he just stepped into the classroom door, a strange feeling suddenly came over him. He keenly sensed that something was not right in the atmosphere around him. He looked closely and saw that the originally noisy classroom was now unusually quiet. His classmates avoided him as if they had seen the plague god, as if they were afraid to have even the slightest interaction with him. Yifan thought to himself.
Is it because of Jiang Shua?
It was obvious that these cowardly guys were afraid of angering the bully Jiang Shua by having any contact with Yifan. Yifan shook his head helplessly, feeling very disdainful of this kind of currying favor. At this moment, Li Xian, who was sitting in her seat, was staring at Yifan not far away. Her pretty face was full of smugness. Over the past 2 days, Yifan has been acting as if nothing had happened, which has made Li Xian dissatisfied. Now that she knows that Jiang Shua is going to teach Yifan a lesson in order to vent her anger, she can be described as ecstatic. Humph, I want to see how long you can continue to be so stubborn.
Li Xian cursed secretly in her heart.
However, Yifan didn't care about these people's thoughts and actions at all. At this moment, he just wanted to use his photographic memory to make up for the knowledge he had learned in senior high school. When he returned to his seat, he couldn't wait to take out his textbook and started flipping through it quickly. Yifan basically sat in his seat without moving for the entire afternoon. Finally, before the end of school, Yifan memorized all the knowledge points of senior high school. Feeling the enrichment of knowledge in his mind, Yifan believed that he would definitely make a splash in this college entrance examination. Yifan looked up and glanced at the clock hanging on the classroom wall, and found that there were only a few minutes left until school was over. After stretching his muscles a bit, he began to pack his school bag in an orderly manner. Everything seemed so calm and unhurried. At this time, other students in the class noticed Yifan's actions and looked at each other with surprise on their faces. Because they all knew very well that Jiang Shua and his gang had threatened to cause trouble for Yifan tonight. But Yifan in front of him acted so calm and composed, as if he didn't take the matter to heart at all.
Is this guy too arrogant? How dare he ignore Jiang Shua and the others like this? Someone couldn't help but mutter in a low voice.
Afterwards, the others did not hesitate too much.
Since there was a good show to watch, who would want to miss it?
So everyone quickened their pace, quickly packed up their belongings, and then rushed in the direction where Yifan left. After all, such a lively scene is not something you can encounter every day.
Chapter 5: Yifan's counterattack. At the same time, on the other side of the street, Yifan walked towards home alone as if he was unaware.
As early as the moment he stepped out of the campus gate, he was so perceptive that he had already noticed Jiang Shua and others following closely behind him. However, Yifan turned a blind eye to it, as if those greedy eyes did not exist.
If these guys could be more sensible and not come to provoke me, it would be fine.
But if they don't know what's good for me and insist on causing trouble for me, then Yifan will never be merciful and will teach these people a lesson so that they know what reverence is. At this moment, Jiang Shua and others who were following behind were staring at the thin and frail figure in front of them with teasing expressions on their faces. One of them looked suspicious and said to Jiang Shua, the leader, in a low voice, "Boss, it's really strange that this guy just walked away so brazenly.
Is he really not afraid of us?" Another person immediately echoed.
"Yes, you see, this guy specifically chooses those secluded and deserted alleys to walk through.
Could it be that he has set a trap for us to fall into?"
After saying that, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other, with a hint of worry in their eyes. Facing the doubts of his subordinates, Jiang Shua snorted coldly, appearing extremely confident and calm.
He glanced at the two uneasy figures with contempt and said in a deep voice, "Humph, what kind of trap could it be? We are a group of people, how could we be afraid of a mere boy like him? Do you think I can't handle him?"
Before he finished speaking, Jiang Shua clenched his fists suddenly, and there was a crisp cracking sound at the joints, as if he was demonstrating.
"Absolutely not, boss. We are loyal to you without any doubt."
One of them quickly waved his hands and explained, with a flattering smile on his face.
Another person quickly agreed. "Yes, yes, boss, you are wise and powerful, who dares to question you? That would be a bold move."
As he spoke, he patted his chest exaggeratedly to show his loyalty.
Then someone else interrupted. "That's right, it's that ignorant kid. There's no need for you to take action in person. We can just send a few people and make him obedient in minutes."
The man spoke with great excitement, as if he had already seen Yifan being beaten to a pulp. After hearing everyone's confident statement, Jiang Shua nodded slightly to show his satisfaction. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible sneer, then he raised his head and glanced in the direction where Yifan disappeared, and then several people followed him again. Jiang Shua and a few others followed Yifan closely in front, and behind them there was also a group of people, and this group was larger in number.
"Li Xian, do you think Yifan will be in trouble this time?" In the crowd, a few boys looked at the pretty Li Xian standing beside them with some concern, and asked anxiously.
Yes, I still remember the last time Jiang Shua fought with someone, he showed no mercy at all and was ruthless and heavy-handed.
If he treats Yifan the same way this time, what should we do if something unexpected really happens?
Another boy echoed, his tone filled with worry. Hearing the questions from her classmates, Li Xin slightly raised her willow-like slender eyebrows, thought for a moment, and then calmly answered. There's no need to worry too much, after all, we are all classmates.
I think Jiang Shua just wants to scare Yifan and give him a small warning.
It shouldn't be too serious and nothing big will happen. After hearing what Li Xin said, the people who were originally worried seemed to be relieved a little, and nodded in agreement.
That's good. That's good.
After all, these people just want to watch the fun and don't want to get themselves into any trouble.
The other side. Just before Yifan's patience was about to run out, Jiang Shua and a few others behind him finally caught up with him when Yifan turned into an empty alley. Stop.
At the back, one of them shouted first.
Hearing the noise behind him, Yifan stopped, then turned around and looked at the few people calmly. You bastard, you dare to mess with our master Jiang? You are simply courting death.
If you are smart and kneel down to apologize to Master Jiang now, I can still let you go.
Otherwise, you will suffer. Several minions beside Jiang Shua started to shout.
Looking at these guys in front of him who were jumping up and down and shouting like clowns, Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. He just shook his head slightly, as if he didn't care about these people shouting. Then he didn't even look at anyone else, but looked at Jiang Shua who was in the front. Jiang Shua felt uneasy when he was stared at by Yifan's eyes, which were as calm as water without any ripples. For a moment, he was at a loss and started to murmur in his heart. I have been domineering for so many years, and I don't know how many troublemakers and unconvinced guys I have dealt with, but I am the first one who was as calm as Yifan. However, Jiang Shua quickly put these distracting thoughts aside.
He stared at Yifan fiercely and threatened with gnashing teeth. Yifan, oh Yifan, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As long as you honestly apologize to me in front of your classmates, and swear that you will never bother Li Xin again from now on, I might be generous enough to let you go. However, before Jiang Shua could finish his words, Yifan interrupted him coldly. Noisy. Just two simple words, but they sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. When Jiang Shua's younger brothers heard this, they were immediately furious. One of them cursed angrily. Damn, you dare to talk to our boss like this, you must be tired of living. After saying that, the man rushed towards Yifan aggressively. As for Yifan, he stood there steadily like a sculpture, without moving at all, and there was still no change in his expression. Seeing that group of people getting closer and closer to Yifan, a fierce conflict seemed inevitable. At the corner of the alley, Li Xin and his classmates had just arrived at the entrance of the alley when they saw the scene in front of them. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their mind, that is, Yifan was finished, and he was bound to get a beating. Just when everyone was sure that Yifan would definitely lose. Suddenly, Yifan's right foot was raised as fast as lightning, and then dropped down suddenly. Then, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Chapter 6: The Shocked People. The man who had been rushing towards Yifan with great momentum seemed to be hit by an invisible huge force, and flew back like a cannonball. Hiss. Many people watching couldn't help but gasp. What on earth just happened? How did Yifan do it? Because Yifan's movements were so fast, people had no time to react. So much so that most people didn't have time to see the details. They only saw the person who rushed towards Yifan flew backwards like a kite with a broken string in the blink of an eye, and finally fell heavily to the ground and lay motionless, and actually fainted. Not to mention the bystanders who were a little further away, even Jiang Shua, who was standing next to Yifan and closest to him, was stunned and did not see clearly what had just happened. Even though what just happened was a little strange, Jiang Shua had no way out at this moment. In fact, he had already noticed the existence of the group of people behind him earlier. What surprised and unexpected him even more was that he actually saw Li Xin among that group of people. Right now, under the gaze of so many eyes, Jiang Shua knew that he had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. So, he turned his head abruptly, fiercely glanced at the people standing beside him, and said fiercely with gnashing teeth. Let's go together. I don't believe this kid has 3 heads and 6 arms. If we don't beat him up today, how can we stay in high school in the future? As Jiang Shua finished his words, he leaped forward like an enraged tiger and pounced straight towards Yifan in front of him. At the same moment he moved, the younger brothers standing beside him followed him without hesitation, and several of them rushed towards Yifan together. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense and intense, and a fight was about to break out. Looking at the crowd that was rushing in like a tide and surrounding him, Yifan stood there calmly, his eyes calm and sharp. When he noticed Jiang Shua who was rushing in the front, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart.
Jiang Shuo was like a ferocious beast, running towards Yifan with great momentum, his right fist raised high, and with a sharp sound, he struck Yifan straight in the face. Just when everyone thought that Yifan was about to suffer a serious blow, something unexpected happened. Yifan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible contempt. Then, he just tilted his head slightly, and in one smooth move, he easily avoided Jiang Shuo's seemingly unstoppable punch. How is that possible? Jiang Shuo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He could never have imagined that his all-out attack would be dodged so easily by Yifan. However, before he could recover from his shock, he saw a smile on Yifan's originally calm face. At the same time, Yifan's right hand swung towards his abdomen with lightning speed. Faced with Yifan's sudden attack, Jiang Shuo was immediately at a loss. Because he had used all his strength in that punch just now, new strength had not yet been generated and the old strength had been exhausted. His body was in an extremely awkward position and it was completely impossible for him to dodge. But Jiang Shuo is a ruthless character after all. At this critical moment, he simply gritted his teeth and decided to take Yifan's attack. In Jiang Shuo's opinion, Yifan is just a young man who has not received any professional training, and his physical fitness is far from comparable to Yifan. Therefore, he firmly believed that even if he took the blow head-on, he would not suffer too much damage. As long as he can successfully resist Yifan's attack, then it will be time for him to counterattack. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Jiang Shuo's eyes, and even the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. However, in the next second, Jiang Shuo suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his abdomen, as if a sharp dagger had suddenly stabbed into his stomach. The severe pain came like a tide, causing him to lose control of his body in an instant. Then, he was hit hard by a speeding carriage and flew backwards involuntarily. In the air, Jiang Shuo's body was completely out of control and he was thrown far away without any power to resist. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, and then fainted completely. At the same time Jiang Shuo was knocked away, the younger brothers Jiang Shuo brought with him had already rushed to Yifan's side. These people's faces were filled with anger and ferocity. They waved their fists and rushed towards Yifan aggressively. Faced with the attack from this group of people, Yifan naturally would not show mercy. His eyes turned cold, and he swung his arm violently, throwing a powerful straight punch like lightning, instantly hitting the first enemy who rushed up. The man had no time to react and was knocked back several meters by Yifan's punch. He fell heavily to the ground and could not get up again. Yifan's movements were as fast as the wind, not giving his opponent any chance to breathe. He then threw another punch, this time targeting the second enemy. Similarly, this punch was so powerful that it caused the opponent to spit blood and fall to the ground. Just like this, Yifan attacked continuously with the force of thunder and lightning. Each punch contained enormous power, making it impossible to resist. In just a few seconds, all those who besieged him fell to the ground, groaning in pain. At this moment, those who were merely standing by to watch the fun were all completely stunned, as if they were cast under a spell. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, their mouths were open enough to fit an egg, and they stared at everything that was happening before their eyes. Who could have expected that this fierce conflict would end in such an unexpected and shocking way? In an instant, the entire scene seemed to have stopped the passage of time and fell into a deathly silence. This strange silence lasted for a long, long time. Finally, after a long while, a person next to Li Xian swallowed hard, then said in a trembling voice, Is this still the same Yifan?" This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the original silence and triggering discussions among people around. "Yeah, when did he become so powerful?" Another person immediately echoed, his tone full of confusion and surprise. Could it be that he had been disguising himself all along? In fact, he had been hiding his true strength? Someone guessed. Chapter 7 Reward, Luxury Villa. The entrance of the alley. At this moment, the group of people began to whisper to each other. Moreover, quite a few people turned their eyes to Li Xian, who was standing aside. After all, Yifan has undergone a drastic transformation now, and everyone is curious about what Li Xian thinks about this and whether he has any regrets. Li Xian, who was the focus of everyone's attention, was staring at Yifan intently. Her eyes had obviously changed compared to before. They were no longer cold or dismissive, but instead revealed a different kind of emotion. She actually discovered that Yifan at this moment, for some reason, suddenly exuded an indescribable charm, which deeply attracted her attention and made her want to get closer. Even Li Xian couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. If she had not resolutely rejected Yifan at the beginning,
What would the situation be like now?
On the other side, Yi Fan was looking at his masterpiece in front of him, and his whole body was stunned as if he was cast under a spell.
The supreme godly system is really awesome.
Yi Fan murmured to himself, his heart filled with a complex mixture of disbelief and ecstasy. It only took 2 short days for it to transform itself from being ordinary and inconspicuous into what it is today.
It all seemed like a dream.
Just when Yi Fan was still immersed in the huge shock brought by the system and couldn't extricate himself, suddenly, a clear and pleasant reminder sound like the sound of nature rang deep in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the system reward.
Immediately afterwards, a series of exciting words came like a tide.
Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a set of Shanghai No. 1 luxury villa. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 3 million renminbi. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt as if his head was buzzing and all kinds of thoughts came to his mind at once.
Villa? That is the top-notch residence that countless people dream of. And the huge fortune of 3 million, doesn't it mean that in a blink of an eye, he has transformed himself from a poor loser with nothing into a winner in life with both a house and money?
Yi Fan calmed down his excitement and clicked on the balance of the system. He saw a long string of numbers hanging clearly on the balance. Next to these numbers, there was an exquisite real estate certificate quietly placed. Yi Fan's gaze was involuntarily drawn over, and when he saw the words Shanghai No. 1, his heart was shocked. Yi Fan had heard something about this place called Shanghai No. 1.
It is located in one of the few high-end villa areas in Jiangqing City.
Every villa here is extremely luxurious, and its value starts from tens of millions. The villa he had obtained at this moment was actually the best in the entire villa area, and its market value exceeded 20 million yuan. Faced with this sudden huge wealth and such a luxurious villa, Yi Fan was a little overwhelmed for a moment and had no idea how to deal with it properly. After thinking it over, he decided not to think about so many complicated things for the time being. Since you already have such an amazing fortune, you might as well let your parents, who have worked hard for many years, retire early and enjoy a leisurely and comfortable retirement life. Having made up his mind, Yi Fan bent down without hesitation and reached out to pick up the school bag that had fallen on the ground. Then he casually glanced at the people who were still lying on the ground, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Then, he turned around and left without looking back, leaving only a dashing figure disappearing from everyone's sight. As for Jiang Shua and the others, Yi Fan was not worried at all that anything might go wrong with them just lying there. As early as the beginning, he noticed the group of onlookers around, and these people were enough to clean up this mess. Just as Yi Fan turned and left, the people watching in the distance looked at his back getting farther and farther away, and their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, finally slowly settled back into their stomachs.
There is no way.
The powerful sense of oppression brought by Yi Fan here makes people breathless. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly couldn't hold back and spoke.
Then, what should Jiang Shua and the others do?
When these words came out, the others were stunned for a moment, and then began to ponder. In fact, at the beginning, this group of people originally planned to slip away. But on second thought, if I just leave Jiang Shua and the others here and don't care about them, they might come to settle the score with me in the future. After all, they don't have the ability of Yi Fan, and can't easily provoke Jiang Shua and his gang. After thinking it over, everyone finally sighed helplessly, stepped forward, and helped Jiang Shua and others who had fallen to the ground. On the other side, Yi Fan returned home in no time. When he just stepped into the house, he saw his parents busy in the kitchen, talking and laughing. Yi Fan walked to the kitchen door, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed open the half-open door. In the kitchen, his parents were busy preparing dinner, and the sounds of pots and pans colliding formed a warm family melody. Yi Fan calmed down, looked at his parents firmly, and shouted louder.
Mom and Dad, please stop for a moment. I have something important to tell you.
The father who was cutting vegetables and the mother who was washing vegetables stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the door when they heard the sound.
When they saw Yi Fan's serious and solemn expression, they couldn't help but feel nervous.
They quickly dropped the work in their hands and walked over quickly, asking anxiously.
What's wrong, Fan? Did something happen?
Yi Fan pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment, but soon he mustered up the courage and said loudly.
Mom and Dad, please quit your job.
Hearing these words, the originally nervous parents were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and puzzlement. After a long while, Yi's mother came back to her senses.
She patted Yi Fan's shoulder gently and said angrily, Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? If your father and I stop working, how will we support your studies?
Yi Fan knew that his parents would not easily believe what he said, so he gritted his teeth and continued to make up the story.
Mom, I'm serious. I won 2 million in the lottery.
After saying that, he took out a fake lottery ticket that he had prepared in advance from his pocket and waved it in front of his parents.
Chapter 8 Parents' Plans.
Ye's mother took the so-called winning lottery ticket and looked at it carefully.
However, after just a few glances, she couldn't help laughing out loud, tapped Yi Fan's forehead with her finger, and said unhappily, "You kid, you're just a jokester. How can you win the lottery so easily? Stop joking. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner."
Although Yi Fan repeatedly emphasized that what he said was true, Ye's mother always felt that her son was just trying to amuse them and did not take it seriously. Ye's father on the side also echoed Ye's mother, shook his head and smiled. "That's right, Fan, don't lie to us about this kind of thing again. Really, parents, if you don't believe me, just look at it." Yi Fan said anxiously, quickly taking out his mobile phone from his pocket and showing the screen in front of his parents.
At first, Ye's father and mother were completely skeptical about what Yi Fan said. They didn't believe that such a thing would happen. However, the moment their eyes inadvertently fell on the mobile phone screen, time seemed to freeze instantly. The expressions on their faces instantly changed from initial distrust to astonishment and disbelief. After dozens of seconds, Ye's father, who had been silent all this time, suddenly came to his senses. He stared at Yi Fan with a serious face and asked in a stern tone he had never used before. Fan, although our family is not wealthy, we should be upright and never do anything illegal or dishonest. Tell me honestly, where did this money come from?"
As he spoke, Ye's father's eyes were like two sharp rays of light, shooting straight at Yi Fan, as if to penetrate the deepest secrets in his heart. Faced with his father's serious questioning, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a little flustered, but he quickly waved his hand and explained. "Dad, you have to believe me, this money is really the prize I won from the lottery, and I didn't get it through any illegal means." As he spoke, he looked at his father nervously, hoping that his explanation could dispel his father's doubts. At this moment, Ye's mother couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickly said, "Okay, old Yi, stop scaring the children. I don't think Fan would lie. Besides, if the money really came from an illegal source, how dare he show it to us so openly?" Mother Yi came out of the kitchen with a kind smile on her face, and quickly tried to smooth things over. Fan, your dad and I have been busy all our lives, so it's a little hard for us to get some free time all of a sudden. We always feel uncomfortable." Yi Fan looked at his mother's kind face, and a warm current surged in his heart. He quickly responded, "Mom, didn't you always say that you wanted to go out with my dad and have a look around? Now that our family conditions have improved, this is a good opportunity. Besides, I just transferred 2 million to Dad's account. This money is enough for you to go out and have a good time." Hearing this, Ye's mother opened her mouth in surprise and said angrily, "Kid, how could you transfer all the money without saying a word? You have already arranged everything clearly for me and your father." However, despite this, her eyes revealed an expression of relief and joy that was difficult to conceal. At this time, Father Yi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "My son is right, wife, why don't we listen to the child and go out for a walk?" Ye's mother hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and responded with a smile, "Okay, then let your dad and I think about where to go for fun." Just like that, the topic of this matter came to a temporary end, and the family of three no longer dwelled on it. The whole meal was swept away in such a warm and joyful atmosphere. After dinner, Yi Fan went straight back to his room, then lay down on the soft bed as if relieved, and began to think about his future plans. He was overwhelmed by what he had experienced in the past few days. Yi Fan lay on the bed, carefully counting the assets he currently had. In terms of cash, there is still a full 1.5 million yuan, and the fixed assets include a luxurious villa located at Shanghai No. 1. However, he has no plans to move into the villa immediately. After all, this matter is too sudden for parents, so we still need to wait for a few days to let them slowly adapt and accept it before telling them this shocking news. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, "Now that I have money, maybe one day the system will be in a good mood and reward me with a luxury car. It will be fun to not have a driver's license then." After realizing this, Yi Fan immediately made up his mind to get his driver's license tomorrow. Coincidentally, tomorrow is the weekend and there are no classes at school. Yi Fan can use this free time to devote all his energy to getting his driver's license. Having made up his mind, Yi Fan picked up the mobile phone beside him and played with it for a while. He then felt tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Yifan woke up early. After all, he had to get his driver's license today. After getting dressed, Yifan came to the living room, only to find that the house was unusually quiet today, and his parents were not in the living room. But breakfast was on the table, with a note next to it. Yifan picked up the note and read it, feeling a bit amused. No, this is too fast. It turned out that after careful consideration last night, Yifan's parents decided to listen to Yifan and go out for a walk while he was still able to walk, so they booked the earliest flight, prepared breakfast for Yifan before leaving, and then went on a leisurely trip. Yifan smiled bitterly and shook his head, not thinking any more about it. After a simple meal, he took a taxi directly to the driving school. Yifan still has some understanding of today's driving schools. Although getting a driver's license is very cumbersome and troublesome on the surface, there will naturally be shortcuts as long as the money is in place. Soon the taxi stopped in front of the driving school. After paying the fare, Yifan went directly to the hall to queue up for registration. Because it was the weekend, there were quite a few people in the hall and he waited for a long time before he got his turn. "Hello, what kind of business do you want to handle?" A young-looking girl was standing at the front desk. She was looking at Yifan in front of her with a smile on her face. Although her tone was polite, her eyes could not hide the deep impatience. In her eyes, how much money could Yifan, who was only in his teens, have? He probably couldn't even register. After all, she relies on the commission from registration to survive. If she wastes her time on people like Yifan, she might as well go and receive other customers who may successfully register. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but start to complain secretly in her heart. However, at this moment, Yifan responded calmly. "Hello, I would like to sign up for the training course at your driving school." Chapter 9: Jiang Shua's Revenge. When the girl at the front desk heard this, her face, which had been a little cold and impatient, suddenly turned into a warm smile as if by magic. She quickly stepped forward, her attitude became particularly patient, and she introduced the various types of classes and their fees to Yifan. "Our driving school currently has 3 different types of training classes. The cost of the regular class is 3,999 yuan, the elite class is slightly more expensive, 4,999 yuan, and our tutoring class is relatively expensive, 12,999 yuan. Well, sir, which type of class are you more interested in?" When Yifan heard the previous quotation, he thought to himself that the price was fair and reasonable. However, when he heard the subsequent fee of more than 10,000 yuan, he was stunned. What the hell? More than 10,000 yuan for what? He looked at the front desk staff with suspicion. "May I ask, what is the difference between the so-called after-school care class and the 2 programs mentioned above?" Yifan frowned and asked. The girl at the front desk smiled and explained patiently. "As for the after-school care class, you can understand it from the name. You just need to pay the fees and we will take care of all the rest. You can just wait at home for your driver's license." After hearing these words, Yifan's eyes lit up instantly and he felt ecstatic. This is really a pillow for someone to bring to me when I doze off. Thinking of this, he waved his hand without hesitation and said, "Okay, then this after-school care class," swiped the card. As he said that, he quickly took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it directly to the girl at the front desk. This time, the girl at the front desk was confused. She stared blankly at the boy in front of her who looked only about 10 years old and was obviously a high school student, and couldn't help but wonder in her heart. How did this person pay so readily? And he was so generous, could he be the legendary rich second generation? Otherwise, how could a high school student casually pay such a large sum of money to learn to drive? It must be like this. Thinking of this, the girl at the front desk looked at Yifan with sparkling eyes, and a strange light flashed in the depths of her eyes. She leaned forward slightly, then crouched down slightly. The V-neck of her already low-cut professional suit opened wider, revealing her snow-white skin and the faintly visible cleavage, like an alluring scenery presented in front of Yifan. Faced with this sudden temptation, Yifan's mind was as clear as a mirror and he naturally understood the ins and outs of it. Although this girl is pretty, she is just an ordinary passerby and her appearance cannot be said to be outstanding. However, as the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. Since this benefit is right in front of you, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't take a look at it? So Yifan did not hide his aggressive gaze at all, staring at the spring scenery wantonly and unrestrainedly, as if he wanted to see through it. Noticing Yifan's blatant gaze, the girl not only did not show any sign of anger, but instead the corners of her mouth slightly raised, outlining a barely perceptible smile. She secretly rejoiced in her heart, he is indeed still a little brat, I just need to use a little trick to make him stare at me. As long as I keep him in suspense for 2 more days, I am not afraid that this kid will not fall into my gentle trap. Just when she was still thinking about how to make Yifan take the bait, Yifan said, "Beauty, swipe your card. I have something else to do later." "Oh no. Sorry." The girl, who was still immersed in fantasy, was awakened by Yifan's words. Now Yifan had retracted his playful gaze and was looking at her seriously. "Okay. Okay, sir." Seeing Yifan's sudden change, the girl had no choice but to take the bank card handed to her, and then immediately handed the receipt to him. After Yifan took the bank card and receipt, he left the window in a casual manner, leaving the front desk girl with a confused look on her face. The girl didn't react until Yifan walked away. Is this the end? Without even leaving a phone number? On the other side, Yifan slowly completed all the tedious business procedures. He gently stretched his stiff body, moved his muscles a few times, and then walked towards the door of the business hall. Just as he was about to step out of the door, a group of people suddenly came towards him. Among this group of people, there was one person whose face Yifan felt was quite familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Jiang Shua, who had just been severely punished by him yesterday. Speaking of which, Jiang Shua is really unlucky. I was brutally attacked by Yifan yesterday, and had been planning to take advantage of this weekend to recuperate at home. But who would have thought that before daybreak, he was dragged out of bed by his eldest brother and forced to go out to do something. With no other options, Jiang Shua had to follow the crowd with a miserable look on his face and listlessly. At this moment, Jiang Shua lowered his head, completely devoid of his usual arrogance. Just as he was looking inside out of boredom, a familiar figure suddenly broke into his sight. After seeing clearly who the owner of the figure was, Jiang Shua trembled as if struck by lightning, and his body shook involuntarily, as if a frightened chicken suddenly saw a ferocious eagle. However, in just a blink of an eye, Jiang Shua seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and looked at his companions around him, and suddenly felt more confident. He was trembling all of a sudden, like a different person. He walked quickly to the side of the man walking in front and whispered a few words to him in a low voice. "Taiku." Hearing the voice, the leading man frowned slightly and asked, "Shuozi, what's wrong?" "Brother Kai, that guy beat me up." Chen Kai really likes this new little brother Jiang Shua in his heart. The reason is simple, it's because the amount of money this kid gives to him on time every week is quite considerable. Just yesterday, Chen Kai heard that Jiang Shua was bullied by a little brat in the same grade who had no idea of the world. He was so angry that he planned to lead a group of brothers to teach that guy a lesson when school starts on Monday to vent Jiang Shua's anger. However, I didn't expect to meet him here today. This saved me a lot of trouble. Chen Kai waved his hand and led a few followers behind him and walked straight towards Yifan with great momentum. After walking closer and standing still, a sturdy and fat younger brother beside Chen Kai squinted at Yifan and asked arrogantly, "You little bastard, don't you know who our boss Chen Kai is in this area? You dare to touch the younger brother under the big brother, I think you are really tired of living." After saying that, a fierce look flashed across the younger brother's face as he stared at Yifan intently. Chapter 10, Completely Conquered. "It's so noisy." Yifan frowned and said impatiently. His cold eyes swept over the group of people in front of him, as if he was looking at a group of clowns. "How dare you be so arrogant? You are simply courting death." Chen Kai was furious. At his command, several of his men moved quickly like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. They walked up to Yifan in 2 steps, grabbed his collar and arms without saying a word, and dragged him towards an alley not far away. However, surprisingly, Yifan had no intention of resisting at all. With an expressionless face, he allowed these men to pull him forward roughly, seemingly unconcerned about the impending danger. Just like that, not long after, the group successfully arrived at the dark and narrow alley next to them. At this time, Chen Kai stood still, staring at Yifan with a gloomy face, and said with gritted teeth, "Boy, today I will let you know that there are always people who are better than you. In the future, you should keep your eyes open. Some people are not something that a small character like you can easily provoke." Before he finished speaking, he shouted again, "Get rid of this ignorant guy." After receiving the order, the younger brothers naturally did not dare to neglect it. One of them, a burly man, stepped out first. He walked slowly towards Yifan and said coldly in a threatening tone, "Boy, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being blind and provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked." As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly quickened his pace and rushed towards Yifan like a gust of wind. At the same time, he took out a thick iron rod from somewhere, drew a sharp arc in the air, and then smashed it hard towards Yifan's arm with a whistling sound.
In an instant, the entire alley was enveloped in a tense and terrifying atmosphere.
Chen Kai and his group behind him looked at the scene in front of them and smiled. He had full confidence in his subordinate.
Looking at the iron rod hitting Yifan, Chen Kai seemed to see the scene of Yifan falling to the ground and wailing.
On the other side, Yifan looked at the iron rod whistling towards him without any panic in his eyes. Just when the iron rod was about to hit him, Yifan finally made a move. He slowly stretched out his right hand, then grabbed the cold iron rod firmly, and the attack stopped at this moment. The gangster opposite Yifan originally had an arrogant look on his face, but now he looked at Yifan in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. You know, the iron rod in his hand is not some ordinary stuff, but is made of real solid material. Not to mention an ordinary high school student, even a strong adult man would not dare to try to withstand such a fierce attack head-on. However, Yifan not only did it, but also caught it easily with one hand.
However, the story does not end there.
As everyone was looking on in astonishment, Yifan took advantage of the situation and pulled hard. The next second, the iron rod in the opponent's hand had changed hands and fell into Yifan's control. Then, a jaw-dropping scene happened. Yifan was seen holding the seemingly indestructible solid iron rod tightly with both hands.
The next second, a crisp sound of metal twisting was heard.
The solid iron rod, which was originally straight and hard and impossible to bend, was easily bent by Yifan like noodles. After completing this amazing feat, Yifan didn't even look at the deformed iron rod and threw it aside. The dull sound made when the iron rod fell to the ground seemed to announce Yifan's unparalleled strength to everyone present. Chen Kai and his companions, who were standing in the back, witnessed the whole process. They were completely stunned by the scene before their eyes.
Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Who could have expected that a seemingly ordinary high school student would have such terrifying strength?
At this moment, Chen Kai was filled with regret. If I had known that the other party was such a tough nut to crack, I would never have dared to provoke him even if I killed him. But now, there are a group of younger brothers around me who are watching me. If I just run away with my tail between my legs, I will never be able to survive in this area in the future. After thinking it over, Chen Kai finally gritted his teeth and shouted to Yifan.
Boy, let's not accuse us of bullying the weak. I'll give you one more chance.
As long as you admit your mistake to my brother, we'll write off everything that happened before and pretend nothing ever happened.
How about it?
Hearing what Chen Kai said, Yifan was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. His laughter was full of disdain and ridicule, and it seemed that he didn't care at all about Chen Kai's threat, which was strong on the outside but weak on the inside.
Not so good.
Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said disdainfully. I remember clearly that just now someone swore to destroy me. Yifan crossed his arms across his chest, his tone still calm, but the pressure contained in his words made everyone present feel an invisible pressure.
Good boy, you are so ungrateful, you really don't want to drink the wine.
Chen Kai's eyes were wide open with veins bulging on his forehead.
He could no longer tolerate Yifan's arrogant attitude. He just waved his hand and roared to the people around him. What are you guys still standing there for? Let's go together and destroy this ignorant brat today.
Following Chen Kai's order, his men, who were originally hesitant, rushed towards Yifan like hungry tigers. For a moment, the sounds of shouting and footsteps intertwined together, deafening, and the whole scene suddenly fell into chaos. The person closest to Yifan saw his companion rushing up, his face lit up with joy, and then he punched Yifan hard. Seeing that the other party dared to attack him, Yifan did not hold back. Then he raised his right foot and kicked the other person.
Chapter 11 Solution.
In the alley, a dull crash was heard. The man who was kicked had no time to react at all. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. But Yifan did not give up. He followed closely and did not give the other party any chance to breathe. He stepped down hard again, accurately landing on the arm of the fallen person.
Snap!
Accompanied by a creepy sound of breaking bones, the man's arm suddenly became twisted and deformed in a terrifying posture, obviously broken. Then, a chilling sound rang out, breaking the silence in the alley. Yifan did not stop because of this. He rushed towards the next target without hesitation like a cheetah. He was as fast as lightning and rushed in front of another person in the blink of an eye.
Snap!
Following a crisp sound of broken bones, another person fell to the ground, covering his right arm and rolling on the ground, his howls of pain echoing throughout the alley.
Snap! Snap! Snap!
Such sounds were heard continuously, and in just a few seconds, everyone on the field except Jiang Shua fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. They all hugged their right arms tightly, their faces full of pain, and they kept wailing. Even Shen Kai, who took the lead, was not spared at this time. At this moment, Yi Fan descended like a god of war. He stepped firmly on Chen Kai's head with his right foot and exerted a little force, causing Chen Kai's head to sink deeply into the mud. Then, he slowly turned his head, his eyes as cold as ice, and looked straight at Jiang Shua not far away. Jiang Shua looked at the scene in front of him in horror, as if the whole world was collapsing in an instant. His eyes were wide open, his face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. His legs began to tremble violently and were completely out of control. His heart was already overwhelmed by endless fear and despair. At this moment, he just wanted to escape from this place and stay away from Yi Fan as soon as possible. However, he really wanted to escape right now, but he dared not move his body at all. He could only watch helplessly. Jiang Shua knew very well that if he ran away rashly at this moment, his fate would be the same as that of Chen Kai and others. Thinking of this, he felt a chill running down his spine, with the chill spreading from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly turned his gaze to Jiang Shua. Just this one glance made Jiang Shua feel like he was falling into an ice cellar, and the blood in his body almost froze. Thump! The next second, Jiang Shua's knees softened and he fell straight to the ground. His lips trembled and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Brother Yi, brother Fan, I was wrong. I really didn't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with a small character like me. I beg you to be merciful and give me a way out. I swear from now on, I will never dare to have any bad thoughts about you again, and I will definitely avoid you when I see you. As he spoke, Jiang Shua caught out desperately and kept muttering words of begging for mercy. The sound of his forehead hitting the ground seemed particularly clear and harsh in the silent environment. Seeing Jiang Shua being so cowardly, the idea of teaching this guy a lesson instantly disappeared. Yi Fan stared at Jiang Shua expressionlessly and said calmly, I don't need to teach you what to do, right? When Jiang Shua heard this, he nodded and responded hurriedly. I understand. Don't worry, just leave it to me and you can get busy. After saying that, he did not forget to give Yi Fan a flattering smile, as if he was afraid that Yi Fan would change his mind. Hearing that the other party was so considerate, Yi Fan nodded slightly to show his satisfaction. Then he turned and left, leaving Jiang Shua standing there, breathing a long sigh of relief. The tense nerves finally relaxed, and beads of sweat the size of beans on the forehead slid down the cheeks. At this moment, Jiang Shua secretly felt lucky that he had escaped. After dealing with Chen Kai and the others, Yi Fan left in a leisurely manner. Now that the driver's license issue was settled, Yi Fan had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he planned to change his phone. His current phone is an antique and should have been eliminated long ago. Now he has time to replace it with a new one. After walking out of the alley, Yi Fan hailed a taxi and drove towards his destination. A few minutes later, Yi Fan arrived at the largest electronics city in Zhangchang. This electronics city has a total of 6 floors, and the first floor is filled with digital electronic products, with a wide variety of electronic products of various brands and models on display. Among them, there are fruit brands, 5-star brands, and other brands that are far ahead. Before coming here, Yi Fan had already made up his mind to buy a house that is far ahead. Firstly, its performance is excellent, and secondly, as a patriotic young man, he must support domestic products. When Yi Fan stepped into the leading store, he was instantly dazzled by the various products in front of him. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had visited such a large-scale digital store with a wide range of products. There were not many customers in the store at the moment, so most of the shopping guides seemed quite idle. However, when they saw Yi Fan walking into the store, the older shopping guides just raised their eyes slightly and glanced at him, then looked away again, without even the intention of standing up to greet him. The reason was simple. Judging from Yi Fan's age and the way he was dressed, these experienced shopping guides were almost certain that this young man was probably just here to browse around and it was impossible for him to actually buy anything. Since this is the case, they naturally don't want to spend too much time and energy on Yi Fan. At this moment, a shopping guide who looked young walked straight towards Yi Fan with a warm and professional smile on her face. Seeing someone take the initiative to greet Yi Fan, several old employees not far away felt a little funny. Xiao Xie is still young. How can someone like him have money to buy things? If she doesn't feel tired, just let her do what she wants. Why bother with her? A few people whispered to each other, and then kept staring at this side, ready to watch the joke. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Just as Yifan was browsing the goods, a sweet voice sounded in his ears. Yifan retracted his gaze and looked at the other person. The other person was not very old, probably in her early 20s. Her appearance was as sweet as her voice. She was not tall, but had two long and beautiful legs, which were wrapped in black stockings. She was wearing a decent professional suit. At the same time, Yifan also discovered that the group of shopping guides not far away in the store were looking at this side slowly, as if they were watching some interesting show. In an instant, Yifan understood the whole story. He did not feel angry about this. He looked back at the woman in front of him. He could not help but glance at her long legs, and then said, "I want to buy a family bucket set." Chapter 12 Moving. When Xiameng saw the boy in front of him who was several years younger than him, he actually opened his mouth to buy a family bucket set. You should know that the cheapest family bucket set that is far ahead of others costs 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, and the more expensive ones are as high as 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. And does this young man in front of me, who looks to be in his teens, really have the financial resources to buy it? The answer was obviously no. Although Xiameng was certain that Yifan would not buy anything, she still introduced the product patiently. Seeing that she was taking the trouble to introduce herself to him, Yifan couldn't help but feel a little fond of her. At least she was different from the other shopping guides in the store. Then he interrupted the other person. "No need for introductions, just get me the most expensive family photo set in your store." Sir, are you sure? Xiameng, who was originally explaining to Yifan, subconsciously nodded after hearing the other party's words, and then confirmed again with some disbelief. You should know that the most expensive set is far ahead of the whole family package and costs as much as 88,888. She can get nearly 2,000 yuan in commission alone. This amount of money is already a lot for a college student like her who only earns more than 4,000 yuan a month. Well, just swipe the card. Hearing that Yifan actually wanted to buy it and had even taken out his bank card to pay, Xiameng suppressed the joy in her heart and hurriedly turned around to get the POS machine and receipt. Not far away, several shopping guides who were originally prepared to watch the show saw that Yifan actually wanted to make a purchase, and wanted to buy the most expensive family bucket in the store. Their faces looked as if they had eaten shit. If they had known that Yifan was such a person, they would definitely rush forward at the beginning, and Xiameng would have no chance. Among the few people, a plump salesgirl's eyes became lively, and then she walked quickly towards Yifan. "Hello, sir, the person who just served you is a new employee of our store. There are many product functions that may not be introduced to you clearly. Let me introduce them to you again. The one you bought. Unnecessary." Seeing that the other party was actually preparing to intercept, Yifan's face instantly became displeased, and then he directly interrupted the other party. Seeing that Yifan was not moved, this person wanted to say something else, but when she saw Yifan's unquestionable look, she could only leave quietly. Soon Xiameng came back with the POS machine and invoice receipt. Xiameng took the bank card handed to her by Yifan with a smile, and soon all the procedures were completed. Yifan took the big box handed to him by the teller, turned around and walked out the door. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the system reward. Congratulations to the host for winning the award, a full score essay for the college entrance examination. Yifan was stunned. He just went out to buy a mobile phone, but he triggered the system reward. Big profit. After walking out of the bustling electronic city, Yifan looked up at the sky. It was only afternoon. During this period, Yifan received a call from the driving school, saying that the driver's license had been successfully processed, and then Yifan went straight to pick up the driver's license. After finishing these things, he looked at the watch on his wrist and thought to himself, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly important to deal with this afternoon. Why not take this opportunity to move home? Originally, Yifan planned to wait for his parents to return from their trip before moving in together, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need to delay any further. Now that the luxurious villa belongs to me, if I don't move in as soon as possible to enjoy it, am I going to just leave it empty and gather dust? Anyway, it's not too late to tell my parents the news after everything is settled. So, Yifan made a prompt decision, quickly took out his cell phone and called a moving company. Not long after, a van with a moving company's logo slowly drove over and stopped in front of Yifan. After a brief exchange with the driver, Yifan began to direct the moving work. However, after a careful inventory, there were not many items that actually needed to be moved. Except for some commemorative or valuable items left by his parents, Yifan decided to throw away most of the other things. After all, the newly acquired Shanghai No. 1 villa has all the necessary facilities inside, whether it is exquisite and elegant furniture or high-end and advanced home appliances, all of which are carefully selected in top-notch products. It can be said that you can move in with just your luggage. Therefore, those old items have lost their value and necessity to Yi Fan. After everything was arranged, Yi Fan jumped into the passenger seat of the moving company's vehicle without hesitation. With the roar of the engine, the car sped towards the villa. Thanks to the powerful functions of the system, the community has already recorded his personal information in full. Therefore, when he drove his car slowly towards the villa area, the security guard at the gate did not stop him at all. The gate that symbolized nobility opened directly, allowing the vehicle to enter the community smoothly. The car was driving on the winding road for nearly 10 minutes before it arrived at the end of the journey, a magnificent villa. Yi Fan gently pushed open the car door, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. The luxury of this villa far exceeded Yi Fan's previous imagination. The courtyard alone, which covers an area of more than 300 square meters, is amazing. In the center of the courtyard, a huge swimming pool is sparkling. Its area is comparable to the entire basketball court of Yi Fan's school. The swimming pool is surrounded by green trees and colorful flowers, like a beautiful painting. Then Yi Fan walked quickly to the main door of the villa and reached out to push open the heavy door. In an instant, an air of luxury came over you, and a spacious and bright living room came into view. Various high-end luxury furniture were neatly arranged in it, and each piece exuded a unique charm, especially the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, which were like transparent walls, allowing people inside the house to have no barriers to the beautiful scenery outside, and they can fully enjoy the picturesque scenery in the courtyard. This is a real home. Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. However, such a magnificent villa seemed a little empty at the moment, with only him in the huge space. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but have a different thought in his mind. It would be perfect if I could have a few gentle and lovely maids, one to cook for me, one to give me a massage, and 2 caring people to warm my bed. How great would that be? Yi Fan lay comfortably on the soft and comfortable sofa, fantasizing about his wonderful future life, with the corners of his mouth rising unconsciously. Because he got up too early in the morning, Yi Fan fell asleep on the sofa after a while. Yi Fan slept until after 6 in the evening before he slowly woke up. He stretched his stiff body and casually put on a coat. Then he decided to go out to find some food to fill his stomach. I opened the door, took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, and immediately felt refreshed. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. It is indeed the Shanghai No. 1 Villa District. As a unique place for wealthy people to live in Jiangqing City, its luxury is beyond imagination. The entire villa area is shaded by trees and the greening rate is as high as over 90%, making it like a natural outdoor oxygen bar. Not only that, here, artificial fountains can be seen everywhere, and the flowing spring water sparkles charmingly under the reflection of the lights. Chapter 13 I Live Here. Yi Fan? Just as Yi Fan was walking slowly on the path of the villa, a voice sounded in his ears. Looking in the direction of the voice, Yi Fan's sight was drawn to a familiar yet disgusting figure. It turned out to be his classmate Su Ying. Speaking of Su Ying, she is not just Yi Fan's classmate, but the class monitor of their class. Yi Fan actually had some impressions of this squad leader, but they were not good ones. On weekdays, Su Ying, relying on the little money her family has, often acts condescendingly towards ordinary classmates in her class. Not only that, she is also Li Xian's best friend. The personalities of these two people are exactly the same. They are both arrogant and disrespectful. At this moment, Yi Fan looked at Su Ying standing in front of him with an indifferent expression and asked casually, "Anything wrong?" At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from not far away, and a man came quickly towards the side and shouted to Su Ying, "Ying, this." Before he finished speaking, the man had quickly come to Su Ying's side. After she stood firmly, the man began to look Yi Fan up and down. Su Ying turned to look at the man next to her and introduced him with a smile. "Yu Hao, this is my classmate Yi Fan." When Yu Hao heard the name Yi Fan, he was stunned for a moment, then he refocused his attention on Yi Fan. When he saw the cheap clothes Yi Fan was wearing that were obviously from a street stall, a hint of contempt and amusement involuntarily revealed in his eyes. "Oh? You are Yi Fan, the only poor student in Yucai High School. I have heard of your name for a long time. Ha 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 ha." After saying this, Yu Hao laughed without any concealment. Su Ying, who was standing by, saw Yi Fan being humiliated but did not intend to stop it, allowing Yu Hao to humiliate him.
Regarding, classmate Yi, are you lost?
This is not a place where people like you can just come casually. After saying this, he looked at the other person with a smug look on his face. The Shanghai #1 Villa District has always been famous for its luxury. It is heavily guarded and the security measures are so strict that it is simply a pipe dream for ordinary people to break in without permission. The reason why he was able to appear here was thanks to a friend of his. That young man had a whim and held a grand party today. It was also because of this that he was able to use this relationship to get this opportunity. Although he knew that he did not have much to show off or be proud of when he was among this group of top young masters with prominent identities and deep backgrounds, as soon as he thought of Yifan in front of him, contempt arose in his heart. After all, in his eyes, Yifan was just a second-rate character. And coming to this party this time is undoubtedly a great opportunity for him to show off in front of Suing and feel proud of himself. Just as he was immersed in self-intoxication, he heard Yifan respond calmly.
I live here.
The tone was as calm as water, as if he was talking about a very ordinary little thing. Hearing this, Yu Hao, who was standing aside, was stunned at first, then came to his senses. Then, the already obvious disdain on his face became even more intense. He raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sarcastic smile, and turned to Suing beside him and said,
Ying, your classmate really likes to pretend, ha.
At the same time, Suing was also attracted by the bursts of laughter coming from her ears. She turned her gaze to Yifan, her eyes full of contempt and disgust. Yifan, this is not a place where people like you can set foot. If you are smart, leave here quickly, or you will be kicked out soon. Suing frowned slightly, her face full of disgust. She didn't even want to look at Yifan directly, as if looking at him any longer would make her feel uncomfortable. Yifan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and responded disdainfully.
It's ridiculous that I can't come? Can you just show up here with such brazenness?
At this time, Yu Hao, who had been silent, could not wait to stand beside Suing. With a smug smile on his face, he said loudly in an extremely arrogant tone. Humph, Ying was specially invited by me, so she naturally has enough qualifications and status to enter this place. Unlike some unscrupulous guys, who are not qualified to get close to me. After saying that, Yu Hao deliberately turned his head and looked at Suing affectionately. There was no trace of admiration for her hidden in his ardent eyes. After feeling Yu Hao's feelings, Su Ying's pretty face instantly flushed. The blush spread from her cheeks to her ears, making her even more shy and charming. This rare shyness made Yu Hao's heart beat fast. At this time, Yifan, who was standing aside, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, outlining a slightly playful smile. He first set his eyes on Suing, then after a moment, he slowly turned to Yu Hao and asked. Oh? So, you live here? Faced with Yifan's sudden question, Yu Hao was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth and wanted to answer immediately, but the words seemed to be stuck when they reached his lips. He hesitated for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. After some thought, Yu Hao continued. Although I don't live here, I was invited to the party, so I'm definitely qualified to be here. However, Yifan didn't seem to intend to let him go easily. Yifan snorted lightly, and said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Oh, I see. I thought you were the owner of the villa complex, but it turns out you were just a bully. Yifan said with a playful tone. What do you know? You think Shanghai #1 Villa is a cabbage on the roadside that anyone can afford. Although I am not a resident here, you can't compare. Hearing Yifan's words, Yu Hao felt as if someone had stepped on his tail. He instantly went crazy and then took out his cell phone to make a call. Hello, Manager Yu, I am Lin Xiao's good friend Yu Hao. I wonder if you still remember me. We had the honor of meeting at that cocktail party last time. As the call was successfully connected, Yu Hao's polite words quickly spread. Oh, it's you. What do you want to talk to me about? A slightly lazy voice came from the other end of the phone, and the person speaking sounded like a middle-aged man. Chapter 14 Yu Dehai's attitude. Here's the thing, Manager Yu, I was supposed to attend a party organized by Mr. Lin today. But just when I walked outside the villa, I suddenly saw a man behaving in a very suspicious and sneaky manner. Looking at his appearance, I seriously suspected that this guy was not a good person and might be a thief, so I called you immediately to report the situation. Yu Hao looked at Yifan jokingly and said something exaggerated. Huh? How could something like this happen? Wait for me there and I'll bring some people over to deal with it. After hearing the news, the middle-aged man's tone became noticeably serious. After he finished speaking, there was a click and the phone was hung up. Then, Yu Dahai quickly took out a walkie-talkie from his waist and shouted, "Attention all security personnel, gather here immediately, there is an emergency that needs to be handled."
Not long after, several strong security guards came running over in a hurry.
After Yu Dahai gave a few brief instructions, he led them to rush towards the scene of the incident at a rapid pace.
Shanghai No. 1 Villa District is the most luxurious and high-end residential area in the city.
The position of property general manager may seem ordinary, but it is of great significance to Yu Dahai. He knew very well that this position would allow him to frequently come into contact with the wealthy people living here, including many chairman-level figures with assets worth tens of billions, hundreds of billions or even hundreds of billions. Because of this, when Yu Dahai learned that there were suspicious people in the villa area, he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He immediately put down everything else he was doing and rushed to the scene anxiously, determined to resolve the problem properly before the situation escalated further. Not long after, Yifan saw a group of people walking towards him in a hurry. The man in the lead had a big belly. When he saw Yifan and his companions, he quickly quickened his pace and came over.
"Manager Yu, I'm the one calling you." Seeing the person coming, Yu Hao hurriedly went up to him and spoke in a flattering manner.
Yu Dahai frowned slightly when he saw this person. He had no impression of this person, but he still responded briefly on the surface.
Where is the person you just talked about on the phone?"
Yu Dahai's originally calm face became extremely serious at this moment. He stared closely at Yu Hao in front of him and asked slowly. Hearing Yu Dahai's question, Yu Hao couldn't help but panic, but he quickly stretched out his hand and pointed at Yifan not far away, stammering. "Manager Yu, you see, that person is very suspicious.
I think he must have sneaked into our villa area."
As Yu Hao spoke, he pointed in the direction of Yifan.
Yu Dahai looked in the direction of his finger, and his eyes instantly fell on Yifan.
The moment he saw Yifan's face, Yu Dahai was stunned, and a feeling of déjà vu came to his mind. He frowned, trying hard to recall where he had seen this young man before.
Time passed minute by minute.
After Yu Dahai had been thinking hard for a while, suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he finally remembered it.
"Isn't this the person in the photo sent down by the top management yesterday?"
"Yes, that's right, he is the super rich man who directly bought the king of the building in our villa area," Yu Dahai exclaimed in his heart. Yesterday, the company's top management sent Yifan's photo and his distinguished identity information to every employee, and emphasized that they must provide the best service and respect. But who could have thought that he would meet Yifan here in this way today, and that he would bring so many people here with such fanfare?
The more Yu Dahai thought about it, the more frightened he became.
If Yifan had any misunderstanding because of this and thought that he had deliberately brought people to cause trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. You might lose the job you worked so hard to get, or even find it difficult to gain a foothold in the industry in the future. Thinking of this, a layer of fine beads of sweat began to appear on Yu Dahai's forehead. His eyes moved rapidly as he thought about how to respond. After a moment, his eyes suddenly turned fierce. He raised his right hand without hesitation and slapped Yu Hao beside him hard.
Snap!
The crisp and loud sound of the slap echoed in the air, causing Yu Hao to stagger and almost fall to the ground. In the next moment, Yu Hao stood there blankly, covering his cheeks tightly with his hands, and was completely stunned. At this moment, his mind felt blank and he had no idea what was going on. You know, he specially called Yu Dahai to support him. Who could have thought that this guy would suddenly attack and give him a loud slap in the face without mercy? Yu Hao widened his eyes and shouted at Yu Dahai in disbelief, "Yu Dahai, what do you mean?" His voice trembled slightly with anger, as if it would explode at any time. Then, Yu Hao threatened viciously.
"If you can't give me a reasonable explanation for what happened today, you'll be in trouble when I meet Master Lin.
I'll see how you end up." After saying these words, Yu Hao stared at Yu Dahai with angry eyes.
"Humph, explain?"
"You are blind, listen carefully, Master Yi is a distinguished resident of our Shanghai No. 1 villa." Yu Dahai looked at Yu Hao with disdain and said slowly.
"How is that possible?"
Upon hearing the news, Yu Hao's face was full of disbelief. Even Suing, who was standing beside him, was stunned at this moment. As a notoriously poor student in the entire grade, everyone knows Yifan's family conditions. You have to know that Shanghai No. 1 villa is the most expensive villa residential area in the entire Jiangqing city.
The cheapest villa in the entire villa area is worth tens of millions. Now that Yu Dahai said that Yifan is a resident here, how could Yu Hao and Suing believe it?
Manager Yu, I know Yifan's family conditions.
Is there any misunderstanding here?
With his conditions, it is impossible for him to afford the villa here. Suing on the side hurriedly spoke up. How could she accept that a small character like Yifan, whom she had never even looked at before, was now becoming someone she had to look up to? So she spoke up at the first opportunity.
I don't know what it means. Yu Dahai was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them.
He then hurried to Yifan and said politely,
Mr. Yi, I'm sorry.
I brought people here because I heard the phone call from you how and mistakenly thought that something really happened.
Yu Dahai began to explain, lowering his head to explain while secretly glancing at Yifan's expression.
Yifan replied calmly, obviously not caring too much about it.
Chapter 15 College Entrance Examination begins.
Mr. Yi, how do you think we should deal with these two people? Yu Dahai asked with a flattering look on his face, secretly relieved in his heart, but still did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Yifan raised his eyes slightly, glanced at the two people casually, and said casually, just take care of it, I have other things to do. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Yu Dahai, turned around and walked out the door. Seeing Yifan leave, Yu Dahai put away the ingratiating smile on his face and his expression instantly became serious. He turned his head and looked at the security guards beside him, and shouted sternly, get these two people out.
Yes.
The security guards responded in unison, and then approached Yu Hao and Su Ying without hesitation. They were all big and strong, and regardless of Yu Hao and Su Ying's resistance, they simply lifted them up and dragged them out of the area. At the same time, Yifan had already walked out of the villa area, raised his hand to stop a taxi, got in and gave an address. When they arrived at the place, Yifan got out of the car, walked into the restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and started to feast on them. After eating and drinking, he paid the bill and took a taxi back to the villa.
The next morning,
Yifan got up especially early today because today is an important day. After breakfast, Yifan carefully checked the items he carried with him.
ID card, admission ticket, pen.
After confirming that there was no problem, Yifan let out a sigh of relief and then set out on the road to the college entrance examination. Although Yifan now has the system, as a student taking the college entrance examination for the first time, he can't help feeling a little nervous. Although he was nervous, Yifan was not panicked at all. You know, in the past period of time, relying on his amazing photographic memory, he had worked hard to catch up on all the knowledge he had learned in 3 years of high school. As long as you perform consistently, getting the top score in the college entrance examination should not be a problem. After leaving the villa area, Yifan took a taxi and drove towards the school. After getting off the car and passing through layers of security checks, Yifan finally stepped into the examination room.
Ding ling ling.
As the crisp and rapid exam bell rang suddenly, it was as if an invisible shockwave swept through every examination room. The originally quiet examination room was now shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The air seemed to become heavy, and the candidates held their breath and tightly gripped the pens in their hands. In this tense situation, Yifan was different from others. He sat upright in his seat, his face as calm as water, without any sign of nervousness at all. Soon, the invigilator distributed the tightly sealed Chinese test papers to each candidate in turn. Yifan took the test paper steadily, scanned the paper quickly, then picked up the pen without hesitation and quickly wrote on the answer sheet. At this moment, Yifan's literary ideas flowed like a spring, and his writing seemed to be inspired by God. From beginning to end, there was not even the slightest pause or hesitation. Before long, Yifan completed all the questions except the composition with ease. He gently put down the pen in his hand, raised his head slightly, and looked at the clock in front of the classroom.
Surprisingly, less than half an hour has passed since the exam started and there is still plenty of time until the end of the exam. Why? Yifan stretched his body lazily and yawned. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a situation. There was still so much time left in the exam, but he was already having a headache. He shook his head helplessly and his eyes slowly moved to the last essay question on the test paper. At this moment, he suddenly remembered an important thing. Didn't he still have the perfect score essay rewarded by the system that had not been redeemed? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Bite. With a clear prompt sound, Yifan successfully exchanged for the full mark composition, The Death of Red Hair. He immediately picked up the pen and copied the words in his mind onto the test paper without hesitation. I saw him writing very quickly, and in less than 20 minutes, the entire composition was presented on the test paper. Then, in front of all the examinees, Yifan picked up the neatly arranged test papers and answer sheets on the table and walked towards the podium. The invigilator Wang Bo was sitting on the podium, staring intently at the movements in the examination room. When he saw Yifan's actions, a look of surprise flashed across his face.
You know, this important exam just started not long ago. However, Yifan seemed to not care about the eyes of the people around him at all and walked straight to Wang Bo. Although Wang Bo is young, he already has 5 years of experience in college entrance examination invigilation. In the past few years, he had seen all kinds of students, but it was the first time he had encountered a situation like Yifan, who handed in his exam paper before even an hour was up. Did this kid give up on himself? Wang Bo pondered in his heart and subconsciously labeled Yifan a poor student. However, Yifan had no time to care about Wang Bo's inner thoughts. He just raised his chin slightly, with a faint smile on his lips, and then left the examination room in a leisurely manner. At this moment, the outside of the examination hall was already packed with people, and was filled with people watching the fun in 3 layers. Among this bustling crowd, there are many reporters from major TV stations holding microphones and cameras, anxiously waiting for first-hand news after the exam. When Yifan slowly stepped out of the examination room door, the originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. Immediately afterwards, everyone, as if driven by some invisible force, quickly gathered towards Yifan and surrounded him tightly. Facing the barrage of questions from the many reporters in front of him, Yifan just smiled slightly, appearing exceptionally calm and composed. He first gently adjusted his collar, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said in a clear voice,
Strengthenly xin.
This sentence was like a blockbuster bomb dropped into a lake, causing 1,000 waves and making everyone present look puzzled, completely not understanding what he meant. However, Yifan did not explain too much. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the examination room under the astonished gaze of everyone. Just like this, time passed quickly, and 2 days went by in a blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yifan completed all the exams one after another. Until the bell rang for the end of the last subject's exam, Yifan let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief in his heart, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him, and his whole body became light.
The college entrance examination is finally over. Chapter 16 College entrance examination is over, system rewards.
The college entrance examination finally came to an end, and Yifan walked out of the examination room slowly with brisk and confident steps. The sunlight shone on him, illuminating his face, which was filled with youth and pride. At this moment, Yifan's heart was filled with unprecedented confidence and expectation. He knew very well that his performance in this major test of life was perfect, and he would be able to achieve an amazing result in this college entrance examination, and even break the record of all college entrance examination scores over the years. At this moment, a clear reminder sound suddenly rang in Yifan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the college entrance examination. This sudden voice startled Yifan for a moment, but then he showed an ecstatic smile on his face, because the message from the system immediately afterwards made his heart beat faster.
Reward, a Lamborghini Veneno. Reward, a license plate with the number A88888. Yifan couldn't believe his ears.
Such a luxurious super sports car and precious and rare license plate became his possession. The cool appearance, powerful power, and extreme speed of Lamborghini Veneno instantly appeared in front of his eyes. The license plate of Shanghai A88888 symbolizes unparalleled dignity and glory. At this moment, Yifan felt as if he was in a dream. Everything was so unreal yet so beautiful. Not long ago, Yifan was just an ordinary little person, but now he has transformed himself into a winner in life. First, some time ago, he acquired a luxury villa worth tens of millions. This time, he unexpectedly won a limited edition sports car that is also top-level luxury and extremely rare. What is even more amazing is that the license plate number of this sports car is actually a priceless leopard number. Faced with this sudden huge success and wealth, Yifan could not suppress the surging joy in his heart for a moment. But he knew that he should not be too ostentatious, so he tried to calm his excitement, slowly walked out of the campus, and found a secluded corner. After making sure that there was no one around, Yifan took a deep breath, and under the control of his mind, something magical happened. There was only a slight swish sound, followed by a dazzling white light suddenly flashing out. After the light faded, an extremely cool and eye-catching super sports car suddenly appeared on the empty street. Yifan thought this sports car was so stunning. Its extremely sharp and unique front part is clearly printed with Lamborghini's iconic bull pattern. The overall body of the car presents a deep and charming pure black tone, like a mysterious meteor across the night sky. Especially the unique front face design of its Poison series, with smooth and sharp lines, it comes straight to the front with unparalleled sense of speed and impact. The exterior styling of the entire vehicle is extremely layered, with every detail carefully crafted and perfectly integrated together, bringing Yifan an unprecedented visual shock. It is indeed worthy of being a top sports car.
Yifan couldn't help but sigh.
Then Yifan took out the key and pressed it gently. The next second, he saw the scissor door at the cab slowly rising up, and Yifan then went straight in. I didn't expect the interior of the car to be even more luxurious and extravagant, even the seats are made of leather.
MD is truly a luxury car among sports cars.
Yifan sighed and started the car. Then, accompanied by a roar like a mechanical bird of prey, the Lamborghini Venom sped out. On the road, when Yifan steadily drove the extremely cool Venom sports car and came to the traffic light intersection and quietly waited for the light to change, the originally somewhat crowded road changed instantly. The vehicle seemed to be driven by an invisible force, moving to both sides of the road, as if they were avoiding something terrible. And all this was because the Lamborghini Veneno driven by Yifan was so dazzling and domineering that it made the drivers around him feel in awe. They are all afraid of getting too close to the supercar. If they accidentally scratch it, they may face the risk of paying huge compensation fees, or even lose their fortunes. The pure black supercar looks even more eye-catching under the sunlight. The cool appearance, coupled with Yifan stepping on the accelerator twice, caused the engine to instantly emit a low and shocking roar, attracting the attention of everyone around.
The car logo is a golden bull. I'm a Lamborghini.
Someone on the side of the road couldn't help but let out a low cry. There was a slightly plump man standing nearby. He gently pushed the thick glasses on his nose with his chubby fingers, and then began to look around at the extremely cool super sports car in the middle of the road very seriously. As his eyes moved, his mouth gradually opened wider and wider, as if an egg could fit in it. Suddenly, he seemed to have seen something astonishing, and couldn't help but exclaimed loudly.
WTF, WTF Lamborghini Veneno. When did this top-of-the-line sports car arrive in our Jiangqing city? Are you stupid? Didn't you see the license plate number Shanghai A88888? It's obvious that Master Who came here to play. Quickly take out your phone and take a picture. This is a top-level supercar worth 8 figures walking. It is rare to see it normally. If I could drive a car of this level in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. Damn, with your salary of 3,000 a month, I'll have to wait until next life. Many people near the traffic light quickly took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures of the Lamborghini Veneno driven by Yifan. Seeing this scene, Yifan pursed his lips, then rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette in a very pretentious manner. Damn, not only is the car so luxurious, but the guy is also so handsome and he is not even allowed to live. Wow, so handsome. Rich and pretty, Mom, I'm in love.
Seeing Yifan's handsome face, the girls around him all had a great liking for him. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the middle of the street, some would have even surrounded him and asked for Yifan's contact information.
Yifan didn't pay too much attention to the reactions of the people on the roadside.
When the red light was about to turn green, Yifan looked at the girls on the sidewalk, smiled slightly, and drove the poison out directly.
Did you see that? He just smiled at me. Bah, you're clearly looking at me, okay? Why don't you look in the mirror? With your body weight of over 200 pounds, how can he make you laugh? That's it.
Yifan left in a cool manner, leaving behind the infatuated girls who were still there.
Chapter 17 Legal Racing. At the same time, on the other side of the road, Yifan was fully immersed in the unparalleled driving experience of the Lamborghini Veneno.
Every time you step on the accelerator, the roar of the engine seems to penetrate the soul. However, in the next moment, a clear prompt sound suddenly rang in Yifan's mind like the sound of nature.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering and controlling the Lamborghini Venom. Soon after, another piece of news came.
Obtain system reward, SSS level driving talent with the ability to drive a supercar with one hand.
Hearing these continuous good news, Yifan was stunned for a moment at first, and then he could hardly suppress his inner joy, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously.
This system is so considerate and understands him so well.
Just now, he felt a little regretful, thinking that although he could drive this super sports car, he could not bring out its full performance. But who would have thought that the system would be so considerate and give a perfect gift of full-level driving talent in a blink of an eye? At this moment, Yifan clearly felt a magical power surging in his body. His body seemed to automatically adapt to the various inertias and impact forces generated by the Lamborghini Veneno's high speed, and every subtle movement became extremely precise and smooth. Even controlling a supercar with one hand, which has always been considered difficult, is now a piece of cake for him.
Boom! The accelerator was stepped on and the Lamborghini Veneno shot out in an instant like an arrow from a bow. The other side. Outside the suburbs of Jiangqing City, there is a winding road. This road is a holy place in the minds of those racing enthusiasts who are crazy about speed and passion. Not only that, this is the only place in the entire Jiangqing City where speeding is tacitly allowed. At this moment, on this road, a group of young men and women dressed in colorful clothes were divided into two groups, standing opposite each other. Suddenly, a burst of shrill laughter came from the crowd. I saw a man with yellow hair and a scoundrel face, looking at a woman opposite with malicious eyes, and teasing in a dirty way. "Beautiful girl, with your pretty face and figure, why do you have to come here to race with us? Why don't you just follow me? I will make sure you can have delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day, and live a good life without worries about food and clothing." As he spoke, a disgusting, lewd smile appeared on his face. The woman who was teased by the yellow-haired man kept a calm expression, and did not show any anger at all because of the other party's frivolous words. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, outlining a charming smile, and she opened her red lips and said, "It's not easy to defeat me. You have to beat me first. 1 million per game. Do you want to play?" The yellow-haired man's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. After all, he was one of the best in the drag racing world in Jiangqing City. There was no reason for him to refuse such money that was offered to him. Then a look of greed and excitement appeared on his face, and he hurriedly responded, "Okay, but this little bit of stakes doesn't seem exciting enough. How about we add some extra spice? Hee, if I win, you have to accompany me to have a good drink tonight." As he spoke, he stared at the tall Lin Yu opposite him with lustful eyes, as if his gaze could penetrate the thin clothes on her body, and the unconcealable desire in his eyes burned like a flame. Facing the yellow-haired man's blatant words and undisguised covetous gaze, Lin Yu did not get angry but smiled. "Oh? Are you so sure that you can beat me?" Then, in the next second, a hint of extremely coldness quietly flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. "You know, Lin Yu is not a girl from an ordinary family. She is the next-generation successor of the Lin family, one of the 8 major families in Shanghai. Not only does she have an extremely noble birth, she is also one of the core members of the Shanghai SHG Club. With her strength and background, how could she take a mere yellow-haired gangster seriously?" As a veteran drag racing enthusiast, Lin Yu had heard that there was a devilish racetrack called the Deadly Hairpin in the neighboring Jiangqing City, and had long wanted to give it a try. Lin Yu happened to come here while going to Jiangqing to discuss cooperation. Unexpectedly, I happened to run into a group of racing enthusiasts racing here. Therefore, Lin Yu did not reveal his true identity and prepared to compete with this group of people. As for the extremely arrogant yellow-haired man on the opposite side, Lin Yu also obtained information about his strength through his subordinates. It turned out that this person was one of the best in the Jiangqing drag racing area. With such a person as a sparring partner, Lin Yu couldn't help but secretly feel happy and felt that this trip to Jiangqing was really worth it. Seeing that the yellow-haired man couldn't get the upper hand over Lin Yu, he turned around and returned to his cool car. Then, the two racing cars slowly drove towards the starting line one after another, and behind them were 6 or 7 valuable sports cars neatly lined up. The scene was spectacular and breathtaking. "Come on, is there anyone who wants to place a bet? If Lin wins, the odds are 2 to 1, if Huang Mao wins, the odds are 0.8 to 1, and if it's a draw, the odds are 4 to 1. At this time, on one side of the spectator seats, a man with short, neat hair was shouting vigorously, and soon he was surrounded by people. The people who were gathered around looked at the man in the crowd and started chattering. "Huang Mao Ji's odds are so low? It's so boring." Originally, some people wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to bet on Huang Mao for a guaranteed win, but when they saw that the odds were so low, they couldn't help but be shocked. 1 to 0.8 is considered good. You don't even think about Huang Mao brother's strength. How many people in Jiangqing can beat him? 2. After hearing what the person beside him said, he thought so too and then shouted directly, "I bet 100,000 on Huang Mao. I also bet 100,000 on Huang Mao. I bet 200,000. Listening to the analysis of people around them, many people also started placing bets. On the other hand, on Lin Yu's side, only a few people followed suit, and the bets were basically not large. The largest was only about 10,000 or 20,000, which was pitifully small compared to Huang Mao's. Many of those who bet on Lin Yu bought the opposite of what they were betting on, with the mentality that the villa would be close to the sea. After all, no one present had any idea about Lin Yu's strength, so no one dared to place a heavy bet on her. As for a draw, no one bet on it. What a joke, a draw. How could it be a draw?
After all, everyone present knew that the exit of this track was only wide enough for one car to pass through, so how could there be a tie? After seeing that most people present had made their moves, the short-haired man smiled mysteriously and then shouted,
"I bet 500,000 on Lin Yueshang."
As his words fell, the crowd, which had been somewhat noisy, suddenly quieted down. Just a few seconds later, noise could be heard again.
Chapter 18: Accidentally Entering the Competition.
Holy shit, is this guy crazy?
No, how dare he bet 500,000?
That's right, does he think that woman can beat the yellow-haired guy? I admit that the woman is pretty, but racing is not about appearance. I don't believe she can beat the yellow-haired guy. Many people in the crowd started discussing, but there were always smart people who could smell business opportunities. Then when the market was about to close, a few people hurriedly increased their bets on Lin Yueshang. After everyone had placed their bets, the short-haired man shouted loudly,
"Okay, the market is closed. Everyone, take your positions. Preparation."
At the same time, on the Devil's Hairpin track on the other side, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The referee held the flag that symbolized the start of the game tightly with both hands. His eyes were focused and sharp. Then he waved his arm violently and the flag in his hand fell quickly. In an instant, the sports cars in front of the starting line burst into astonishing speed like ignited rockets and galloped away like wild horses. The wheels rubbed violently against the ground, raising billowing dust and forming a long dragon. With a deafening roar, it disappeared from people's sight in the blink of an eye.
This Devil's Hairpin track is no ordinary track.
It was built with funds raised by many people in Jiangcheng who love racing. The entire track is 50 kilometers long, winding between the mountains, with one side close to steep cliffs and countless sharp turns. To successfully conquer this track is not only a huge test of the car's performance, but also a severe challenge to the driver's driving skills. Even experienced and battle-hardened drivers would break out in a cold sweat when they carefully drive their vehicle slowly along this road. What's more, these drivers are racing like crazy here now, and the difficulty is beyond imagination. And in this fierce competition, Huang Mao indeed demonstrated amazing superb skills. At the beginning of the game, he quickly seized a favorable position like lightning, and rushed to the front of the team at lightning speed. After witnessing this scene, the other drivers were shocked, but they quickly came to their senses and used their best skills to try their best to catch up with and surpass him. However, Huang Mao behaved unusually calmly and firmly controlled the situation, not giving his opponent any chance to take advantage. At this time, Lin Yu was following closely behind the yellow-haired man. She stared at the front with a firm gaze and full concentration, her hands tightly gripping the steering wheel. The accelerator was stepped on to the bottom, and the engine made a deafening roar. Following closely behind the yellow-haired man, such a fierce attack made the yellow-haired man who was leading in the front not dare to let down his guard for a moment. The atmosphere in the stadium was extremely tense, and the audience's hearts were in their throats. The staff in charge of the broadcast nervously and excitedly reported the progress of the event in real time.
At present, the Ferrari SF90 is temporarily in the lead, but the drivers behind are chasing it relentlessly, and the two sides are in a stalemate. Who will be the first to break the deadlock? Let's wait and see, maybe the winner will be revealed at the next bend. The drag racing scene was crowded with people and the atmosphere was very lively. The drivers were speeding at lightning speed, while the broadcasters were working busily. They stared at the track intently, ready to report the latest race situation to the audience at any time. However, at this moment, a shrill cry suddenly broke through the sky, like a thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone, please pay attention.
A supercar suddenly drove in from the third entrance. It was so fast that we couldn't see clearly what kind of car it was. The broadcaster's voice was filled with astonishment and shock, as if he had seen something incredible. Then, another broadcaster couldn't help but shout out,
"This is a Lamborghini Veneno. It's going ridiculously fast.
I estimate it's at least 300 miles per hour." His words were like a huge rock thrown into a lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. For a moment, everyone in the stands was in uproar and shock. Everyone looked at each other, with expressions of disbelief written all over their faces. After all, it is rare to see a Lamborghini Veneno rushing into the track at such a high speed. Moreover, this track is famous for its many bends, and it is almost an impossible task to maintain such an amazing driving speed. While everyone was still immersed in astonishment and had not yet recovered, the experienced host on the broadcasting platform could no longer contain his excitement and shouted at the top of his voice, "Wow, dear audience friends, what appears before our eyes is the legendary Lamborghini Veneno, and its speed has soared to a jaw-dropping 300 miles per hour.
Doesn't this guy know how to brake? It's crazy.
At this moment, everyone in the stands was completely stunned. Their eyes were closely following the Lamborghini Veneno that was speeding past like a ghost, and their hearts were filled with infinite curiosity about this mysterious driver and this supercar. A few minutes ago, Yifan was sitting steadily in the driver's seat of the cool Lamborghini Veneno, controlling the steering wheel with one hand, and the car was driving on the city's expressway. However, due to the limitations of urban roads, the speed of this super sports car cannot be fully utilized, just like an eagle with its wings bound, unable to spread its wings and fly high. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Yifan's mind. He remembered that in the suburbs of Jiangxing City, there was a track specially used for drag racing. It is undoubtedly a perfect place for him to fully unleash the performance of Lamborghini Venom. Thinking of this, Yifan turned the steering wheel without hesitation and drove towards the direction of the track according to his vague memory. Since this was his first time visiting this place, Yifan was not familiar with the specific layout of the track, and he had no idea where the official entrance was. Fortunately, there were some signposts on the roadside, so he had to follow the instructions and finally came to a place that looked like an entrance. Without any hesitation, Yifan drove the sports car into the track with one hand. As soon as he entered the track, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. With the deafening roar of the engine, the speed of the car soared to 300 miles like a rocket. At this moment, Yifan only felt that the scenery on both sides were rapidly receding, like a fast-forwarded movie scene, and the strong feeling of being pushed on the back made his heart beat faster and his blood boil. At this moment, he finally truly experienced the ultimate pleasure brought by this top-level sports car. The Lamborghini Veneno was like a black lightning that streaked across the sky, speeding along the track at an astonishing speed. Its smooth lines and excellent suspension system worked together with Yifan's SSS-level driving skills, making the entire car body appear extremely smooth and silky when passing through several bends on the track. Not only is there no sign of deceleration, it even accelerates again when exiting the bend, increasing its speed by several points.
Ha! What a coincidence! Someone is competing? Chapter 19, Stunning Skills.
When Yifan was driving on the track, he unexpectedly discovered that there were several sports cars speeding not far from him. Then he realized that someone was racing.
What a coincidence! Now that I have caught up, I can verify how awesome this SSS-level driving skill is.
Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then stepped on the accelerator.
Boom!
Then a loud bang was heard, and the Lamborghini Veneno rushed out at high speed like a black lightning, chasing after several black spots not far away. On the other side, Huang Mao and Lin Yu on the track also heard from their headphones that an unidentified vehicle was coming in from behind and driving towards them rapidly. The two were only slightly stunned by the Lamborghini Veneno that showed up out of nowhere, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, they were very confident in their own abilities. Especially the guy with dyed yellow hair. At this moment, he was staring at the speeding poison sports car from behind through the rearview mirror next to him. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he snorted coldly. Humph, even if the car is good, it ultimately depends on the driver's skills. Before he finished his words, the yellow-haired man slammed the accelerator to the bottom. As the engine let out a violent roar, the car he was driving rushed out in an instant like an arrow from a bow. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Lin Yu, who was following closely behind, was naturally not willing to be outdone. When she saw the yellow-haired man in front of her suddenly speed up, the strong competitive spirit in her heart was instantly ignited. She stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and the car caught up with him as fast as lightning. The yellow-haired man, who had been maintaining the leading advantage, turned his head slightly and glanced at Lin Yu, who was closely following behind him. Then, he cast his gaze towards the upcoming bend not far away, and an excited and arrogant smile appeared on his face, and he said arrogantly, "Humph, the next turn is where we'll see the difference in strength. And there's also a full $1,000,000 in prize money, which I'll accept without hesitation, ha ha ha." Just as Huang Mo was proudly preparing to step on the accelerator again to increase the distance between him and Lin Yu, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror beside him. In an instant, he was stunned, and then burst out with a swear word.
Damn, this is too exaggerated.
His eyes were fixed on the back. The Lamborghini Veneno, which was originally far behind him, was approaching at an alarming speed like a ferocious cheetah. It was like a flash of lightning, cutting through the sky and rushing towards us at a speed that was jaw-dropping.
How could his speed become so fast?
At this moment, even Lin Yu, who had been in second place, couldn't help but exclaim.
She widened her beautiful eyes, staring in disbelief at the approaching Lamborghini Veneno, secretly surprised.
Yifan beside him was speeding up. After overtaking several cars in succession, he followed Lin Yu steadily. At this moment, a tense atmosphere filled the air and a fierce chase was about to take place.
You want to surpass me? It's not that easy.
Lin Yu snorted coldly. When she realized that the venom behind her was trying to overtake her from her left side, she bit her teeth without hesitation, then turned the steering wheel sharply. The car body quickly moved to the left, blocking the front of the Lamborghini Venom, trying to prevent the other party from overtaking.
However, what Lin Yu did not expect was that Lamborghini Veneno seemed to have anticipated it.
It moved in an S shape like a ghost, and then avoided Lin Yu's obstruction. Then, it successfully overtook Lin Yu's car at an extremely fast speed, closely following it. The whole process was smooth and there was no drag, and not even a trace of unnecessary movement.
How is that possible?
Lin Yu, who was overtaken in an instant, was completely stunned at the moment. The other car suddenly accelerated like a ghost, and completed the overtaking action with extremely precise timing and perfect control of distance. Lin Yu widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart.
This is too amazing.
She instantly realized that this man's driving skills had surpassed hers. The yellow-haired guy in front, perhaps affected by the sudden pressure, actually burst out with an extraordinary level of skills at this moment. Even though this guy always looks nonchalant and cynical on weekdays, he has participated in international competitions after all, so his positioning skills should not be underestimated. For a moment, even though Yi Fan had superb driving skills, he found it difficult to find a suitable opportunity to overtake. We were about to enter the most difficult section of the track, where we would face a fatal traffic jam. The track is so named because the entire stretch of road is made up of winding bends that are shaped like exquisite hairpins. Not only that, the track is extremely narrow, with almost no space for two cars to drive side by side.
Overtaking successfully here is almost impossible.
At this moment, Huang Mao concentrated all his attention, and even a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
He thought to himself,
as long as you reach the entrance to the curve first, the victory will eventually belong to you. However, just as Huang Mao was about to step on the brakes and drive smoothly into the curve, a sharp and piercing whistle suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a black lightning suddenly rushed forward and flashed past the yellow-haired car in the blink of an eye.
Is this guy crazy?
This sudden scene shocked Huang Mao so much that he couldn't help but swear on the spot. Then he hurriedly stepped on the brakes, because he knew very well that if he continued driving forward, he would soon enter the road ahead, where there was a sharp Z-turn. If Yi Fan had rushed into the curve at the lightning speed he just drove, the car would have been destroyed and people would have died. He didn't want to be implicated and suffer this unexpected disaster. However, just as Huang Mao was secretly congratulating himself for braking in time and preparing to gloat over his misfortune, suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound of tires rubbing against the ground suddenly rang out. Along with the sound, everyone's eyes were directed towards the Lamborghini Veneno driven by Yi Fan.
The next second, something unimaginable happened.
The extremely cool sports car rushed towards the curve like an arrow, and then completed the curve in an instant with an extremely chic, smooth and extremely precise tail-swinging drift. The whole process was completed in one go without any sense of drag.
Holy shit! Is this guy still a human? How can he drift through a corner so easily at such a fast speed?
At this time, not only was Huang Mao stunned, but his mouth was also open wide enough for an egg to fit in. Even the commentator who was reporting the battle situation had a look of bewilderment and disbelief on his face. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and shouted at the top of his voice.
Oh my god, what on earth did I see? This operation is simply a stroke of genius. Chapter 20 Draw?
On the track, at lightning speed, Lin Yu, who was speeding from behind, happened to witness this amazing scene. At this moment, even she, who had always been arrogant and proud, was shocked by Yi Fan's brilliant operation. For a moment, she couldn't even say a word.
Who is he?
Facing the mysterious owner of the Lamborghini Veneno, Lin Yu felt a strong curiosity and interest. You know, as one of the core members of the Magic City SHG Club, she has seen countless racing masters over the years, but no one has ever reached such an exaggerated level as Yi Fan. Lin Yu was full of suspicion about the owner of the luxury car in front of him, but his eyes were shining with irrepressible excitement. Because since she was a child, she has always had a deep admiration for those powerful people with extraordinary strength, and someone like Yi Fan who has superb skills makes her eager to see him in person. On the track, due to Yi Fan's sudden amazing performance, the other drivers who were originally competing fiercely instantly lost the interest and motivation to continue the competition. So they drove off the track and slowly drove out from the exit on the side. Not long after, several sports cars arrived at the starting point one after another. The doors opened and the drivers got out of the cars one by one. "Beauty, how should we settle this game?" The yellow-haired man stared at the beautiful woman in front of him with burning eyes and asked anxiously. Lin Yu, who was called a beauty, responded nonchalantly. "What else can we do? Neither of us made it to the finish line, so let's just call it a draw." She spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if she didn't care at all about the outcome of the game. Hearing this, the man immediately became angry and shouted. "A draw? What a joke! If that guy hadn't interfered in the middle of the game, you would have definitely lost this game to me." His face was full of dissatisfaction, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of unwillingness. However, facing the man's provocation, Lin Yu just smiled slightly, raised his eyebrows and asked back. "Oh? Really? Are you so confident that you can beat me? If you are not convinced, we can continue the competition." She stood there with her arms folded across her chest, gracefully radiating a powerful aura. At this time, Huang Mao couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Yu's tall and graceful figure, and couldn't help but secretly admire her in his heart. But when his gaze moved to his slightly trembling hands, his expression instantly turned ugly. At this moment, his back was already soaked with sweat, he was exhausted, and even his mental strength was almost exhausted, approaching the edge of saturation. It is obvious that in his current poor condition, he has no way of playing a high-intensity game. After some hard thinking, Huang Mao finally sighed helplessly and slowly exhaled. "Damn, I worked for nothing all day." He got into the car cursing and angrily, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and the gradually fading roar of the engine. "Xiao Wei, did you hear what I just said?" Then Lin Yu took out the intercom and spoke into it. "I heard you, miss. Then let's call it a draw." "Okay." On the other side, on the stands, Xiao Wei, a man with short, neat hair, had just replied to Lin Yu. He raised his head and quickly scanned the crowd around him, his eyes revealing a barely perceptible cunning. Then he cleared his throat and shouted louder. "My dear friends, I'm sure you all heard it just now. This round was finally judged as a draw. I thought about it and it seems that no one bet on a draw. I'm really sorry, brothers and sisters, I won all the games this round, ha 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 ha." Accompanied by a burst of unbridled laughter, Xiao Wei began to pack up the stall in front of him without hesitation and prepared to leave. His face was filled with pride, as if he had already seen piles of money flying towards him. I have to say, this wave of operations really made him a lot of money. In this gambling game, people bet on everything, but no one expected a draw as the result. In this way, Xiao Wei easily pocketed more than 10 million. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire his young lady's business acumen. It was really extraordinary and beyond reach. However, in sharp contrast to Xiao Wei's smugness were the angry and helpless curses from those who were placing bets around him. "MD, which idiot without eyes actually came out to mess up at the critical moment, causing me to lose a full 500,000 in vain?" One of the men yelled in frustration. "Who said it wasn't? I was really unlucky today. I encountered such a bad thing." Another person followed suit. For a while, there were complaints and insults one after another, but even though these people were filled with anger, no one dared to make trouble openly or default on their debts. After all, everyone who comes here to play must abide by the rules, and must accept defeat if they gamble. If something like this happens, you can only consider yourself unlucky. On the other side, Yi Fan had no idea what was happening later. The continuous drifting made him completely happy. Even after leaving the track, he still felt a little unsatisfied. "Miss, you made a lot of money today, more than 10 million. Look at how little you have achieved. You are so happy about more than 10 million. Last month you made more than 30 million, but I didn't see you as happy as you are today. Miss, this is different. This time it is more exciting." The two people who were speaking were Lin Yu and Wei Mingbo. As the heir of the Lin family, one of the 8 great families in Shanghai, and the current CEO of the Lin Group, she is not only naturally beautiful, but also has an impeccable business acumen. Many business tycoons in the industry have suffered losses at her hands. As for the short-haired man standing aside, his full name is Wei Mingbo. He was once an ace member of the Special Forces. After retiring, he became Lin Yu's assistant and personal bodyguard by chance. At this moment, facing the huge sum of more than 10 million yuan that he had just received, Lin Yu did not show too much surprise or concern. You know, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for the huge Lin family behind her. Despite this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little happy at being able to pocket this fortune so easily. Then, Lin Yu sat back in the car gracefully, stretching her graceful body slightly, looking as lovable as a lazy cat. In this inadvertent moment, her graceful and beautiful curves were revealed vaguely. Her originally beautiful face coupled with her innate charming temperament makes her exude an irresistible and fatal temptation from head to toe. Even a quick glance is enough to make anyone fall in love with her and praise her endlessly. After a short pause, Lin Yu suddenly remembered something and turned to Wei Mingbo beside him and said, "By the way, please check the owner of the Lamborghini Veneno these days.
I really want to know who this person is."
After saying that, Lin Yu closed the car door without hesitation, then slammed his foot on the accelerator.
With a roar, the car sped away like an arrow and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 21 National College Entrance Examination Champion.
On the other side, Yifan drove the Lamborghini Veneno and slowly parked it in the parking space of the villa.
Then he went straight back to the villa.
For several days, Yifan basically stayed in the villa except for eating. Time passed, and the day of college entrance examination results was announced. That day, Yifan slept until noon before waking up. After waking up, Yifan subconsciously picked up his mobile phone. As soon as he turned on the screen, he saw more than 10 missed calls on it. Among them were his parents, class teacher, and several unfamiliar numbers. Only then did Yifan remember that today was the day when the results were announced, and the results should have been announced by now. If nothing unexpected happened, I should get full marks in all subjects and accidentally become the top scorer in the country.
Then Yifan replied one by one. "Teacher Li, is there anything wrong?" Yifan, did you check your results? You got a perfect score of 750. I'm sorry, the teacher really underestimated you.
Hearing that Li Shuemei's attitude was so good, Yifan didn't intend to make things difficult for her. After saying a few perfunctory words, he hung up the phone.
Full marks?
Yifan secretly sighed in his heart, this system is too powerful. You know, over the years, I have never heard of anyone getting a perfect score in the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Yifan could hardly suppress his inner excitement, and his hands began to tremble slightly. After calming down a little, Yifan immediately dialed his parents' phone number. When the call was connected, Yifan couldn't wait to share this great news with his parents. "Mom and Dad, my college entrance examination results are out, and I scored a perfect score of 750. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, followed by the surprised cheers of Ye's father and mother. The old couple couldn't believe their ears. They never dreamed that their son would achieve such excellent results.
"Great, son. You're awesome." Father Ye's voice was trembling with excitement.
Ye's mother cried with joy.
"My baby, I'm so proud of you. No matter which university you want to go to, your parents support you and will never interfere with your choice."
Yifan felt the love and support from his parents, and his heart felt warm. After talking to his parents, he noticed that there were several missed calls on his phone, and the numbers looked unfamiliar. Yifan called back one by one and found that most of them were calls from the admissions offices of top domestic universities. It turned out that after these universities learned that Yifan had achieved the national top scorer, they all wanted to recruit this outstanding student to their schools, so they couldn't wait to call him.
Yifan did not neglect these people. He hung up the phone only after talking to them one by one.
As for which school he would eventually choose, he actually already had a clear answer deep in his heart.
The answer is Shanghai University.
You know, Shanghai University is one of the most famous top universities in China.
Although its comprehensive strength is slightly inferior to Peking University and Tsinghua University, it is also a top university in China.
As for why I chose Shanghai University, first of all, Shanghai is not far away from Jiangcheng. The drive between the two places only takes a few hours, making travel between the two places very convenient and fast.
Moreover, he himself longed for the legendary Magic City. He knew very well that if he did not have enough wealth, then the Magic City might just be an ordinary city. But if you have a lot of money, this city will instantly transform into a paradise of intoxication and decadence.
But now that he has the system, he doesn't have to worry about money at all. At this moment, a clear and pleasant prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting full marks in the college entrance examination.
Obtain system reward, all shares of Mangxi Anglu.
After hearing the news, Yifan was stunned.
Mangxi Anglu? Isn't this the most popular restaurant in Jiangcheng?
Now it has become his own business. Just when Yifan was still thinking.
On the other side, in the luxurious office on the top floor of Mangxi Anglu. Chen Fuxing was sitting leisurely in a comfortable office chair, sipping the finest tea. However, this comfort only lasted for a moment. The next second, there was a rapid knock on the door, and then the office door was violently pushed open, and a subordinate rushed in with a panicked look on his face. No. It's bad. Something has happened to the chairman. All the shares of our restaurant have been bought out by someone. The subordinate reported breathlessly, his voice trembling with fear. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Fuxing's face suddenly changed, and he jumped up from his seat as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes widened, his face full of astonishment and anger. The delicate teacup in his hand slipped due to the sudden shock and hit the hard ground with a bang, breaking into pieces and splashing tea everywhere. How? How is it possible? Who has the ability to take control of the restaurant? Chairman, that person is Yi Fan. The man under his command said tremblingly. Yi Fan? Chen Fuxing frowned slightly and thought about it carefully, and found out what impression he had about this person. Seeing Chen Fuxing frowning and having no idea what to do, the man under him then said. Chairman, I also found out that Yi Fan's car is a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno, and his license plate number is even more arrogant than his car. It is Shanghai A88888. What? Could it be that the other party is from the Yi family in the Magic City? Even if the other party is not from the Yi family, he must be the heir of a large family. The license plate with the Mo Du Leopard number alone is enough to prove his powerful background. With my strength, there is no way I can be the opponent of the other party. It seems that I have to retire early. At this moment, Chen Fuxing began to mutter to himself. After a long while, he slowly sighed and sat back down. At this moment, Chen Fuxing seemed to have aged several years in an instant, and he had lost all his fighting spirit. Since the other party has acquired the restaurant, from now on I will no longer be the chairman of Jianglu. You guys should just do what you should do and wait for the new chairman to come. Chen Fuxing briefly explained to the man, then closed his eyes and waited for Yi Fan to hand over the contract. Chapter 22 Class Reunion. In the afternoon, Yi Fan took some time to come to Jianglu. After successfully completing the handover procedures, he went straight back to the villa. As soon as Yi Fan returned to the villa, his cell phone rang. I took out my cell phone and found that it was the study committee member in my class calling. After Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, he directly clicked to connect. Congratulations to Mr. Yi. I didn't expect that there would be a perfect scorer in our class. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard a refreshing female voice coming from the other end of the phone. Xia Wan, stop teasing me. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Xia Wan is one of the few people in the class who treats Yi Fan equally, and Yi Fan has a good impression of her. It's like this, the college entrance examination is over, and all the classmates in the class organized a reunion and prepared to get together. Mr. Yi must come, after all, after this gathering, it will be difficult for many people to see each other again. Perhaps worried that Yi Fan would refuse, Xia Wan immediately added another sentence. Yi Fan originally intended to refuse, but after hearing what the other party said, he didn't know what to say. He smiled and asked. When and where? Hearing that Yi Fan was actually coming to participate, Xia Wan couldn't help but feel happy, and then hurriedly said. The time is set at 8 o'clock tonight, and the location is set at box 888 of Fuxianglu. Upon hearing that the party location was actually set at Fuxianglu, Yi Fan's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart. Isn't this Fuxianglu the restaurant he just acquired not long ago? What a coincidence! Okay, I will be there on time. After chatting for a few words, the two hung up the phone. Yi Fan looked at the time. It was only a little after 1 in the afternoon, but the party was scheduled for 8 in the evening. It was still very early, so Yi Fan simply stayed in the villa. It was past 7 o'clock in the evening before Yi Fan slowly got up from the sofa. After packing up briefly, he picked out a set of loose and comfortable clothes and put them on, then walked towards the garage. He got into the car, started the engine, and drove towards the agreed Fuxianglu. Unexpectedly, due to traffic jam on the road, when Yi Fan arrived at Fuxianglu, it was already past 8 o'clock. Yi Fan didn't care. He threw the car keys to the doorman at the door and walked towards the private room upstairs. Just as Yi Fan walked to the door of the box, a voice came from inside the room. This Yi Fan is really good at pretending. What's the point of everyone being here except him? The person who spoke was Zhang Wei in the class. At the moment he looked unhappy and said with dissatisfaction while looking at the people in front of him. No matter who Yi Fan is, he deserves to be waited for by Wei Gu.
That's right, you have to know that it was all thanks to Wei Gu that the venue for this party was set at Juzianglu. If it weren't for Wei Gu's connections, if you wanted to dine at Juzianglu, you would have to make a reservation 1 month in advance.
Wei Gu, I heard that this room 888 is the private room of the owner of Juzianglu and is not open to the public at all. How did you do it?
Yeah.
Several lackeys beside Zhang Wei echoed at this moment, then looked at Li Wei and asked. My uncle is the general manager of Juzianglu, so I can come whenever I want. As for this private room, it can be easily accommodated.
After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he looked at everyone with a proud look on his face. At the same time, he glanced at Li Xian, who was not far away, with an uncontrollable fiery look in his eyes. Originally, Zhang Wei's family conditions were only above average in school. However, unexpectedly, someone suggested holding the class reunion at Fuxianglu. However, when they thought that Fuxianglu required reservations 1 month in advance, everyone in the class had to give up. Zhang Wei thought of his uncle, who was the general manager of Juzianglu, and hurriedly stepped forward to take on the job. How could he miss this opportunity to show off in front of others? Besides, he has been secretly in love with Li Xian for a long time, and this time he took this opportunity to show off in front of her. Zhang Wei even felt that by taking advantage of this opportunity, he might be able to win the other person's heart. So the scene just now happened.
Feeling Zhang Wei's naked gaze, Li Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust.
At the same time, she looked towards the empty seat in the private room, and several different strange looks flashed in her eyes. Ever since he saw Yi Fan take action to deal with Jiang Shua and others that day, Li Xian felt that the other party was somewhat different from the weak Yi Fan he knew before. She also heard that Yi Fan actually scored full marks in the college entrance examination this time and became the top scorer in the country.
Humph, what's the use of getting full marks in the college entrance examination? What's the use of being able to fight? Don't you still have to work after graduation? In this society, you can't do anything without money.
I prefer sitting in a Mercedes-Benz car to laughing on the back of a bicycle. Thinking of this, Li Xian moved his gaze away from the empty seat, and then started chatting and laughing with the people around him. Outside the door, Yi Fan pushed it open and walked straight in. The people who were originally making noise in the private room didn't pay much attention to Yi Fan's arrival. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, not caring too much. Just as he was about to find a seat to sit down, he saw Xiao Wan waving at him and pointing to the empty seat next to him. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan walked over and sat down, then started chatting with Xiao Wan and several classmates beside him.
Yi Fan, why are you here so late? Is there a traffic jam?
Xiao Wan asked from the side. Hearing the question, Yi Fan was about to answer when an untimely voice came.
Mr. Yi, you wouldn't have come here by bus, right? It makes sense.
Mr. Yi was famous for being thrifty in the past, so he definitely wouldn't be willing to take a taxi.
Ha 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 ha. Following the voice, it turned out to be Zhang Wei. After Zhang Wei finished mocking, he laughed unscrupulously. He must have come by bus, otherwise how could he arrive at this time? Yes, it has to be Wei Gu.
He bought an Audi A8 right after the college entrance examination.
I was so envious. Several lackeys beside Zhang Wei also echoed him at this time. At this moment, the huge private room was divided into 2 parts in an orderly manner.
One part was headed by Zhang Wei and a few others whose families had some money, and the other part was Yi Fan and a few other people sitting there scattered around. Among Yi Fan and his people, except Xiao Wan, whose family was well off, the others all had a common characteristic, that is, their families were all average, and they were often bullied by Zhang Wei and his group in the class.
Chapter 23, Love Brain is Hopeless. The words towards Zhang Wei and his friends were full of sarcasm and ridicule.
Yi Fan just smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart at all. In his eyes, these people at this moment were simply a group of ridiculous clowns, not worthy of his attention or concern at all. Yi Fan chose to ignore such an insignificant little character. However, when Zhang Wei saw Yi Fan ignoring them with such contempt, he suddenly became furious and stood up from his seat.
Just when Zhang Wei was about to attack,
a clear voice came.
Zhang Wei, today is our class reunion, what on earth do you mean?
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and to their surprise, the person who spoke was actually Suing.
Zhang Wei, who was about to explode, could not say anything more after hearing what Suing said, even if he was dissatisfied. He glared at Yi Fan fiercely, then turned to look at Suing and said in a gentle tone. Since squad leader Su has spoken, I will give you this favor today. After saying that, Zhang Wei sat back in his original seat with a reluctant look on his face.
Yi Fan, who had been watching all this coldly, couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he saw Suing actually stand up at this moment. Thinking back carefully, perhaps it was because Suing witnessed the financial strength he displayed with her own eyes at the Shanghai No. 1 Villa District that day. Since then, her attitude towards Yi Fan must have changed quietly. She no longer dared to provoke Yi Fan easily. She even took this opportunity to gain Yi Fan's favor. And it seems that she didn't tell Li Xin about this matter. Seeing that everyone was seated, someone next to Zhang Wei stood up and said, "Classmates, today we should raise a toast to thank Zhang Wei. Without his help, we might still be waiting in line." As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of praise from all around. Viagra is really awesome. That's right, Viagra is still strong enough. Those younger brothers who usually followed Zhang Wei also hurriedly echoed his words. They all praised Zhang Wei highly and praised him to the highest position. Facing the overwhelming praise from the crowd, Zhang Wei enjoyed it very much. Then he waved his hand and said, "Oh, thank you for your praise. As a member of our class, it is only natural for me to help a little." After saying that, his eyes involuntarily drifted towards Li Xin, who was sitting not far away. However, Zhang Wei was surprised to find that Li Xin's gaze was not on him, but was vaguely cast at Yi Fan, who was eating and drinking alone on the other side as if no one was around. This scene made Zhang Wei feel a little confused. Because all along, Li Xin's attitude towards Yi Fan has never been friendly, it can even be said to be quite cold, especially after what happened not long ago. One can feel Li Xin's obvious disdain for Yi Fan. But now, from the look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Fan, Zhang Wei clearly noticed something unusual from the past. Zhang Wei has always looked down upon poor students like Yi Fan. This poor boy doesn't even know his own worth, yet he dares to secretly have a crush on Li Xin. Only I am worthy of pursuing an outstanding person like Li Xin, Yi Fan is not worthy. Zhang Wei looked at Li Xin not far away and said, "Xinshin, the college entrance examination is over. Which university did you apply to? I'll talk to my dad and use his connections to get us into the same university so that we can take care of each other." As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the people around him started to make a noise like a boiling pot. While they were making a noise, they cast their gazes towards Zhang Wei and Li Xin with a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. At this moment, Li Xin, who had become the focus of everyone's attention, spoke calmly. "I applied to Beijing University and Shanghai University." When Zhang Wei heard that Li Xin had applied to these two top universities in the country, he was stunned. You know, his own grades were terrible. It was simply a pipe dream for him to enter such a prestigious school with a score of just over 200 points. However, Zhang Wei did not give up easily. An idea quickly flashed through his mind. "If not, I will go home and beg my grandfather, and ask my family to spend some money and use their connections to get me into the same university as Li Xin." Just when Zhang Wei secretly made up his mind, Xiaowan, who was sitting on the other side, turned her gaze to Yi Fan, who was eating. After hesitating for a moment, she finally mustered up the courage to ask Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, which school do you plan to apply to?" As Xiaowan asked the question, the originally noisy scene became a little quieter, and the eyes of most people present were focused on Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, and everyone is curious and expectant about which university this top student will choose. Facing the burning gazes of the crowd, Yi Fan slowly put down his chopsticks and replied lightly, "Oh, I chose Shanghai University." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. When everyone heard that Yi Fan actually chose Magic City University, they were stunned. In their opinion, Yi Fan would definitely choose one of Peking University and Tsinghua University, but they didn't expect that he would choose Shanghai University. Although Shanghai University is considered a top university, it is still somewhat inferior to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Yi Fan, as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, shouldn't you be able to choose between Tsinghua University and Peking University? Why are you so desperate that you actually chose Magic City University? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked this question. After the voice fell, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Fan, their eyes full of curiosity and confusion. "Shanghai University is close to home." Yi Fan said it casually the next second without any thought. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence, followed by a burst of laughter. Puff. Someone just picked up the cup and took a sip of water, but after hearing Yi Fan's answer, he almost spit out the water in his mouth. The others were also laughing as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. What kind of reason is this? Just because it is close to home, he gave up Tsinghua University and Beijing University and chose Shanghai University?
Is this guy crazy? I think he chose Shanghai University because Li Xin enrolled there. Definitely. Love brain is hopeless. He wasted his only chance to change his fate. Chapter 24 Chapter 23 Yi Fan's Identity. For a while, all kinds of discussions were heard in the private room one after another. Many people shook their heads, expressions of regret showing on their faces, secretly lamenting that Yi Fan was finished. Originally, some people thought that Yi Fan had a great chance of entering Peking University or National Tsinghua University for further studies. They even planned to take advantage of this rare class reunion to make friends with Yi Fan, perhaps gaining some benefits from him in the future. But now that they knew Yi Fan had chosen Magic City University, these people's thoughts instantly disappeared. After all, in the eyes of most people, although Shanghai University is considered good, there is still a big gap compared with Tsinghua University and Peking University. Hearing the endless discussions around him, Yi Fan took out a piece of paper, wiped his mouth, looked around, and said slowly, "I think Dalian might have misunderstood something. The reason why I chose Shanghai University is simply because it is close to home. As for going to the same university as Li Xin, I am not interested." After saying that, he didn't care what others thought and just played with his phone. On the other side, Li Xin, who was originally somewhat proud, suddenly became gloomy and ugly after hearing Yi Fan's words. Who is she, Li Xin? Over the years, there have been at least 50 people pursuing her, if not 100, and her desk is almost full of love letters. He, Yi Fan, was just a top scorer in the college entrance examination, but he actually embarrassed himself in front of so many people. Zhang Wei standing by was also confused. What was going on? Everyone in the class knew that Yi Fan had secretly had a crush on Li Xin, but this time, with such a good opportunity, he slapped the other person hard. Xiao Wan, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly lowered her head slightly. Her snow-white hands pinched the corner of her clothes unconsciously, and she looked a little nervous. After about dozens of seconds, she seemed to have finally mustered up the courage, raised her head and looked at Yi Fan again, then said seriously, I have also applied to Shanghai University, so we can take care of each other when the time comes." After saying this, Xiao Wan couldn't help but blush. "Yeah, no problem." At this time, there was a knock on the door, and then a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in with a waiter. The waiter was holding a bottle of exquisitely packaged red wine. Seeing the middle-aged man coming in, Zhang Wei quickly stood up and shouted, "Uncle, why are you here?" It turned out that the visitor was Zhang Wei's uncle, Xiao Xiaojun, the general manager of Jianglu. "Well, you are having a class reunion here, so your uncle will send you a bottle of wine to liven up the atmosphere." Hearing this, Zhang Wei instantly felt his face glowing and he looked even more proud. "Is this the 2009 vintage of Chateau Margaux in France? I remember this bottle costing 18,000 yuan. What, this bottle of wine costs more than 10,000? Someone in the class was quite interested in red wine, so when he saw the red wine in the waiter's hand, he recognized it immediately and then exclaimed, "Well, I didn't expect this student to have deep knowledge of red wine." "That's right, this bottle of wine is just as the classmate said." As Xiao Wei's classmates, giving everyone a bottle of wine is nothing to thank them for their help to Xiao Wei. As the general manager of Jianglu, Xiao Xiaojun has become a shrewd man after so many years of hard work. Of course he knows that kids of Zhang Wei's age care most about face, so he brought his people here. "Thanks Viagra, long live Viagra. I was lucky enough to have Viagra today. Normally I wouldn't be willing to drink such expensive red wine." That is. Zhang Wei, who was surrounded by everyone like a star, was even more proud at this moment. He glanced at Yi Fan from the corner of his eye, with a hint of contempt and ridicule on his lips, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Yi Fan, why don't you try it? I guess you will never have the chance to taste such a precious red wine in your life? Ha 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 ha." After saying that, he deliberately let out a series of shrill laughs, as if he wanted to step on Yi Fan hard under his feet. When Xiao Xiaojun heard Zhang Wei's words, he realized that this Yi Fan must be at odds with his nephew. As an uncle, he must help his nephew vent his anger. Just as Xiao Xiaojun was about to take action, he heard Zhang Wei calling out Yi Fan's name. His brows frowned slightly involuntarily. Because this name reminded him of the person who had just appeared at Jianglu. Could it be such a coincidence? But soon, Xiao Xiaojun comforted himself. There are countless people with the same name and surname in the world. I guess this is just a coincidence. With this thought in mind, Xiao Xiaojun looked in the direction Zhang Wei was looking. But just this one glance made him feel as if he was struck by lightning, and he stood still on the spot.
A second ago, he still had that arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't even take the student's presence seriously. But just a second later, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, like a frightened mouse seeing a ferocious cat.
Xia Xiaojun's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he stammered. "Chairman, why are you here?"
While speaking, he hurriedly stretched out his right hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat that continued to seep out of his forehead, secretly groaning in his heart.
How could I have discovered the good things Manager Xia did if I hadn't come?
At this moment Yifan folded his hands, looked at Xia Xiaojun casually, and said with some playfulness. On the side, the crowd who were originally preparing to watch the show were all stunned when they saw the scene before them.
Chairman? If I heard correctly, Zhang Wei's uncle called Yifan the chairman? Yeah, I just heard it. Isn't Zhang Wei's uncle the general manager of Juzianglu? Then isn't the chairman he mentioned the boss of Juzianglu? What? Yifan is the boss of Juzianglu? How is that possible? Yes, with Yifan's family background, how could he be the owner of Juzianglu?
At this moment, many people around started talking about it. At this time, Zhang Wei stood up and said to Xia Xiaojun,
Uncle, Yifan is just a poor student, how could he be the boss of Juzianglu? Is there any misunderstanding? Snap.
However, before Zhang Wei could finish his words, Xia Xiaojun slapped him directly, and then a loud slapping sound was heard in the private room.
Zhang Wei covered his face and looked at the other person in disbelief.
Chairman, Zhang Wei is ignorant, please forgive me. Xia Xiaojun looked at Yifan and said in a trembling tone.
Zhang Wei, I don't care too much about it. But I remember that this private room is not open to the public. You have a lot of power, Xia Xiaojun.
Yifan looked at Xia Xiaojun without any emotion in his eyes and said coldly.
Chairman, I.
Faced with the questioning, Xia Xiaojun opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain for a long time.
No need to explain. Go to the finance department tomorrow to collect your salary. You don't need to come here anymore.
After saying that, he stood up and left the room without caring what the other party thought. Seeing Yifan leave, the rest of the people hurriedly followed him out. After all this commotion, no one was in the mood to continue eating.
Chapter 25, Chapter 24, I'm waiting for you.
Downstairs, Yifan just stepped out of the door. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard from behind, followed by a beautiful figure chasing out. The other party raised his head slightly, with a hint of anxiety on his delicate face. His eyes were fixed on Yifan, and he said softly,
Yifan, can we talk?
The voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of flattery in the tone. Hearing the voice, Yifan turned around and looked behind him with deep eyes. When he saw that the person coming was Li Xin, his brows frowned slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. It turned out that after learning that Yifan was the owner of Juzianglu, Li Xin secretly made up his mind that he must catch this big fish, Yifan. Therefore, when she saw Yifan turn around and leave, she immediately chased after him without hesitation. You know, Juzianglu is one of the most prosperous and lively restaurants in the whole Jiangqing city. It has a constant stream of guests every day and its business is extremely good. It is estimated that its market value is as high as 400 to 500 million.
Faced with such huge wealth and opportunities, how could Li Xin let it go easily?
However, Yifan just glanced at her indifferently and replied expressionlessly.
Sorry, no time.
After saying that, he didn't even stop for a moment and walked straight to the side with big strides, as if Li Xin didn't exist at all. Li Xin was left standing there blankly, his face full of shock and disbelief, and for a moment he was at a loss as to what to do.
This is completely different from what Li Xin had expected.
She was originally full of confidence that as long as she used some tricks, Yifan would definitely take the bait. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow, and the development of things completely deviated from the track she had imagined. At this moment, most of the students upstairs had already come downstairs one after another. Their eyes all turned to Yifan at the same time, and the expressions in these people's eyes changed dramatically in an instant. The look that was once full of contempt and disdain had long since disappeared without a trace, replaced by an indescribable curiosity and surprise. Seeing Li Xin standing there in a daze, Suing couldn't help but shook her head inside. When she saw Li Xin was the first to chase after him, she had already expected that her best friend might run into trouble. After all, she had humiliated Yifan in public that day. How could she regret it now? Then she walked quickly to Yifan, with a faint smile on her face, and said softly, Yifan, I remember you haven't bought a car yet? How about I take you back? However, Yifan did not even think about it, and answered without hesitation.
No, thank you.
His tone was calm and firm, and he was not shaken at all by Su Ying's initiative to show goodwill. After saying this, Yifan turned and walked to the side, leaving everyone standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. Then he pressed the car key in his hand, and the lights of the Lamborghini Veneno next to him lit up, and the cool scissor doors slowly opened.
Damn, this car belongs to Yifan.
When I came down, I saw the car and wondered whose it was.
Isn't this the Lamborghini Veneno that appeared in the city center a few days ago?
I heard it's worth 40 to 50 million.
Damn, it's so expensive.
I didn't expect Yifan to be so hidden. He is actually a top-rich second generation. It seems that he had been deliberately hiding his identity before and came to experience life.
Well, Li Xin should be regretting it now.
Of course, Yifan liked her so much before, but she humiliated him in public.
It's ridiculous to think about it.
Without paying attention to the crowd, Yifan got into the car directly. At this time, the window of the driver's seat slowly lowered. Yifan stuck his head out and said to the crowd,
Xiaowan, I remember that your home seems to be near Iha City. Let me give you a ride. It's on my way.
Hearing this, Xiaowan, who was originally feeling a little lost in the crowd, smiled again, then quickly stepped forward, opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. Seeing that Xiaowan actually got into Yifan's car, the other girls present showed envious eyes, especially Li Xian and Su Ying. The envy in their eyes was almost overflowing. After Xiaowan got in the car, Yifan stepped on the accelerator and disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, Li Xian stood there in a daze, stomped his feet angrily, and then looked at the sports car that disappeared in the street.
Humph, Yifan, you can't run away.
A few minutes later, after Yifan sent Xiaowan to the destination, he drove directly back to the villa. Lying on the sofa, Yifan played games all night long. It was not until dawn that he felt sleepy and fell asleep. He slept very soundly until noon the next day, when a sudden phone call woke Yifan up from his sweet dream. He opened his eyes drowsily, rubbed his sleepy eyes with his hands, and fumbled for his cell phone.
Hello.
Yifan responded vaguely.
Hello, are you Yifan?
A clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone.
Yes, I am. I am a teacher from the admissions office of Shanghai University. I would like to ask if you are interested in our school?
The other party spoke straight to the point. Hearing the other party introduce himself, Yifan smiled in his heart, knowing that he was the one being waited for. I am quite interested in Shanghai University, but I am a lazy person and don't like being too restricted.
The person opposite instantly became alert after hearing Yifan's words.
As for Yifan, the top student in the country with full marks, the school leaders asked her to recruit him into the school at all costs.
Originally, she didn't expect Yifan to agree.
After all, the foundation of Shanghai University was indeed not as good as that of Peking University and Tsinghua University, so she made this call just symbolically.
But no one expected that Yifan would actually express interest in Magic City University.
As for what Yifan said later, she didn't take it to heart at all.
It's a joke. He scored full marks in the college entrance examination. What's wrong with having some requests?
As long as she can trick Yifan into entering Magic City University, she will have accomplished a great feat, and she will definitely be able to enter the management level during the year-end evaluation. Thinking of this, she said hurriedly,
Student Yifan, I didn't expect that you would be so interested in our school.
Don't worry, as long as you come to our school, you can choose whatever major you want and take as many classes a week as you want.
The school will never interfere with you.
Hearing what the other party said, Yifan nodded.
That would be convenient.
After all, he now has the system, and it is impossible for him to stay in school throughout his college years, so he said that.
Okay, then thank you all the school leaders.
Don't worry, I will report on time. The person on the other side heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, but then she couldn't help but complain in her heart, because in the past, it was others who called her and asked for help from connections to get her into Shanghai University.
But now I am asking someone else to come, which is quite dramatic.
But who can blame him for being the top scorer in the country, and the only one with a perfect score?
Chapter 26, Chapter 25, The first day of school. It's the end of August, and it's hot in Shanghai. The first day of school at Magic University.
As one of the top universities in the country, Shanghai University has become a bustling scene at the school gate at this moment. Here gathers many talented people from all corners of the world, who are about to start a new chapter in their lives with their dreams and aspirations. Among the crowd, some girls were dressed fashionably and beautifully, wearing cool short skirts or shorts, revealing their slender and white legs, with exquisite makeup, exuding charming charm. Some boys were sent here by luxury cars. They had arrogant looks in their eyes and their every move and gesture showed the demeanor of rich kids. Of course, there are also some people who are dressed simply, carrying heavy luggage alone, standing there a little stiffly, but their eyes also sparkle with anticipation for future university life. At this moment, a deafening roar of a car suddenly sounded, coming quickly from far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a brand new, shiny Audi RS7 speeding towards the school and parked steadily in front of the school gate. Joey, dressed in trendy branded clothes, got out of the car with great confidence, and then walked towards the shed in charge of admissions not far away. Along the way, the eyes of the classmates around me followed me everywhere, with envy, jealousy and curiosity. However, Joey was already accustomed to these things. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he exuded a sense of superiority. "Are you reporting here in a luxury car? You are indeed a big shot. This car alone is worth 2 million, it seems he is another rich second generation." Listening to the sounds constantly coming to his ears, Joey's expression became even more proud. "Yao Yao, look, that person is walking towards us." The person who spoke was Chao Cece, a sophomore who was welcoming the new students. The other girl next to her was named Su Yao. Because she had to welcome new students today, Su Yao got up early and put on delicate makeup, making her already beautiful face even more bright and charming. She was wearing a fitted tight shirt that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her straight and slender legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings with letters on them, exuding a charming charm that made people unable to take their eyes off her. At this moment, Su Yao clearly felt the fiery gazes from all around her, which filled her heart with joy and satisfaction. After all, who doesn't like being the center of attention? She thoroughly enjoyed the attention. "Yao Yao, I just searched it, his car is worth more than 2 million, and judging by the license plate, he should be a local of Shanghai." After saying this, Xiao Cece looked at Su Yao who was standing beside her. Hearing what Xiao Cece said, Su Yao also turned her head to look, not for anything else, she just wanted to see what the other person looked like. After all, if he can drive a sports car worth 2 million right after school starts, his family must be well off. If he looks a little handsome, you might try to get in touch with him. Not only her, but some girls around her also became interested at this moment. Even Xiao Cece next to her was a little moved at the moment. Although he has some money, he is ugly and likes to show off. "I don't like him." After seeing the extremely arrogant Joey, Su Yao said lightly, then looked away and lost interest. "Yao Yao, if you are not interested, then I will do it." Hearing Su Yao's words, Xiao Cece couldn't help but feel happy. After all, if Su Yao wanted to make a move, she would have no chance at all. Although she was good looking, she could not compare with Su Yao at all. "Senior Su Yao, could you please take me to complete the admission procedures?" Joey walked up to Su Yao, smiled and said, "I think he's very handsome. Are you majoring in Chinese?" Although Su Yao didn't like Joey very much in her heart, she still spoke very politely on the surface. "No, I'm from the sports department." Hearing the question, Joey was stunned for a moment and answered without thinking too much. "Sorry, Junior, the registration office for the Department of Physical Education is not here, this is the Chinese department." Su Yao replied directly. "Senior Su Yao, I came to this school because of you." Joey was not ready to give up, and continued talking while looking at Su Yao. "Damn, he actually applied to our school just for Su Yao. It's not surprising, this is the fourth one, after all, Su Yao is the beauty of the Chinese department of our school. As expected, if you have money you can do whatever you want. Going to college is like playing. Junior, Yao Yao is not free, let me take you there." Xiao Cece spoke up from the side, looking at Joey with an ambiguous look. "Thank you for your kindness, but I still want senior sister Su Yao to take me there." "Senior Su Yao, I don't think there is anyone in this school who is more suitable for you than me." After saying that, Joey looked at Su Yao in front of him with aggressive eyes, wishing he could see through her clothes. "I'm sorry, Junior, I have no plans to fall in love during my 4 years in college." Feeling Joey's naked gaze, Su Yao's eyes flashed with disgust, and then she spoke. At this time, some people who were watching the fun shouted, "Hey, before you, there was a guy driving a Porsche 911 who was rejected, what's so great about you driving an Audi RS7? Even senior Su Yao rejected you, and you still don't know what's good for you. To the best senior sister." Countless voices were heard around at once. After all, they didn't want to see their favorite objects being taken away by capital. Listening to the endless booing around him, Zhou Yi's face became gloomy. Just as he was about to explode, he heard a loud roar.
Boom, boom, boom.
The roar of a mechanical beast came from far away. Immediately afterwards, an extremely cool Lamborghini came roaring over and did a beautiful drift, stopping directly in front of the school gate. At this moment, Yifan was driving the Lamborghini Veneno with one hand, and a voice came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reporting in.
System reward, ownership of Taiku Commercial Street. Can this also trigger a reward?
Yifan was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Yifan had heard of Taiku Commercial Street. It was one of the most prosperous commercial streets in Shanghai. It was said that the annual rent for any store on this commercial street was as high as millions. Now he owns the entire commercial street, which is said to be worth tens of billions of dollars.
Oh shit, poison? Who the hell drives a sports car worth tens of millions to school? Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? Did you see the license plate? 88888, this is definitely a top-notch Shanghai Young. Looking at the cool sports car in front of them, many people exclaimed.
If Joey's RS7 is considered good, then it is nothing compared to Yifan's Lamborghini Venezia.
There is no comparison at all.
Most of the people present had envy in their eyes, and their eyes were fixed on the cool sports car not far away.
Chapter 27, Chapter 26, causing a sensation. A completely black Lamborghini was parked at the entrance of the Magic City. Its already cool appearance became even more eye-catching under the sunlight. Everyone's attention was attracted by the Lamborghini, especially 3 or 4 good-looking girls, whose eyes sparkled, wondering whether they should ask for the supercar owner's contact information. The sports car's scissor door slowly opened, and Yifan got out of the car. He looked up at the powerful words Magic City University above his head, and took a deep breath. This feels so good. More than a month has passed since the college entrance examination. During this period, Yifan basically stayed in the villa except for occasionally going out. Cece, what kind of car is this? It looks much better than the one just now.
Joey, who was standing by, almost vomited blood when he heard this.
Since when did RS7 need to feel inferior?
But when he thought that the car he was being compared to was the Lamborghini Veneno, Joey felt a lot better. That's the Lamborghini Veneno, one of the top 10 luxury cars, worth as much as 40 or 50 million yuan, which is definitely much better than my second-hand RS7. Not only is the car expensive, but the leopard license plate of his car, Shanghai A88888, is even more complicated.
You can't get it just by having money.
It seems that the other party is likely to be the eldest son of a certain family.
Can't afford to offend. Joey muttered to himself.
I don't know either, but I heard from them that it was some kind of Lamborghini drug, worth 400 or 500 million.
Anyway, it must be very expensive.
Chen Cece said from the side, while looking straight at the supercar not far away, and had already forgotten about Joey in front of her. When they saw Yifan getting off the bus, their eyes immediately became hot. The girls around him tried their best to control themselves, fearing that they would rush up to him like crazy in the next second. They have seen many rich people, but this is the first time they have seen someone who is rich, handsome, and so young.
So handsome.
This is the legendary tall, rich, and handsome man.
Mom, I'm in love. Is he a celebrity? He looks so familiar to me.
Yes, it looks familiar to me, wait. The other person hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly took out his cell phone from his bag. I saw her swiping the screen quickly, as if searching for some information.
10 seconds later, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd.
Oh my god, he is Yifan, the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination. I was wondering why he looked familiar. This discovery was like a bombshell, instantly causing a stir among the crowd. Wow, not only is he handsome, his family is also so rich, and his academic performance is so excellent, which simply leaves no room for others to survive. The girls around were whispering to each other, and the discussions were one after another. Their eyes were fixed on Yifan, who had just got off the car. Their eyes were shining with admiration and appreciation, and their favorability towards him soared to max in an instant. Su Yao, who was standing aside, was also looking Yifan up and down calmly. He was wearing a white shirt and a simple pair of black casual pants. Although it is difficult to identify the specific brand from the style and appearance of the clothes, with Su Yao's vision, she can tell at a glance that the materials of these clothes must belong to high-end custom luxury brands. Moreover, this outfit perfectly sets off Yifan's already slender and tall figure, making him look even more perfect, elegant, and energetic. Coupled with Yifan's handsome face, the whole person exudes an irresistible charm.
It's full of youthfulness. Some people couldn't help but sigh.
It would be a shame if this guy doesn't become the school idol.
Another girl echoed.
Just when this group of girls were drooling over Yifan, suddenly a few senior schoolmates dressed very coolly and sexy walked straight towards him.
Junior, what is your major? I will take you there to register for admission. Are you hot, Junior? This is the milk tea that I bought for you. Junior, where is your dormitory? Let me help you carry your luggage over. I'm sending it. I'm wearing hay silk. I'm sending it.
Seeing the scene in front of him, even Yifan felt a little ashamed at the moment, and didn't know what to do for a moment. Just then, a pleasant voice was heard, and before the person arrived, Yifan smelled a refreshing scent of perfume.
Junior, what major are you studying? Do you want me to take you there? The school is so big, it's easy to get lost.
At this moment Suyao squeezed in, stood in front of Yifan and spoke gently. Joey, who was not far away, looked extremely upset when he saw Suyao, who was like two different people before and after. But when he thought of the other party's sports car worth up to 40 or 50 million yuan and the license plate with the leopard number, Joey was like a deflated ball and dared not have any other ideas. Looking at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yifan took a closer look. Although the other party was wearing makeup, it was obvious that her foundation was definitely not bad, and was much better than those people around her who were wearing rouge and powder. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then after staying on her silky legs for a few seconds, he said with a smile.
I am a senior student in the Department of Economics. I happen to be going there, I'll take you there.
Hearing Yifan's words, Suyao responded quickly without any hesitation, and then reached out to take the suitcase from Yifan's hand. Seeing Yifan being entertained by the beautiful senior schoolmate, she not only took the initiative to help carry the suitcase, but also went out of her way to buy her a cup of milk tea. At this moment, at the registration office at the entrance of Magic City University, all the male compatriots hated Yifan to the core.
This gap is ridiculously huge.
Look at other people as college life, surrounded by beautiful women and luxury cars. Let us look at the 18-year-olds in this group, those local students from Shanghai who come from slightly better off families, and perhaps some of them are picked up and dropped off to school by their BBA parents at home.
But what about those whose family conditions are poorer? All they can do is squeeze into the overcrowded bus or subway. However, the school year has just begun and such a stark gap between the rich and the poor is already evident. Everyone watched Yifan and Suyao walk further and further away until they disappeared. Only then did they come to their senses, and for a moment, all kinds of exclamations rang out one after another. Some people couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too rich, there is no humanity at all." Another said with envy, "It's great to have money, you can enjoy life as you please." There was another guy beating his chest and stamping his feet, wailing, "My white moonlight was snatched away like this, I am so heartbroken that I am crying bitterly. Oh, if I could be like him, handsome and rich, how great it would be." Finally, someone said helplessly, "Stop daydreaming, let's think about who to order dinner at tonight."
At the same time, on the other side, Suyao took Yifan to complete all the admission procedures smoothly and easily, and then took him to the freshman dormitory building without stopping. When they arrived at the boys' dormitory, they found that the other three roommates had already arrived earlier and were busy making their beds.
Chapter 28, Chapter 27. I'll treat you to dinner some other day.
At this moment, the other three stood blankly in the dormitory, staring in amazement at the senior sister who was busy making the bed for Yifan, as if time had frozen at this moment.
Suyao skillfully and methodically unfolded the quilt, carefully smoothing out every corner. After finishing making the bed, Suyao did not stop, and immediately helped Yifan to organize his clothes skillfully. As for Yifan, he stood quietly by the side, watching Suyao's every move. To be precise, his eyes were more focused on Suyao's graceful figure. The pair of long and straight beautiful legs were wrapped in black lettered stockings and wearing a pair of small white shoes, which made her look both fashionable and sexy. Coupled with her youthful and energetic outfit, her hot and passionate temperament comes across. The senior sister's skin, as white as snow, is as soft and delicate as mutton fat jade, her slender waist can be held in one hand, and her exquisite facial features together form a stunning face. Such outstanding appearance made her the well-deserved beauty of the Chinese department. However, now this beautiful senior girl, who usually looks high and mighty and is out of reach of countless boys, is willing to make beds and pack luggage for others here. The other three people in the dormitory looked at what was happening before their eyes and couldn't believe their eyes.
They could never have imagined that Suyao, who was always so aloof, would actually do such a thing. If this matter were to be known by other boys in the school, Yifan would probably become the target of public criticism and be condemned and criticized by everyone. After all, being able to receive such special care from the most beautiful senior in the department is really something that makes people envious and jealous.
Man, you're awesome. I won the senior girl on the first day of school. My role model.
The three of them gave Yifan a thumbs up and then said enviously. Hearing the discussions of the three people behind her, Suyao's cheeks became slightly hot and a little embarrassed, but she did not explain. Yifan naturally heard it, but since Suyao didn't explain, he was too lazy to waste his breath and just smiled at the three of them.
It didn't take long for Suyao to put everything in order.
She gently wiped away the fine beads of sweat that oozed from her forehead. After a short rest, Suyao began to ponder in her heart. Since I have worked so hard to organize it, that handsome junior will definitely praise me and may even ask for my contact information. Thinking of this, Suyao's heartbeat accelerated, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. At this moment in the dormitory, Suyao raised her head slightly and looked at Yifan, who was standing beside her, her eyes full of eager anticipation. And as smart as Yifan is, he naturally understood the meaning of Suyao's eyes at once. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a charming smile, and then he said in a magnetic voice,
"Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely treat you to a meal some other day."
However, this sentence made Suyao, who was full of expectations, stunned for a moment.
How come this is completely different from what I imagined? I work so hard, running around until I'm out of breath, but all I get is a casual request to treat you to dinner another day? This is too insincere. Moreover, he wanted to treat me to a meal without even asking for my contact information. Is he trying to treat the heir to a meal? This damn guy is a big liar. Suyao became more and more angry the more she thought about it, and couldn't help but said coquettishly, "Junior, let us add each other on WeChat so that if you encounter any problems you don't understand in the future, you can always ask me." After saying that, she blinked her big watery eyes and stared straight at Yifan, hoping that he would agree to her request immediately. Hearing Suyao's words, Yifan's mouth corners slightly raised again, revealing an elusive smile. "You little brat, try to play tricks on me. Keep it simple, speak in a simpler and more direct way." When Yifan had no money before, he hated gold diggers from the bottom of his heart. However, Yifan doesn't think so now. In fact, he just wants to make his life more comfortable. How can this be considered a mistake? Besides, I have money and she is beautiful, so it's a good opportunity for both of us to help each other. How wonderful. Good. Just like that, after the two added each other's contact information, Suyao happily walked out of the boys' dormitory. At this moment, Yifan and his three roommates were the only ones left in the dormitory. At this time, the other three people stopped what they were doing at the same time and stared at Yifan. Seeing them like this, Yifan understood in his heart that they wanted to ask me for advice and experience. At this moment, Yifan also began to look carefully at the three people standing in front of him. The boy who was closest to Yifan had a skin as dark as if covered with a layer of soot. He was quite tall, but as thin as a stick. The other guy is so stylish. Not only is her hair dyed a bright color, but she also wears all branded clothes. As for the last one, he is a fat man wearing thick glasses. Judging from the cute anime girls stuck on his bed, he should be a senior 2D fan. Brother, you are awesome. You succeeded in winning the senior girl right after arriving at school. Come on, share your experience with us. The dark-skinned and thin boy said this with envy on his face. He spoke Mandarin with a strong Shaanxi accent, which sounded particularly interesting. Yifan smiled and said, "This kind of thing can only be understood but not expressed in words." In fact, he felt helpless. What special skills could he teach? You can't ask these brothers to drive a supercar to school on the first day like him. Awesome. I think you might be able to get it in 2 days. The chubby boy next to them started to make a fuss. That's right. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Why is there such a big gap between us, even though we are all freshmen? Another boy who was dressed fashionably and looked quite Western also came over to make a joke. At this time, the dark and thin boy introduced himself with a smile. My name is Zhao Dasua, and I come from a rural area in Shaanxi. Please take care of me in the future. As he spoke, his local accent made people want to laugh. Then, Li Junjie, who had dyed yellow hair, spoke up. My name is Li Junjie, a native of Shanghai. My family conditions are pretty good. From the way he is dressed, we can tell that he does come from a well-off family.
Finally, the fat boy touched his round belly and said with a smile, "You can just call me Sharpay, you're welcome." After everyone introduced themselves, the distance between them suddenly shortened a lot, and they started chatting at once. Before they knew it, they had become very familiar with each other.
Chapter 29, Chapter 28, Acquisition of Commercial Street. After everything was settled in the dormitory, Yifan went downstairs and successfully arranged parking on campus.
Then, Yifan got into the Lamborghini Veneno, stepped on the accelerator, and drove in another direction. It turned out that Yifan was preparing to go to Taiku Commercial Street to start the acquisition procedures. Yifan, who had left the campus, was now skillfully controlling the steering wheel with one hand. The Lamborghini Veneno was like a roaring beast, speeding through the wide streets at lightning speed. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by, and caused exclamations and commotion wherever it went. Although Shanghai is a prosperous city with luxury cars everywhere, top-of-the-line supercars like this one, which are worth up to 40 or 50 million yuan, are still extremely rare. Just as Yifan was driving and waiting for the traffic light, a crisp WeChat notification sound suddenly came.
He picked up his phone and found that it was a message from Su Yao. "Junior, do you want to have dinner together tonight?"
The message was followed by a picture. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was Su Yao's slender and long legs. Seeing this message, Yifan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. How could I refuse this beautiful senior sister who came right to my door? So he replied quickly without any hesitation. "Okay." Then, Yifan tapped the screen and opened the specific location sent by Su Yao. What he didn't expect was that this location happened to be on Taiku Commercial Street. At this time, the atmosphere in an office in Taiku Commercial Street seemed somewhat unusual. General Manager Wang Duxiang became extremely nervous when he learned that the new boss was coming to inspect. He knew very well that this inspection was of great significance to him, so he led a group of employees to wait in the parking lot early in the morning. Everyone stood straight, their eyes fixed on the entrance, anticipation gleaming on everyone's face. Wang Duxiang looked at his watch from time to time, then looked up into the distance, muttering to himself, "Why hasn't the new boss come yet?" Although the waiting time was not long, it seemed as long as a year to him. Everyone is in high spirits. The boss is coming soon. We must show our best side. Wang Duxiang spoke to the employees behind him with a serious face, his voice echoing in the empty parking lot. Then he added, "Anyone who fails at this critical moment will forget about continuing to work here, do you hear me?" The employees nodded in agreement. In fact, Wang Duxiang has served as the general manager of Taiku Street for more than 10 years and can be said to be experienced and skilled in his work. However, just yesterday, a wealthy man appeared without warning and directly acquired 100% of the entire commercial street. What is even more surprising is that, judging from the acquisition information, the rich man is actually a young man under the age of 20. With such strong financial resources at such a young age, he must have a huge family support behind him. At this time, a sweet and lovely girl couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked Wang Duxiang softly, "Manager, what kind of person do you think this new boss will be?" Wang Duxiang shook his head slightly and replied with a wry smile, "To be honest, I have never seen this before. This incident happened too suddenly. I only received a call from the other party and learned that the new boss was coming to inspect today." After saying that, he looked into the distance again, silently praying that everything would go well. In this way, Wang Duxiang led everyone to stand quietly in place and wait patiently for a few minutes. Time passed by minute, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the entrance to the parking lot. Finally, a low and shocking engine roar came from far away, breaking the brief silence at the scene. As the sound became louder and louder, a Lamborghini Veneno with extremely cool and sleek lines rushed in like lightning and stopped steadily in the center of the parking lot. "Everyone, please pay attention. The person sitting in the car is most likely our boss." As soon as Wang Duxiang saw this unique and valuable luxury sports car, he was instantly filled with excitement. With years of experience in the workplace and keen intuition, he can almost conclude that the person who gets out of such a top luxury car is most likely the mysterious boss. Thinking of this, he quickly straightened his slightly bent back, and at the same time gently straightened his slightly messy collar with his hand. Seeing that the Lamborghini Veneno slowly slowed down and finally stopped steadily, Wang Duxiang did not dare to delay at all. He hurried forward, led a group of staff who had been waiting for a long time behind him, and walked towards the car with a smile on his face. At this moment, a slight mechanical sound was heard, and the extremely cool scissor doors opened upwards gracefully like butterfly wings. Then, a tall and young figure with extraordinary temperament appeared in front of everyone. Wang Daxiang found that the young man in front of him had a handsome face, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his every move exuded an innate confidence and majesty.
Hello. Wang Daxiang walked forward quickly, with a flattering smile on his face, and asked cautiously. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi?
Upon hearing this, Yifan turned his head slightly, casually glanced at the seemingly honest middle-aged man in front of him, then nodded slightly to show his agreement.
Hello, Chairman.
After receiving a positive answer, Wang Daxian was so excited that he couldn't help but raise his voice a few decibels.
I am the general manager of Taiku Commercial Street. I am very honored to welcome you here.
After saying that, he quickly turned around and waved his hand to the group of Commercial Street employees who followed him, signaling everyone to bow to Yifan together. As a result, all the people present bent down in unison and shouted in unison.
Welcome the chairman to come and give us guidance.
I saw that many female employees were staring at Yifan, unwilling to take their eyes off him for a moment, and their eyes were full of passion.
This is no wonder.
After all, a handsome and wealthy man like Yifan is standing right in front of you. Anyone who sees him will probably have their heartbeat quickened and find it difficult to control themselves. Some female employees have even begun to uncontrollably imagine various romantic scenes and plots in their minds, such as the dramatic and sweet love story between a domineering president and Cinderella. At this moment, Yifan smiled and greeted everyone.
Hello everyone, let's focus on our work first. Wang Daxian, please take me to the commercial street.
This bustling and lively Taiku commercial street already belongs to him, so naturally he has to go and take a look.
Hearing Yifan's instructions, Wang Daxian hurriedly nodded respectfully and said, Okay, boss, please follow me. After saying that, he led Yifan to the elevator. After entering the elevator, as the elevator door slowly closed, the two of them rose together towards the ground where the commercial street was located. However, when Yifan actually arrived at Taiku Commercial Street, he found that it was too large and vast. After just a quick look around, Yifan went to the office located in the core area of the commercial street. Chapter 30 Chapter 29 It turns out to be my sister-in-law.
Mr. Yi, please taste this freshly brewed fine tea. A tall and elegant female employee smiled and gently placed a cup of fragrant tea in front of Yifan. At the same time, Wang Daxiang, who was standing aside, was respectfully reporting his recent work situation to Yifan. Mr. Yi, the rent for Taiku Commercial Street this month has been collected successfully. After that, he quickly pulled out a detailed financial statement from the folder and carefully handed it to Yifan, then added.
The total amount is 600 million. Please review it personally.
Although Yifan has always been paying attention to and understanding the Taiku Commercial Street under his own name, when he actually saw the long list of eye-catching numbers on this report with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel an irrepressible excitement in his heart. In just 1 month, we were able to earn such a huge rental income of 600 million yuan.
If we continue at this pace, wouldn't it be easy to earn more than 7 billion yuan a year?
Thinking of this, Yifan felt a strong sense of satisfaction instantly surge into his heart. This wonderful feeling of continuously obtaining wealth can probably only be described by a simple but extremely appropriate word.
Cool.
Mr. Yi, I will immediately arrange for the finance department to transfer all the income for this month directly to the bank account you designated. Hearing this, Yifan showed a very satisfied smile on his face and nodded slightly to show his approval. Although the system had previously rewarded him with luxurious villas, cool sports cars and other generous rewards, the balance in his personal bank card at this moment was actually only a little over 1 million. Therefore, with this huge sum of 600 million yuan about to be successfully deposited into the account, Yifan naturally does not need to worry too much about funds.
Mr. Yi, do you have any other instructions?
No, go get busy. You will still be in charge of the commercial street in the future, just like before, nothing changes.
Wang Daxian finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and said excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
With Yifan's words, it means that his position as general manager is secure.
Mr. Yi, if you have time later, I would like to invite you to dinner.
Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head and then said.
I have an appointment. Let us do it another day. After walking out of the office, Yifan took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot.
As soon as he got in the car, Yifan received a bank transfer reminder. It turned out that the 600 million yuan in rent had arrived. Looking at the long string of balance, a smile appeared on Yifan's face. Then, Yifan opened the car door with quick movements and got into the extremely cool Lamborghini Veneno. He stepped on the accelerator, and with a low and shocking roar from the engine, the sports car rushed out like an arrow and headed towards the direction of Magic City University. Not long after, Yifan drove the Lamborghini Veneno back to the gate of Magic City University. From a distance, he saw Suyao standing on the side of the road. Suyao was obviously dressed up carefully today. A beige skirt perfectly wrapped her graceful figure, and made her snow-white skin even more crystal clear. That pair of slender and straight legs is even more eye-catching, as if they were specially carved by the creator. The pair of riveted high heels on her feet add a bit of fashion and sexiness, making the whole person look pure and charming. At this moment, the school gate is bustling with people coming and going. Many people passing by were attracted by Suyao's beauty. They stopped and turned their heads to admire this beauty who looked like a fairy from heaven. However, they just stood there and watched, and no one had the courage to approach and talk to him. After all, a beauty as outstanding as Suyao really makes people feel ashamed of themselves. Just as Yifan was about to drive the car directly to Suyao, he saw a silver Mercedes-Benz AMG take the lead and stop steadily in front of Suyao. As the car window slowly rolled down, a slightly younger face was revealed. This person was Xia Jinwei. He was smiling and his eyes were fixed on Suyao, who was standing on the side of the road. He did not hide the greed in his eyes. "Senior Suyao, where are you going?" "I'll take you there." "No, my boyfriend will pick me up soon." After taking a look at the other party, Suyao directly refused and then looked around. Xia Jinwei was rejected by Suyao, but he was not angry. He continued to lick his face and said, "Senior sister, please don't lie to me. I inquired before coming here and you don't have a boyfriend at all." "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. It's so hot outside and the air conditioner is on in the car, so it's very cool. Get in the car and I'll take you there." Having said that, Xia Jinwei got out of the car and walked in front of Suyao, and opened the passenger door. It seemed that if Suyao didn't get in the car today, he would stay there and not leave. Suyao looked at the extremely difficult guy in front of her, frowned, and took a few steps forward. However, what she never expected was that the man named Xia Jinwei actually parked the car in front of her again. Just when Suyao was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from behind, getting closer and closer. The roar was like the roar of a wild beast, echoing throughout the entire street. Hearing this sudden sound, Suyao's originally tense face instantly relaxed like a blooming spring flower. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile of joy that was difficult to conceal. "My junior finally arrived." Xia Jinwei, who was sitting in the car, felt puzzled by all this. Full of doubts, he subconsciously stuck his head out and looked behind him. Immediately afterwards, an extremely cool Lamborghini Veneno came speeding towards him and finally stopped steadily behind his car. This Lamborghini Veneno has smooth and sharp body lines, shining with dazzling light, especially the iconic license plate Shanghai 88888, which is even more eye-catching. Looking at the super sports car and the eye-catching license plate in front of him, Xia Jinwei couldn't help but recall what Suyao had mentioned before about her boyfriend. Could it be that the owner of this luxury car is the boyfriend that Suyao mentioned? Thinking of this, Xia Jinwei felt a chill running up his spine, and a layer of fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Although his family was relatively well off and his parents had generously bought him a Mercedes-Benz AMG when he just entered university, he was nothing compared to the person in front of him. I'm afraid that with just a flick of their fingers, they can easily put themselves in an irretrievable situation. At this time, Xia Jinwei saw Suyao walking quickly towards the Lamborghini Veneno and then getting into the car directly. He became more certain of his thoughts. Thinking of this, Xia Jinwei couldn't help but feel a little scared, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and quickly opened the car door, got out of the car hurriedly, and ran towards Yifan's car as fast as he could. When he came to Yifan's car panting, Yifan slowly lowered the window and looked at Xia Jinwei with cold eyes. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate people's souls. Xia Jinwei felt Yifan's powerful aura oppression. He tried to calm himself down and stammered. "Big brother, I really didn't know Suyao was your woman. I was really offensive just now. Please don't take it to heart." As he spoke, his body trembled slightly involuntarily, and his face was full of fear and anxiety. Yifan stared at Xia Jinwei quietly, his face as cold as a knife did not change at all, just raised one eyebrow slightly. After a moment of silence, Yifan finally uttered a few words coldly. "Forget it this time, but next time, open your eyes a little." As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Lamborghini Veneno let out a low roar and sped away in an instant. Watching Yifan's car going farther and farther away until it disappeared from sight, Xia Jinwei still stood there blankly. After a long while, he let out a long breath as if waking up from a dream, and leaned weakly against the lamppost next to him as if he had collapsed. After today's incident, Xia Jinwei deeply realized the huge energy and countless powerful people hidden behind this prosperous city of Shanghai. He secretly made up his mind that from now on he must be careful with his words and actions and keep a low profile, so as not to provoke someone like Yifan who he could not afford to offend.
Chapter 31 Chapter 30 I'm here.
On the other side, Suyao got into the car lightly, fastened her seatbelt, and then sat quietly in her seat, looking as well behaved as a lovable little kitten. Yifan subconsciously turned his head slightly, and his eyes were instantly attracted by Suyao's beautiful legs with graceful and slender lines. The corners of Yifan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then he controlled the steering wheel with one hand, driving the Lamborghini Veneno, while the other hand fell naturally on Suyao's beautiful legs.
The moment Yifan's palm touched Suyao's skin, her delicate body trembled slightly involuntarily, but surprisingly, she did not make any resistance.
Realizing this, the smile on Yifan's face became more obvious. Then, the pair of big hands began to become more and more wanton, enjoying the wonderful touch brought by this delicacy and softness. Time passed minute by minute, and after about half an hour, Yifan finally parked the Lamborghini Veneno steadily in the underground parking lot of Taiku Commercial Street. At this moment, Suyao's cheeks were as rosy as clouds, as tempting as a ripe apple. She made some adjustments, hurriedly tidied up her slightly messy clothes and hair, and then got out of the car carefully. Afterwards, the two walked side by side and took the elevator to the ground together. The restaurant that Suyao booked happened to be located in the most prosperous and lively core area of Taiku Commercial Street. When they slowly walked to the door of the restaurant, they were both surprised by the scene in front of them. They saw a long line had already formed outside the restaurant, and it was crowded and lively. Xinrongji is like a towering palace, and its three-story building is magnificent. The total area of the store is as much as more than 1,000 square meters. Such a spacious space is enough to accommodate many diners to enjoy delicious food at the same time. It is undoubtedly one of the most bustling restaurants in this bustling commercial street. Just from the magnificent facade decoration, one can tell at a glance that the consumption level here must be high. Looking at the line in front of her, Suyao couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yifan beside her with difficulty, and said softly with a little apology. "Junior, I'm so sorry. I thought it wasn't time for lunch yet and there wouldn't be too many people here. Who could have imagined that there are already so many people waiting in line here? How about, let's go to another restaurant for dinner?" In fact, the reason why Suyao chose to bring Yifan to Xinrongji for dinner was because she heard that the food here was unique and delicious, so she planned to bring him here to taste it. However, what she didn't expect was that it was only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was already a line in front of Xinrongji. Facing Suyao's proposal, Yifan acted calmly and replied disapprovingly. "It doesn't matter, since we're here, we'll just wait a while." Hearing Yifan say this, Suyao's guilt was slightly relieved. Seeing that Yifan really didn't care too much, she quickly quickened her pace and walked to the front of the line to get a number. Not long after, Suyao came back trotting happily, with a smile on her beautiful face, and said to Yifan, "That's great. There are only 2 tables of guests in front of us. I guess it won't be long before it's our turn." Yifan nodded slightly and responded, So the two of them waited. As the two stood quietly and waited patiently, suddenly, 2 figures slowly walked towards them. When they got closer, one of them spoke first, and his tone was obviously sarcastic. "Isn't this Suyao, the beauty in our department? Why does she have to queue up here just to eat? Do you want me to help you? The manager of this store is my boyfriend's good friend. If I say something, I don't have to wait in line like everyone else." After he finished speaking, the expression on his face became more and more smug. After hearing the voice, Suyao looked in the direction of the sound and found that the person was Kai Ying from the same department as her. There is no irreconcilable conflict between Kai Ying and Suyao. However, when Kai Ying was running for the most beautiful girl in the Chinese department, she unfortunately lost to Suyao. Since then, the relationship between the two has become somewhat subtle. No matter what Suyao does, Kai Ying always likes to compare herself with her. Kai Ying and her boyfriend Zheng Qi were supposed to go to Xinrongji for dinner today, but they didn't expect that by such a coincidence, they would run into Suyao who was queuing at the door. For Kai Ying, how could she let go of such a good opportunity to belittle Suyao? Kai Ying's boyfriend Zheng Qi noticed Suyao at this time. When he saw Suyao's delicate facial features and her curvy figure, Zheng Qi's eyes became greedy. "Ying, who is this?
Just then, I heard my boyfriend's questioning voice.
At the same time, Kai-Ying looked at her boyfriend beside her and found that Zhang Qi was staring at Su Yao in front of him with an extremely greedy look.
For a moment, Kai Ying's face quickly turned gloomy. Kai Ying knew her boyfriend's character very well.
Zhang Qi is a typical playboy who is fickle-minded and philandering all the time. If it weren't for the fact that he came from a relatively well-off family and had some money, and had not previously vowed to give her the Porsche Macan she had always dreamed of next month, Kai Ying's personality would never allow her to date such a man. Kai Ying responded to Zhang Qi unhappily.
She is Su Yao. Don't even think about it because she has a boyfriend.
However, Zhang Qi did not seem to take Kai Ying's words too seriously. He walked straight towards Su Yao with a self-proclaimed charming smile on his face and introduced himself enthusiastically.
Oh, so you are Su Yao. I often hear Ying mention you.
When I see you today, you are indeed naturally beautiful and charming.
Hello, my name is Zhang Qi.
Kai-Ying, who was standing aside, stomped her feet in anger, secretly cursing Zhang Qi for being such a playboy.
Chapter 32 Chapter 31 Yi Fan's Methods.
At this time, Zhang Qi had already focused his attention completely on Su Yao, and had no time to care about Kai-Ying's feelings. Then, Zhang Qi continued to boast. Since we are all classmates, we will naturally look after each other in the future. As it happens, the manager of this store is a good friend of mine. I will go and say hello later, and we can go in together. When saying this, Zhang Qi's face was full of confidence, as if everything was under control. As for Yi Fan beside Su Yao, he was completely ignored by him.
Boyfriend? Ha, that's ridiculous.
He is just an ordinary college student. A poor boy like him with no background or strength is not worthy of his attention at all. When the time is right, as long as I show a little bit of my strong financial resources in front of Su Yao, she will definitely be conquered by me. As for Su Yao's current so-called boyfriend, Humph, I'm afraid he will end up being ruthlessly abandoned. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Qi's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and he secretly made a wishful calculation in his heart. When he saw Su Yao for the first time, her pure and lovely face and graceful figure deeply attracted Zhang Qi's attention. He was determined to make this beautiful woman his own. However, facing the olive branch thrown by Zhang Qi, Su Yao behaved unusually coldly.
She responded expressionlessly. No, I'd rather wait here.
Obviously, Su Yao had no interest in what Zhang Qi said. It's a joke that this guy is not as handsome as the junior, and doesn't he have as much money as the junior?
How can I compare to my schoolmate? Pu Xinnan, what are you pretending to be? Despite Su Yao's straightforward rejection, Zhang Qi was not angry.
On the contrary, he still did not give up and was about to continue speaking when Kai-Ying, who was standing beside him, suddenly said hurriedly. Hey, Zhang Qi, since Su Yao is so ungrateful, let us just ignore her.
I'm almost starving to death, why don't we go in and eat?
As she spoke, Kai-Ying quickly reached out and tightly held Zhang Qi's arm, and begged in a coquettish voice. At this moment, Kai-Ying was filled with regret. She never expected that Zhang Qi actually had feelings for Su Yao. If she had known this would happen, she would never have approached them to talk to them. Now, she has ended up making things worse. She didn't want to lose her long-term meal ticket because of Su Yao. Feeling the softness in his arm, Zhang Qi was in a good mood. After taking a last look at Su Yao's graceful figure, he looked at Kai-Ying in his arms. After a little thought, Zhang Qi decided to take down Kai-Ying tonight. As for Su Yao, there was no rush for that day. After making up his mind, Zhang Qi's big hands quickly climbed up Kai-Ying's round and firm buttocks, which were as tempting as ripe peaches. He squeezed it mercilessly, feeling the full elasticity. Afterwards, under the respectful guidance of the waiter, Zhang Qi walked into the high-end restaurant Xin Rongji with a smug smile on his face. Su Yao, you guys just wait here while we go enjoy the food first. Before leaving, Kai-Ying turned her head scrupulously and uttered a sharp and piercing laugh at Su Yao. At this moment, Kai-Ying's heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. All alone, she has always been suppressed by Su Yao in every way, and seems to be slightly inferior to her in both appearance and temperament. However, today, she finally managed to turn the game around.
How could she not be overjoyed?
It turns out that having privileges is so important no matter where you are. Thinking of this, Kai-Ying subconsciously hugged her arms tighter, so that the plump and soft breasts on her chest were squeezed and slightly deformed. Watching Zhang Qi and Kai-Ying disappear at the restaurant entrance, Yi Fan didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just stood there quietly, watching the two people performing opposite him. Instead of wasting words, it is better to slap them in the face with actual actions. In this way, time passed by minute, and after about 20 minutes, Yi Fan and his companion finally stepped into the restaurant. After finding an empty seat and sitting down, the two of them didn't waste any time and quickly ordered their dishes and started enjoying them. At this time, Yi Fan took out his mobile phone from his pocket and sent a message to Wang Daxiang. Just when Yi Fan put down his phone, Zhang Qi and Kai Ying came over again like ghosts. Zhang Qi had a smug smile on his face. He walked straight to Su Yao and said proudly, "Take your time eating. After all, you have worked so hard to wait in such a long line to get in. Su Yao, if you come to Xinrongji in the future, just say my name. You don't have to queue up in the hot sun like we did today." As he spoke, his contemptuous eyes swept over Yi Fan intentionally or unintentionally, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing his undisguised disdain, and then he sneered. Humph, some incompetent guys actually had the heart to let their women queue outside in the scorching sun. If it were me, I would probably be too embarrassed to go out. After saying this, he stretched out his arms and hugged Kai Ying beside him, and pretended to leave. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, Yi Fan said calmly, "No, I'm afraid that from today on, there will be no point in mentioning your name." Yi Fan put down the chopsticks in his hand slowly as he spoke, his tone so calm as if he was just stating a very ordinary fact. Hearing this, Zhang Qi stopped walking. "Oh? How can you say that?" After saying that, he looked straight at Yi Fan, obviously waiting for him to explain. Yi Fan didn't say anything either. He then took out a piece of paper and slowly wiped his mouth. At this time, a hurried figure came quickly, holding a contract in his hand. As soon as he walked into the restaurant, he looked around for it. After looking around, the man quickly locked onto Yi Fan's location, and without hesitation, he quickened his pace and walked straight towards Yi Fan. After coming to Yi Fan, he respectfully handed the contract in his hand to Yi Fan and said, "Mr. Yi, this is the contract you wanted." It turned out that the person who came hurriedly was Wang Daxiang. After receiving the message from Yi Fan, he did not dare to delay at all and rushed over. On the way here, the shrewd Wang Daxiang had basically guessed what was going on. After all, the contract in his hand was the rental contract for the Xinrongji store next year. The rental amount in the contract has increased fivefold. Thinking of this, Wang Daxiang pondered in his heart. It seems that the boss must have been bullied by Xinrongji, otherwise why would he raise the rent for no reason? And it increased fivefold in an instant. This is simply forcing Xinrongji to withdraw from Taiku Commercial Street. You know, if Xinrongji really leaves this prosperous and bustling commercial street, then the reputation it has accumulated over the years will definitely be greatly affected, and it may even plummet. Chapter 33 Chapter 32 Take the initiative to stretch your face over and get hit. On the way here, Wang Daxiang called the owner of Xinrongji, Fatty Rong. The call was connected quickly and Wang Daxiang told the other party what happened directly. When Fatty Rong heard that the rent would increase fivefold next year, he turned pale with fright. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he could almost hear the sound of his own heart beating. Fatty Rong stammered, Manager Wang, please don't joke with me. The rent has increased so much all of a sudden. I really can't afford it." However, Wang Daxiang did not give him any room for bargaining, but responded coldly. "This is my boss's decision. I have no choice but to change it. Since we have been dealing with each other for so many years, I advise you to come to Xinrongji now." After hanging up the phone, Fatty Rong felt like the sky was falling. He knew very well that if he could not handle the matter properly, Xinrongji, which he had painstakingly run for many years, would probably face the fate of closing down. So he did not dare to delay for even a moment, and while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he hurried to the agreed place. Along the way, Fatty Rong kept praying in his heart that he could successfully solve this difficult problem. On the other side, Wang Daxiang had already come to Yi Fan's side. He bent down respectfully and handed the contract in his hand to Yi Fan with both hands. At this moment, Zhang Qi, who had been standing nearby and watching coldly, saw the scene and couldn't help but frown slightly, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. Who is this middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of me? And I heard him address Yi Fan as Mr. Yi. What is going on? Could it be that Yi Fan is the chairman of a large group? Are you kidding? Zhang Qi pondered over it secretly in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. In his opinion, Yi Fan was just an ordinary person. How could he have such a prominent identity? Thinking of this, Zhang Qi smiled disdainfully and said unceremoniously, "Wow, where did you find this person? It's so funny. He's the chairman of the board, ha 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 ha." As he spoke, Zhang Qi laughed so hard that he fell backwards. His laughter echoed in the air, filled with contempt and disdain. Kai Ying, who was standing beside him, originally thought that Yifan was someone with some background. After hearing what her boyfriend said, she gradually relaxed and echoed. Suyao, I'm not talking about you, your boyfriend is really bad. Luckily Brother Qi pointed it out, when you look for a man in the future, you have to be more discerning. Hearing what the two said, Yifan was not angry, but looked at them with a smile. At this time, Suyao beside him could not sit still, and a rare look of anger appeared on her face. She said, Kai Ying, please be more respectful. My boyfriend is not the liar you say he is. As for my boyfriend's identity, you don't have to worry about it. Even if he is an ordinary person, I would still be with him. After saying that, Suyao felt better. Although she didn't know Yifan's identity, from the contact over the past 2 days, Yifan was not the same as Kai Ying said. Yifan raised his hand and gently patted Suyao's hands, which were trembling due to anger, to signal her that she was fine. Feeling the warmth from Yifan's hand, Suyao felt a lot more at ease. At this time, Wang Daxiang turned around and looked at the two people who spoke rudely, with a cold look in his eyes. He now understood that it must be these two people who annoyed the boss. Then Wang Daxiang put away the smile on his face and said coldly, Hello, I am Wang Daxiang, the general manager of Taiku Commercial Street. This sir would like to warn you for the last time to be careful with your words. After saying that, Wang Daxiang looked at the two people opposite him with cold eyes. Wow, you are the general manager of Taiku Commercial Street. If you are the general manager, I am still the boss of the Commercial Street. Humph, you're still pretending, right? It just so happens that the manager here is my friend. If you are really the manager of the Commercial Street, he must know you. I want to see how you can still pretend after being exposed. After saying that, Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and sent a message. Soon, a man in a suit came over with a group of waiters. After the man came to Zhang Qi, he asked with some doubt. What's wrong, Zhang Qi? It's okay. If you meet two pretentious people who say they are the general manager and the boss of Taiku Commercial Street, they don't want you to come over and expose them in person. Oh, there's this? Let me see who's causing trouble here. Then Sun Chao looked at the few people. The first person he saw was Su Yao, who was sitting. He was instantly attracted by her delicate facial features. Then he saw Yifan, who was sitting next to Su Yao. After seeing Yifan, Sun Chao frowned and found that he did not know this person. He remembered that the owner of Taiku Commercial Street seemed to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, not the so-called young man in front of him. He had the honor of meeting the other person before at a business event. Then he looked at Wang Daxiang standing beside him and frowned slightly. He had never seen the general manager of the Commercial Street, so he was not sure whether he was the boss or not. However, he was sure that the young man sitting there was definitely not the boss of the Commercial Street, so this person was definitely not the general manager. Thinking of this, the serious look on Sun Chao's face turned into disdain, and then he said, I have never met these two people. Hearing Sun Chao's words, Zhang Qi laughed even more wantonly, and then said, You two are really a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix, ha ha ha. Just as Zhang Qi was about to taunt him, a figure quickly approached. When Sun Chao saw the person coming, he hurriedly went up to him and said with a smile on his face, Boss, why are you here? It turned out that the person who came was Fatty Rome, the boss of Xin Rongji. After Fatty Rome looked around at a few people, his gaze lingered on Wang Daxiang and Yifan for a few seconds, and he basically understood the situation. Especially Yifan, who was sitting next to him. There were rumors a few days ago that the owner of the Commercial Street had been replaced. Now it seems that this young man is the new owner of the Commercial Street. He bought the Commercial Street at such a young age. You can imagine how powerful he is. Then he looked at Sun Chao and asked coldly, What's going on? Hearing the question, Sun Chao didn't think much about it and said casually, They? Is this the boss? These two people came to eat in the restaurant and actually claimed that they were the boss and manager of Taiku Commercial Street. It's ridiculous. However, before Sun Chao could finish his words, a crisp sound of applause rang out throughout the hotel. The sound was so loud that even the customers who were eating at the surrounding tables could hear it clearly, and they all looked over here. The next second, Fatty Rome, who rarely got angry, looked gloomy and slapped Sun Chao hard in the face. Sun Chao, who was slapped suddenly, was a little confused at the moment. He couldn't understand why his boss hit him in public. Boss, I. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, Get out of here now. Fatty Rong's eyes were wide open as he stared at Sun Chao in front of him. His fat body was trembling slightly with anger, and the rage in his heart seemed about to burst out. At this moment, he really wanted to stretch out his hands immediately, tightly strangle Sun Chao's neck, and make this ignorant guy shut his stinky mouth forever.
Humph, you are really blind.
Mr. Yi from the commercial street is not someone a small character like you can mock at will. Fatty Rong roared with gritted teeth, his voice was deafening and echoed in the air. Sun Chao, who was originally standing there with a confused look on his face, was frightened by the sudden roar and trembled all over, and his brain went blank in an instant.
When he came to his senses, he was completely dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. Mr. Yi?
That big shot who was high above everyone else and controls the lifeblood of the entire commercial street? I was so stupid as to mock such a person. Sun Chao clearly remembered that the boss of the commercial street should be a middle-aged man in his 40s.
But why did it become the person in front of me? However, the truth is so cruel that all he remembers is his former boss.
At this moment, Sun Chao's face turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept sliding down his forehead, soaking his collar. His legs went weak and he could barely stand, and his body swayed uncontrollably.
Mr. Yi, I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Please forgive me.
Sun Chao pleaded in fear, his voice clearly filled with tears. At the same time, he suddenly pointed his spear at Zhang Qi beside him, glaring at him fiercely, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burn Zhang Qi to ashes.
It's all him.
It's all Zhang Qi's fault. If it weren't for him, how could I have said such stupid things?
It's all his fault.
While Sun Chao was eagerly begging Yifan for mercy, he was also blaming Zhang Qi at the top of his lungs, putting all the blame on the other party. At this moment, Zhang Qi and Kai Ying, who were standing aside, were completely stunned by what was happening before their eyes.
Zhang Qi, who was shouting aggressively and domineeringly just now.
It was as if someone had suddenly pressed the mute button. His mouth was tightly closed, and the expression on his face froze instantly. He stood there in a daze, completely unaware of how to deal with the situation.
Kai Ying next to her was not much better.
Her eyes widened, a look of disbelief on her face, her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something and no sound came out. Who could have expected that Yifan, who looked ordinary and inconspicuous, would actually be the real owner of this prosperous commercial street? You know, the estimated value of this commercial street is as high as tens of billions.
Yifan is just a college student. How did he manage to acquire such amazing wealth? Could it be that he is actually the heir of some mysterious big family?
When they thought of this, Zhang Qi and Kai Ying's bodies began to tremble slightly involuntarily. If Yifan really came from a huge and powerful family, then given their identities, they would probably be no better than an ant in the eyes of others. If someone wanted to deal with them, it would be much easier than crushing a tiny ant. At this time, cold sweat was dripping down Fatty Rong's forehead. He hurriedly wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead, walked quickly to Yifan's side, then bent down respectfully and said respectfully,
Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. I let my blind subordinates bump into you. This is all my fault.
Today's situation is indeed due to my poor handling of the situation.
As for how to deal with it, everything is up to you. I will definitely accept the punishment without hesitation.
After saying this, Fatty Rong anxiously waited for Yifan's response, secretly praying in his heart not to anger this big shot with a strong background. Hearing what Fatty Rong said, Yifan smiled and said nonchalantly, Boss Rong just needs to handle it. After all, this is Boss Rong's own business. As for the contract, it depends on Boss Rong's performance next. Yifan said these words with a smile on his face, seemingly relaxed and casual, but the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became extremely tense. After hearing Yifan's words, Fatty Rong slowly turned his head, his eyes like two cold rays shooting straight at Sun Chao who was standing beside him. His originally round and kind face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes suddenly became cold and piercing, which made people shudder.
Then, he said to Sun Chao in an extremely cold voice, Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to work anymore.
Also, I want to warn you solemnly that as long as you stay in Shanghai, you will never work in this industry again.
Get out of here right now. Fatty Rong's angry rebuke was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Sun Chao hard on the head. He was so frightened that he stood still and was completely dumbfounded. You know, he has been working hard in Shanghai for so many years, and it can be said that he has worked hard all the way to finally achieve his current status.
But now, just because of this one thing, all the efforts have come to nothing and disappeared in an instant. What's worse is that after this incident, he might have difficulty gaining a foothold in the entire demon city. Thinking of this, Sun Xiao felt that everything before his eyes was pitch black, and the road ahead was filled with endless darkness and despair. At this moment, Fatty Rong shifted his attention to Zhang Qi and Kai Ying. He looked at them expressionlessly, then spoke in a cold tone. And you too, from today on, Xinrongji will forever put you on the blacklist, you two are no longer welcome here. After saying that, Fatty Rong turned around and no longer paid attention to the reactions of the three people. After Fatty Rong had handled everything properly, Yifan slowly stood up and gently pulled up the soft and delicate hand of Su Yao, who was still in a daze. Feeling the warmth from Yifan's hand, Su Yao stood up as if waking up from a dream. Then, Yifan took Su Yao's hand and walked calmly towards the door, apparently intending to leave. As for the way Fatty Rong was dealt with just now and the final result, Yifan did not say a word from beginning to end. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, Yifan suddenly stopped, turned around, and said this to Fatty Rong behind him. Starting next year, Xin Rong GS rent will be reduced from 5 times the originally agreed amount to 2 times. After saying that, Yifan left with Su Yao without even looking back, leaving Fatty Rong standing there in a daze with a look of astonishment and helplessness on his face. Faced with such an outcome, even though Fatty Rong felt extremely bitter, he could at least accept it. After all, compared to the 5 times rent previously set, it has only doubled now, which is undoubtedly a blessing in disguise for him. Although the matter here had come to an end, Yifan did not feel too much turmoil in his heart. To him, today's events were just a piece of cake and not worth mentioning at all. The only thing that made him feel a little emotional was that the so-called privilege was truly a coveted good thing. It's a pity that Zhang Qi's background is not as strong as mine. Chapter 35 Chapter 34 Professional Investment Vision. After dinner, Yifan drove Su Yao back to school. On the way, Yifan of course took advantage of Su Yao again. As expected, she is a dancer. This touch is really great. After sending Su Yao back to the dormitory, Yifan also went straight back to the dormitory and lay down. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest for a while, suddenly, a familiar voice came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the face slap. Then another prompt sound rang out. Obtain system rewards, talented professional investment vision. Note, with this talent, the host can see the risk and return rates in advance before making an investment. Upon hearing the news, Yifan suddenly jumped up from the bed, his eyes wide open and a look of ecstasy on his face. He was so excited that he almost cried out. That's amazing. With this talent, doesn't it mean that I can see the rate of return before investing? Isn't it a guaranteed profit? Ha 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 ha. In addition to being excited, Yifan began to seriously think about how to make full use of this talent to make a lot of money. The first thing that came to his mind was scratch tickets, but he quickly rejected the idea because although it was possible to win a prize with scratch tickets, the efficiency was too low and the winning amount was usually not too high. Then, Yifan considered the real estate industry. But after thinking about it carefully, I still feel that it is inappropriate. After all, he currently only has 600 million yuan in capital. This amount of money cannot make much waves in the real estate market, and it is almost impossible to make high profits from it. After rejecting several ideas in succession, Yifan frowned and fell into deep thought. You know, he has a talent that is as amazing as a bug. However, at this moment, faced with such powerful abilities, he couldn't think of a field where he could fully utilize them. Time passed minute by minute, and Yifan thought about it for several minutes. At this moment, suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Yifan's mind like lightning. He suddenly remembered that something earth-shattering had happened in the stock market this year. Thinking of this, Yifan felt excited. He couldn't wait to reach into his pocket and take out his mobile phone and quickly began to search for relevant information. As his fingers slid quickly across the screen, Yifan's eyes widened and excitement gradually appeared on his face. When he finally finished reading all the latest news about the stock market, a bold and crazy plan instantly took shape in his mind. He wanted to plunge into this turbulent stock market wave and make a fortune. You know, Yifan has a huge amount of capital of 600 million yuan. If he adds 10 times the leverage, the amount of money he has will become extremely large, enough to shake the entire stock market. Moreover, the stock market is currently raging, which is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for Yifan to enter the market. As long as he seizes this opportunity and strikes decisively, he firmly believes that he will be able to make a fortune. Now that he had made up his mind, Yifan lay down on his bed in the dormitory to take a short rest, gathering his energy and waiting for the next day. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and the soft sunlight shone through the window onto Yifan's face, which looked a little tired but full of fighting spirit. Yifan quickly got up and washed up. He found that the 3 people in the dormitory last night had not returned. It seemed that they had gone out all night. Yifan smiled and shook his head, not caring at all. He then walked straight to the parking lot downstairs, started his luxury sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away like an arrow towards a large stock exchange in the Magic City. Since the school has not officially started yet, Yifan does not have to worry about classes and can focus on his own affairs. Yifan walked into the trading hall with anticipation.
Although there is still some time before the official opening, the business hall is already crowded with people.
Some people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing various stock-related news and rumors enthusiastically. Some people excitedly recounted the so-called inside information they knew. Some people frowned, listened carefully to others' analysis and predictions, and occasionally added a few words of their own opinions. Others were holding thick documents and notebooks, writing furiously while muttering to themselves. The whole hall was filled with a tense and warm atmosphere. Yifan was not disturbed by the lively scene. He walked towards an artificial window with a clear goal. There were many people queuing up to handle business, but Yifan quickly stood at the front of the line. When it was finally Yifan's turn, the staff member sitting behind the window looked up. The person who received Yifan was a young girl named Lulu. He looks to be in his early 20s at most, with a youthful look on his face. He must have just graduated from school and entered society not long ago. Lulu smiled and asked politely, "Hello, what service do you need?" "Hello, please help me open a stock account." Hearing Yifan's words, Lulu nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, could you please show me your ID card?" Yifan took out his ID card and handed it over. After Lulu took the ID card, she was slightly stunned when she saw the date of birth on it. The other party is so young, he should still be a student. So, she kindly reminded, "Sir, investing in stocks involves certain risks. You must consider carefully. Are you sure you really want to open an account?" Facing Lulu's kind reminder, Yifan first smiled gratefully, and then replied firmly, "Thank you. Actually, I have done a lot of research and understanding about the stock market before, so I decided to give it a try this time. Please help me with it." At this moment, there was a sudden commotion from behind, and a fat middle-aged man wearing a colorful shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck swaggered over. His upstart look was hard to ignore. "Hello, I'm in a hurry, please open an account for me first." The middle-aged man shouted at the top of his voice was deafening, as if the entire bank hall was his territory. After hearing the voice, Lulu turned around and simply took a quick look at the other person's attire, and immediately made a judgment in her mind. The middle-aged man in front of me must have just received a considerable amount of demolition compensation. She has seen many people like this, who rely on their money to become arrogant and domineering. Although she felt extremely disgusted with the behavior and manners of this kind of people, her good professional ethics allowed her to quickly adjust her expression and said with a smile, "Sir, if you need to handle any business, please wait in line at the back." Chapter 36 Chapter 35 The Arrogant Upstart. The middle-aged man seemed to have not expected such a reply at all. His face, which was already red due to anger, instantly turned the color of liver. He widened his eyes, pointed at Lulu's nose and shouted, "Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to line up? Believe it or not, I will make you lose your job in a minute. Hurry up and call your manager over. Stinky part-time worker." After saying this, he continued to curse at me with some ugly swear words. Facing such an unreasonable customer, Lulu felt aggrieved and helpless, but she remained calm and polite, and continued to explain patiently. "Sir, I'm really sorry. All our customers here need to queue up in order to handle their business. I hope you can understand and cooperate." However, her good intentions were met with even more unscrupulous abuse from the middle-aged man. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, a man in a suit and tie walked over quickly. As soon as he saw the middle-aged man who was still furious, a smile immediately appeared on his face and he greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, Mr. Liu, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? I'm so sorry to have you suffer here." As he said this, he glared at Lulu fiercely, then turned around and bowed to the middle-aged man to apologize. When the middle-aged man saw the manager coming to greet him in person, he immediately felt that his face was back, and even more so than before. He straightened his back, folded his hands in front of his chest, put on a condescending attitude, glanced at Lulu with disdain, and then said to the manager in a haughty manner, Manager Lu, this employee of yours is really clueless. In my opinion, she needs some training.
The pot-bellied upstart pointed at Manager Lu angrily and said.
The upstart continued to shout, spitting everywhere.
I came to your place today to open an account, but what happened?
That little girl actually handled the business for a poor student first, but left me aside and told me to wait in line. Humph, I am a big customer here, with an annual turnover of at least tens of millions. I was planning to invest another 10 million today, but now it's all ruined by her. After hearing these words, Manager Lu turned pale with fright and nodded his head hurriedly, looking like a slave. He smiled flatteringly and said, Oops, Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry to have made you so angry. Please don't get angry first, please calm down. She is just a new girl, how can she understand the rules here? I hope you can be magnanimous and don't bother with her. After saying that, Manager Lu turned around abruptly, his face instantly became gloomy and terrible, and he shouted at Lu who was standing beside him.
Lu, why are you still standing there? Why don't you come over and apologize to President Lu? Don't you know how much economic loss your actions have caused to our company?
At this moment, Lu felt very aggrieved, with tears in her eyes. She secretly groaned in her heart, she was just following the rules, why should she bow her head and admit her mistake to this unreasonable upstart?
However, if I insist on not apologizing, I'm afraid I'll lose this job that I finally found. Thinking of this, Lu couldn't help feeling confused and helpless.
She could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Looking at the arrogant upstart, Lu was just about to apologize. Yi Fan, who had been silent all this time, took a step forward and said loudly. Hello, it was obviously him who cut in line first and broke the rules, why should he ask her to apologize?
After hearing this, the originally quiet surroundings suddenly became noisy. The people around were whispering and pointing at the scene happening before their eyes. Although everyone knew that the nouveau riche's behavior was indeed immoral and against the rules, no one had the courage to stand up and speak out for him. After all, judging from his appearance alone, the nouveau riche was burly and fat, and looked like someone who was not someone to be messed with. After hearing Yi Fanran's words, the man called Mr. Lu not only did not show any shame, but became even more arrogant and domineering. He threw his head back and laughed wildly, the laughter was deafening and made people frown. After laughing, he pointed at Yi Fanran and said contemptuously. Little guy, let me teach you this principle today. Why? Humph, it's very simple, just because I am richer than you, I can bring huge benefits to these people with just a wave of my hand. What about you? You are just a poor student. How much money can you come up with? 1,000 yuan? 2,000 yuan? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid even this amount of money is an astronomical figure for you. As he spoke, he deliberately shook the glittering gold watch and thick gold chain in his hand to show his wealth. Faced with such blatant ridicule and humiliation, Yi Fanran did not fly into a rage or leave in despair as everyone expected. On the contrary, he just smiled slightly, and then slowly said, sure enough, the prejudice in people's hearts is really an insurmountable mountain. Then, he raised his head, stared at the arrogant Mr. Lu with a sharp gaze, and continued. Although I am just a student, it doesn't mean I am not as rich as you. After saying this, Yi Fan looked at Mr. Lu. His eyes were clear and firm, exuding an unspeakable confidence. You little brat, how much money can a fresh-faced student like you have? I kindly advise you that adult matters are not something a young boy like you can meddle in. After saying that, the man glanced at Yi Fan with disdain, as if he was looking at an ant who overestimated his own capabilities. However, in the face of such ridicule, Yi Fan remained calm and unconcerned. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and then responded slowly. Oh? So, as long as you have some money in your pocket, you can be arrogant and superior to others and force them to apologize to you? What if I were richer than you, could I also step on you hard and make you admit your mistakes? As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap exploding in the crowd. The upstart was stunned at first, then burst into shrill laughter. The laughter echoed in the air, full of contempt and ridicule. Not only him, but even the people around him looked at Yi Fan with doubt and contempt in their eyes. They all shook their heads and sighed, secretly thinking that this ignorant young man was just acting on impulse. At this moment, even Lu, who was standing aside, had the same thought in her mind. Chapter 37 Chapter 36 I'll kill you with money. Although Lu was grateful to Yi Fan for standing up for her. But judging from Yi Fan's young and immature face, he looks like just an ordinary college student. Even if his family has some money, at most it's only a few tens of thousands of yuan for living expenses every month.
This little amount of money is just a drop in the bucket compared to truly rich people.
How can it change the current embarrassing situation? Yi Fan didn't care about what these people thought. Instead, he looked at the upstart with a playful look and said, "How about it? Do you dare to accept it?"
Seeing that Yi Fan dared to openly challenge him, the nouveau riche man's anger suddenly erupted uncontrollably like a volcano. He stared at Yi Fan viciously, as if he wanted to eat him alive.
"You are such an ignorant little bastard, you dare to compare yourself with me. You are really overestimating yourself."
The upstart shouted at Yi Fan arrogantly with a scornful smile on his face.
"In this case, let's have some fun and let you know what it means that there are always people better than you."
Yi Fan remained calm and responded,
"Okay.
"If I win, you have to apologize to her in front of everyone." The nouveau riche burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. When the laughter stopped abruptly, he stared at Yi Fan fiercely and said,
"Humph, you are still so arrogant.
"If you can defeat me, I will apologize to her here in front of everyone.
But if I win, you will kneel down and kowtow 3 times, will you accept it?"
As he spoke, the upstart turned his gaze towards Yi Fan, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Yi Fan did not flinch, facing the provocative gaze of the upstart. He said calmly,
"No problem."
At this moment, the upstart showed an extremely confident expression on his face, and was thinking secretly in his heart,
"Lose? Are you kidding me?
I have prepared a full 10 million in funds this time. On the other hand, this poor boy in front of me, even if he borrows money from everywhere and tries his best, can only scrape together a mere few 100,000 at most.
The outcome of this bet has already been determined."
Then, he casually turned his gaze to Manager Lu standing beside him, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and spoke again.
"Mr. Lu, please open an account for me. I want to deposit 10 million.
As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. Hearing this, Manager Lu was shocked, but he did not dare to show any disrespect on his face.
He walked up quickly and personally handled the account opening and recharging matters for the man named Lu.
Throughout the whole process, Manager Lu moved quickly and skillfully, as if he was afraid that the slightest mistake would make the god of wealth in front of him unhappy. Soon, all the formalities were completed and the money was successfully received. The upstart nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Yi Fan. At this moment, his face was full of smugness, and his look was even more arrogant and domineering. "Hey, brat, if you can come up with more money than me today, I will not only sincerely apologize to that lady in person, but also respectfully call you grandpa in front of everyone present. But, if what I said is true, you simply can't come up with that much money, then you will be embarrassed." After saying this, he laughed wildly. The laughter echoed in the air, sounding particularly harsh to the ears. Seeing this scene, Lu, who was standing aside, panicked. She hurriedly reached out and gently pulled Yi Fan beside her, lowering her voice and anxiously admonishing,
"Yi Fan, why don't we just forget it? Don't be impulsive." However, Yi Fan was extremely calm and stood still quietly without any intention of retreating.
Seeing that Yi Fan was unmoved, Lu couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Mr. Lu, who was looking very proud. Mr. Lu raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a sly smile, as if he was sure of victory. Lu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a few seconds, she forced out a bitter smile and whispered to President Lu,
"Mr. Lu is young and ignorant.
If he has offended you, I would like to apologize to you on his behalf." Speaking of Mr. Lu, he used to be just a vagrant roaming the streets. Unexpectedly, his family was caught up in the demolition project, and after the factory was demolished, he instantly became a nouveau riche. From then on, his life changed drastically. He indulged in a life of luxury, eating, drinking, and having fun all day long. Although there were many women he had played with, most of them were just mediocre girls. Now seeing Lu, a beautiful woman who came from a prestigious school and was fresh and refined, his heart felt itchy as if being scratched by a cat's claws. So he licked his lips, stared at Lu lustfully, not hiding his desire, and said, It's not difficult to make me give up here, as long as you accompany me for a few drinks later." After saying that, those eyes filled with lustful intent looked back and forth over Lu unscrupulously. At this moment, Yi Fan on the side was too lazy to waste time and said in an unquestionable tone,
"Please help me top up 600 million yuan into it." "What? 600 million?
When Yi Fan said this, it was like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake, causing 1,000 waves.
There was an uproar in the entire trading hall.
Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Yi Fan in disbelief, as if they saw a monster from outer space. Although the man just now generously recharged a full 10 million, this amount is indeed not a small amount for ordinary people. But being in this trading hall where the daily trading volume easily reaches hundreds of millions, everyone was only slightly surprised and it did not cause much sensation. After all, here, thousands and thousands of huge sums of money flow in every day, and everyone is used to it. However, now someone has recharged up to 600 million at one time. In an instant, the originally noisy trading hall became silent, and the eyes of all the people present were drawn to the person who said such an astronomical figure.
600 million? This is unbelievable. Did he think of these as happy beans in a virtual game?
What is even more shocking is that this generous man looks like a college student who has just reached adulthood. For a moment, there were laughter and doubts, and people were whispering to each other, discussing whether the young man was bluffing.
How could a young boy have so much money? This is ridiculous, this has to be a joke.
All kinds of sarcastic remarks were heard one after another, as if the scene before them was as ridiculous as if Jean Yapping had transformed into a so-called success lecturer. But in the next second, those who were still laughing and doubting all opened their mouths in shock, unable to make a sound. Yifan calmly took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the staff without hesitation. Then, almost instantly, I heard a clear and loud reminder tone, indicating that the payment was successful.
Chapter 38, Chapter 37, a full 600 million.
At this moment, bursts of exclamations broke out from the crowd, one after another.
You know, that's 600 million.
Yifan didn't even blink an eye at such a huge fortune, and he recharged it all into his account so casually.
What does this mean?
Without a doubt, this only shows that the wealth he possesses may be far beyond what can be covered by the mere 600 million. At the very least, he should have several hundred million in liquid funds. It's terrifying that he has nearly 10 billion in liquid funds at such a young age. You should know that there are also some company bosses present, some of whose companies' market capitalizations can reach hundreds of millions. However, the liquid funds they have are only tens of millions, and some of them are not even as generous as the guy named Liu.
Among the bustling crowd, there was Mr. Liu, the usually arrogant and domineering nouveau riche.
When he thought of the boasts he had made and the bets he had made, his face, which was not very good looking to begin with, instantly became ugly. At this moment, he stared at Yifan in front of him with eyes full of confusion and fear, thinking secretly in his heart.
Who is this guy? How could he so casually take out 600 million yuan to play around? This is not something that ordinary people can do.
Even Wang Xikong, who is known as the national husband, probably doesn't have such courage and financial resources. Thinking of this, Mr. Liu couldn't help but feel a layer of fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He began to realize deeply that this time he might have really provoked someone he could not afford to offend, just like kicking an extremely hard steel plate. Thoughts were racing in his mind, and Mr. Liu knew very well that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him. So, without hesitation, he put away his previous arrogance, and quickly changed his face into a fawning and ingratiating one, just like a pug wagging its tail to beg for mercy. He bent his body and said to Yifan humbly, "Sir, I am really blind and have not recognized a great man.
I have offended you just now.
I hope you can show mercy and forgive my mistakes.
Just let me go."
Facing Mr. Liu's words of begging for mercy, Yifan just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then slowly said,
"Whether to let you go or not is not up to me, it's up to her."
After saying that, Yifan turned his gaze to Lulu, who was standing aside and still in a daze. Lulu obviously had not yet recovered from this sudden change. When she felt Yifan's gaze, she was stunned at first, and then immediately understood the meaning. The man surnamed Liu also understood what she meant. Without saying a word, he turned around, bowed deeply to Lulu, and apologized to her sincerely.
"Auntie, I am sorry for offending you just now. I am wrong. I deserve to die. I am not a human being."
While the man surnamed Liu was apologizing humbly, he was also secretly observing Yifan's reaction out of the corner of his eye, fearing that he would accidentally anger this mysterious big man again. He waited until he saw Yifan gently raise his right hand, indicating that he could stop. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned, and then fled the business hall in shame, with his tail between his legs, leaving a group of stunned people behind him. As the other party left, the gathered crowd slowly dispersed, and everyone went about their own business. At this moment, Manager Liu came over quickly with a friendly smile on his face and said softly to Lulu, who was standing there, "Lulu, from now on, you can put aside all other things you have today.
The most important thing is to accompany Mr. Yi well.
As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Lu quickly turned around and faced Yifan respectfully, saying in a very humble tone,
Mr. Yi, I will not bother you anymore. If you have any needs or instructions today, please tell Lulu. No matter what you ask her to do, she will do her best to do it. After saying that, Manager Lu deliberately gave Yifan an intriguing and slightly meaningful smile. Faced with such a scene and words, Yifan behaved extremely calmly and did not give too much response. He just nodded simply to indicate that he already knew.
After Manager Lu turned and left, Yifan turned his gaze back to the person in front of him who was slightly lowering his head and had red cheeks. I have to admit that Lulu is quite beautiful, with extremely delicate facial features and a well-proportioned figure. In addition, considering her shy look at the moment, it is estimated that as long as Yifan said something like an invitation, Lulu would most likely not easily refuse him. However, surprisingly, Yifan already had other plans in mind today. He had no interest in that matter at all, nor did he have time.
He was busy making money first.
So, Yifan quickly withdrew his gaze from Lulu and instead focused his attention on the stock information displayed on the screen in front of him.
The following stocks were clearly listed on the screen. Oriental Fortune expects a 71% increase.
Yinziji expects the increase to be approximately 87%.
Flush expects the increase to be as high as 55%. Baofeng Technology is expected to increase by 267%.
Yifan found that he could actually see the increase of each stock, and he found that among these stocks, Baofeng Technology had the most rapid increase, with an increase rate of more than 2 times.
Is this the talent rewarded by the system? Sure enough, it's awesome. Then he said seriously, what is the current stock price of Storm Technology?
Hearing the question, Lulu was slightly stunned. She originally thought that Yifan might make that kind of request to her. After all, the other party would not help her for no reason. Lulu looked at Yifan in front of her and found that he was not only handsome, but also very rich. She even wondered whether she should agree if the other party wanted to do that. After hearing Yifan's question, Lulu came back to her senses. She looked up at Yifan, who had a serious expression on his face, and then she hurriedly replied. Today the share price of Jinzheng Company, Limited is 7.14 share. Hearing Lulu's words, Yifan raised his eyebrows slightly, and then began to think.
Is it only July 14th?
If the forecast goes as it is, this stock should eventually rise to as much as 18 yuan.
If you had 10 times leverage to your 600 million yuan capital, wouldn't you be able to get tens of billions?
Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. After making this wave of money, he will have enough funds to build the prototype of his own business empire. If it was the old Yifan, he might be content with the status quo and live on the rewards from the system, but when Yifan came to the Magic City, his thoughts changed. Now with the talent blessed by the system rewards, his ambitions have gradually grown.
Chapter 39 Chapter 38 Buying Storm Technology.
The trading hall was crowded with people and noisy. But Yifan remained unmoved and retracted his scattered thoughts. He turned his gaze to Lulu beside him and said confidently. The 600 million yuan capital was leveraged tenfold and all was invested in Storm Technology. His voice was not loud, but it exploded in Lulu's ears like thunder.
Well, what?
Lulu's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief, and her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. She couldn't believe what she just heard. Yifan actually wanted to increase the leverage tenfold.
That's 6 billion.
For ordinary people, this amount of money is an astronomical figure, more than enough for a family of 3 to squander throughout their lives. For a moment, Lulu was stunned and her mind went blank. It took her a long time to come back to her senses, wondering if she had heard it wrong.
So she stammered. Mr. Yi, what did you just say?
Yifan remained calm and repeated. I said, use 10 times the leverage of the 600 million yuan capital and buy all of it in Baofeng Technology. This time, Lulu finally heard it clearly, but she still felt frightened. However, since Yifan had already made the decision, as his assistant, Lulu could only bite the bullet and carry out the operation. When she stretched out her finger to click the confirmation button, she found that her hands were shaking due to excessive nervousness. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, while secretly reminding herself not to make any mistakes. At this moment, a few retail investors who had been paying attention to the situation here noticed Yifan's actions. They were so surprised to see Yifan so boldly bet all in on Storm Technology with a tenfold leverage. Then, these people began to whisper to each other.
This guy is really too bold. He dared to buy such a large amount of Baofeng Technology. He must have got some inside information. Why don't we buy some too? Maybe we can make a lot of money.
One of the thin men whispered to his companion.
Well, that makes sense. Judging from his current performance, Balfoam technology should be going to rise sharply. Let's buy some quickly, or we will miss this opportunity to make money.
Another middle-aged man wearing glasses echoed. In this way, under the influence of Yifan, the originally hesitant retail investors made up their minds to follow the trend and buy into Balfoam technology. The entire trading hall was suddenly filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere.
I think it's better to forget it. Storm technology has been lukewarm since its opening.
It's not as safe to buy CRRC as it is to buy it.
Based on my years of experience, this guy is just a fool with a lot of money. He used 60 trillion yuan to buy Balfoam. If the correction is turbulent, he will be forced to close his position. Still too young.
After hearing these people's discussion, only a very small number of people followed suit and added a sum of money to Storm technology.
As for the rest, they just wanted to watch the fun. Yifan didn't care about what these people thought. Time passed by minute, and finally it was 9 o'clock.
The stock market opened on time, and in the vast ocean of stocks, many stocks rose and fell. But there was one stock that was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, leaving the others far behind. It was Storm Technology, the stock Yifan had purchased. Everyone's attention was drawn to this magical stock. Storm Technology opened with a low trend, but before everyone could come to their senses, it suddenly gained momentum, and its stock price climbed like a rocket, rising all the way, unstoppable. In the afternoon of that day, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. The stock price of Storm Technology had soared to 18.69 yuan per share, and then it went up to the daily limit without any suspense. This astonishing trend shocked everyone present. Yifan sat there quietly, watching the numbers jumping in front of him, but his heart was calm. Because he knew clearly that all this was expected. With this move, his initial investment of 6 billion yuan instantly multiplied several times to a staggering 16 billion yuan. Of course, after deducting the fees required for the tenfold leverage and various handling fees, Yifan's actual net profit from this transaction was as high as 7.8 billion yuan. Including the capital invested previously, at this moment, Yifan's assets have exceeded 8 billion yuan. Compared to the initial capital of 600 million when he first entered the market, his wealth has now increased by more than 10 times. This dramatic change made some people around Yifan's jaws drop to the ground. They opened their eyes wide with disbelief on their faces, and for a moment they couldn't even say a word. Especially those investors who were originally hesitant and had been waiting to see whether to follow the trend and buy in, are now extremely regretful. They must be regretting their decisions so much that they can only watch Yifan achieve great success. What's worse, some people with unbalanced mentality began to shout. This person must have had some inside information in advance, otherwise who would be so bold as to use 10 times leverage and put all the money into it without hesitation? These people's judgment on this point was very accurate, and Yifan did have inside information. However, what they could never have imagined was that the inside information Yifan possessed did not come from any mysterious person or special channel, but came from the unique talent given to him by the system. Although those people kept shouting that this was unfair and there was something fishy going on, their bodies gathered around him in an unusually honest manner, hoping with fawning faces that Yifan could give them some pointers so that they could also get a piece of the pie. At this moment, Lulu, who was standing aside, stared straight at Yifan, who was a few years younger than her. Her eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Think about how you get up early and work late every day for a whole month, but in the end you can only earn a few $1,000s. But look at this man in front of you, he has easily made billions in such a short period of time. This astronomical wealth is simply an unattainable dream for her. Even if she saves money and works tirelessly all her life to make money, she probably won't be able to reach such a height. At this moment, the look in Lulu's eyes when she looked at Yifan changed unconsciously, and there was even a bit more admiration in it. After seeing the stock was closed, Yifan did not stay for too long and left the trading hall. Just as Yifan walked out of the trading hall, he heard a crisp prompt sound suddenly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his great success in the stock market and his invincibility. Then, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Obtain system reward, a suite of Yunshuijian villa located in Shuian Yaju. Before Yifan could recover from his surprise, the system added. In addition, in order to better serve the host, we will give you an additional professional gold medal manor team. Just hear a series of rewards ringing in Yifan's mind. Chapter 40 Chapter 39 Reward Top Luxury House. Yifan could never have imagined that he just came out to trade stocks, but he happened to trigger the system reward. When the four words Shui and Yaju came into his sight, Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly, because he had never heard of the name of this real estate project. However, on second thought, since this is a prize given by the system, it must be a top-notch product. So, Yifan quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and started searching for relevant information. After nearly 2 minutes, Yifan put away his phone with satisfaction. You really don't know until you search. Once you search, you will be shocked. It turns out that this so-called waterfront villa is actually the most mysterious top luxury house in Shanghai.
No wonder I have never heard of it before. After all, the houses here are not sold to the public at all. Even the famous Thomson Epine can only be compared to it. Yifan continued to learn more and more, and became more and more frightened. My goodness, the price of this Shui and Yaju is ridiculously high. The price per square meter is as high as more than 600,000 yuan. Think about the Yunshuijian villa that you got this time, which can be called the king of villas. Wouldn't its value easily exceed tens of billions?
You know, even though Yifan now has a huge amount of funds of more than 8 billion yuan in his hands, he still couldn't help but gasp when faced with such an astronomical value of the property. What is even more surprising is that not only is this villa itself priceless, the system also comes with an ultra-luxurious gold medal manor team. This team is full of talented people, including bodyguards, nannies, housekeepers, chefs, etc. It can be said that as long as you live in this villa, you can enjoy supreme services in all aspects without blind spots.
I didn't expect Tongzi to be so humane.
Yifan was very happy to have moved into his new house. Just as Yifan was thinking, his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Yifan picked up the phone without hesitation.
Hello, is this Mr. Yi?
Yes, it's me.
Hello, Mr. Yi, I am your personal butler, He Tingting.
He Tingting said respectfully on the other end of the phone. Before making the call, she had already received a notice from the company and knew that Yifan was her new employer. Hearing the other party's identity, Yifan said directly, "You and your people please wait for me at the gate of Yunshui Yaju." "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll take people there right away." After hanging up the phone, He Tingting did not delay at all. She quickly gathered all the team members and told them to get ready to leave for Yunshui Yaju immediately. Not long after, 4 brand new Alpha commercial vehicles came out one after another and rushed towards Yunshui Yaju at lightning speed. When Yifan drove to Yunshui Yaju, he saw from afar 4 nanny cars neatly lined up there. At this moment, 4 nanny cars were parked in a row on the side of the road, and a row of people were standing neatly in front of the cars. At this moment, an extremely cool Lamborghini Veneno appeared in front of everyone, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He Tingting walked swiftly to the Lamborghini Veneno driven by Yifan, as if she had been waiting there for a long time. Behind He Tingting, there stood 8 burly men in neat suits and dark sunglasses. Just from their muscular physiques and the powerful aura they exude, one can tell that these people are by no means ordinary people and must be masters. Looking further back, there were a dozen young servants wearing exquisite maid outfits and sexy black stockings. These maids all have beautiful faces and graceful figures, and exude charming charm in their every move. Their beauty is in no way inferior to those popular beauties active on online platforms. If their photos were posted online, they would surely be able to easily defeat those borderline bloggers. Such a spectacular scene naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. People stopped to watch and talked about it from time to time. "Oh, who is this? Why is he putting on such a big show? That's right, it's so vivid." The air was filled with exclamations and praises. On the other side, Yifan sat quietly in the car without any movement to get out. He just slowly pressed the button and lowered the window. He Tingting walked gracefully and lightly to Yifan's car. She bent down slightly, smiled, and said softly, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am He Tingting, your newly hired private housekeeper." After hearing the voice, Yifan did not respond immediately. His eyes slowly shifted to the woman who suddenly appeared beside him. The woman in front of me looked to be about 28 or 29 years old, with a slender and tall figure. That beautiful face seemed to be carefully carved, with delicate facial features perfectly distributed on the fair face, exuding charming charm.
He Tingting is wearing a fitted black OL uniform today.
The outfit seems to be tailor-made for her, perfectly outlining her graceful curves and making her already curvy figure appear even more plump and attractive. Paired with a pair of Valentino high heels, every step makes a crisp and pleasant sound, and the Balenciaga stockings, the delicate and smooth texture adds a bit of mystery and sexiness. With such an outfit combined together, even experienced old comrades may find it difficult to resist the temptation. At this time, because Ting bent over so much, her already quite curvy chest inadvertently revealed a bit more of her snow-white skin. Ting was stunned when she noticed that her employer Yifan not only did not respond to her greeting, but was staring at her intently. She followed Yifan's gaze and instantly understood the reason. It turned out that she had accidentally exposed herself. So, she subconsciously raised her hand and gently covered the exposed skin with her fingers. However, surprisingly, faced with this slightly embarrassing situation, Ting did not get angry. On the contrary, a few faint blushes appeared on her cheeks. Ting was really surprised because she found that her employer was actually younger than herself. She was quite familiar with the housing prices in Yunshui Yaju. Any house here would cost hundreds of millions of yuan. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her actually had the financial resources to do so. What is even more striking is that this employer has a sunny and handsome face, as if he has a dazzling light.
Chapter 41 Chapter 40 This is where people live.
Yifan looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that mature women are much more mature and sensible than inexperienced girls. Ting, who had been stared at by Yifan's aggressive gaze, coughed lightly at this time to break the slightly ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. Then, Ting asked softly, "Mr. Yi, all members of our team are here now.
Do you have any other instructions?"
Hearing this, Yifan finally came to his senses and instantly realized that his behavior just now was a little inappropriate. So, he smiled a little awkwardly and quickly responded,
"Now that everyone is gathered, let's go in."
At this moment, the many onlookers gathered around were still chattering.
Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "No way, could it be that the person they have been waiting for is this young man?" Another person looked Yifan up and down and speculated.
"Judging from the appearance of this young man, he is probably just a student who has just entered university."
Another person speculated curiously.
"I really don't know which family this noble young man belongs to, he travels in such a grand manner." Accompanied by these voices of amazement, confusion, or envy, Yifan calmly started the car, ready to lead everyone to their destination.
At this time, a man who looked like a security guard blocked everyone's way.
"Hello sir, you are an outsider and need to register." A loud voice was heard, and a security guard with a determined face stood firmly in front of the crowd, blocking their way.
Yifan sat in the car, looking at the security guard, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It really is worthy of being the top luxury residence in Shanghai. Even the security is so strict.
It seems that the sky-high property fees paid by the owners here are not wasted. Thinking of this, Yifan slowly lowered the car window and looked at the security guard in front of him with a smile. The moment the security guard's eyes met Yifan's, he stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, as if struck by lightning. Then, as if he suddenly came to his senses, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, quickly opened the screen, and carefully compared the photo displayed on it with Yifan in front of him. After a while, the security guard finally confirmed his guess.
He raised his head and asked in a slightly trembling voice, Are you Mr. Yifan?"
Yifan nodded slightly and replied calmly,
"Yes, it's me."
After receiving a positive answer, the expression on the security guard's face instantly became extremely respectful. He quickly put away his phone, leaned forward slightly, and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, you are a big shot who bought the Yunshuijian, the king of our villa area, in full.
You are our most distinguished guest at Yunshui Yaju."
At this point, the security guard paused, as if realizing that it was a bit inappropriate for not recognizing Yifan in time, so he quickly added,
"I'm so sorry for not recognizing you right away. Please don't blame me."
At this time, a layer of fine beads of sweat had appeared on the security guard's forehead, and the tone of his voice seemed extremely nervous. Seeing this, Yifan just smiled slightly, waved his hand and said,
"It's okay, you're just following the procedure."
His smile is like a spring breeze, making people feel extremely kind. The other party was just following the rules and did nothing wrong.
Then Yifan asked again, "By the way, which direction is Yunshuijian?"
As soon as the question was asked, the security guard standing nearby immediately straightened up and answered respectfully,
"Mr. Yi, please drive straight ahead along this road.
When you reach the end, you will see the most luxurious villa. That is the famous Villa Wan Yunshuijian."
Yifan nodded slightly to express his gratitude. "Okay, thanks."
Before he finished speaking, he drove the Lamborghini Veneno in front and called everyone to drive towards the target location together.
Not long after, this convoy consisting of several vehicles drove into the villa area in a mighty manner.
The road is lined with green trees and colorful flowers, and the beautiful environment is refreshing. After a while, Yifan and others finally saw the villa described by the security guard. It stands in the midst of green grass, magnificent and imposing. At this moment, in another villa next to Yunshuijian, a woman dressed very exquisitely was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. She accidentally caught a glimpse of Yifan and his group arriving, and her heart was immediately filled with doubts.
Ha! Someone actually lives in Yunshuijian?
The woman murmured softly, as if she couldn't believe her eyes.
I remember hearing that Yunshuijian is not for sale to the public.
You know, Yunshuijian is the undisputed king of buildings in the entire villa area.
Not only is its interior decoration extremely luxurious, but its geographical location is also unique.
At first, this woman was also attracted by Yunshuijian, but was told that the house was not for sale.
In desperation, she had to choose to buy the villa next door. Now that she saw someone moving into Yunshuijian, how could she not be curious? Could it be that Yunshuijian was reserved specially for him?
The woman stood at the door of her house, looking at the clouds and water, her heart full of doubts and curiosity. She couldn't help but become curious about this mysterious new neighbor.
It seems that my neighbor is no ordinary person. To be able to live in such a luxurious villa, his identity and background must be extraordinary.
Thinking of this, the woman wanted more and more to visit this new neighbor.
At this time, Yifan had already stepped into the gate of the villa.
When he saw the layout of the villa for the first time, he was instantly shocked. He opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly. The luxury of this villa far exceeded his imagination. It was even several times better than the villa he owned in Jiangqing City. As soon as you walk into the gate of the villa, the first thing that catches your eye is the spacious courtyard. The yard is covered with lush flowers and plants, exuding bursts of charming fragrance. These flowers and plants have obviously been carefully cared for, and each one looks gorgeous and beautiful. Continuing along the stone road, you can see that the walls of the entire villa are all made of imported high-end marble. The smooth and delicate surface sparkles brightly in the sun, giving people a feeling of nobility and elegance. Walking further in, a huge swimming pool appears in front of you. The crystal-clear pool water looks like a green gem inlaid in the courtyard. Next to the swimming pool is an exquisite courtyard with comfortable lounge chairs and parasols, where people can enjoy a leisurely and pleasant time.
Walking into the villa, the design of the entrance hall is magnificent. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, the floor is covered with thick cashmere carpets, and priceless art paintings hang on the walls. After passing through the entrance hall and coming to the living room, Yifan was stunned again. This living room is actually as big as a standard football field, and you can hardly see the end at a glance. A huge floor-to-ceiling window occupies an entire wall. Through the window, you can have a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery in the courtyard, and it also leads directly to the beautiful garden in the courtyard. Walking up the stairs, Yifan discovered that the entire villa had a total of 5 floors. The decoration style of each floor is unique, either simple and modern, or classical European, or traditional Chinese. Every detail is handled just right, demonstrating the villa owner's noble status and elegant taste. Even compared with the famous Tan Palace in Shanghai, this villa is not inferior, and even better. Chapter 42 Chapter 41 Beautiful Neighbor Sister.
Yifan chose the largest bedroom on the second floor and prepared to lie down and rest for a while. As for the people downstairs, Yifan confidently left them to the capable He Tingting to arrange. Sure enough, under He Tingting's orderly command, everyone was busy with their respective duties in an orderly manner. Some were packing their luggage, some were cleaning, and some were decorating the living room. The whole scene was lively and bustling, but not at all messy. However, in the midst of this busy scene, a crisp doorbell suddenly rang, breaking the originally harmonious atmosphere. When Yifan heard the doorbell ring, he just frowned slightly and had no intention of getting up to open the door.
After all, He Tingting and the others are here, so I don't have to do these things myself. He Tingting walked quickly to the door and opened it. Standing outside the door was a mature woman who looked about the same age as He Tingting. She was tall, had a pretty face, and had long, shiny black hair that fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. The woman was holding 2 bottles of beautifully packaged red wine. The labels and exquisite bottle design showed that the wine was of great value. When the woman saw He Tingting, a friendly smile immediately appeared on her face and she said politely, "Hello, I'm your next-door neighbor. I saw you just moved in today, so I came to visit you." Her voice is clear, pleasant and very pleasant to hear.
He Ting also responded with a smile.
Hello, please wait a moment. I have to go in and ask Mr. Yi for instructions first.
After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly towards the house. Not long after, Yi Fan was seen walking down slowly from upstairs. When the woman saw Yi Fan for the first time, she couldn't help but be amazed in her heart. The man in front of me not only has an extraordinary temperament, but his entire appearance is also extremely handsome. His tall and straight figure coupled with deep eyes make people want to take a few more glances. I didn't expect the new neighbor to be so young. The woman couldn't help but ponder to herself, her eyes falling on the new and imposing villa. You know, Yunshui is the most luxurious high-end villa in this area and it is not for sale to the public.
The money required to own a villa here must be an astronomical figure. Could it be that this new neighbor is the young master from some mysterious and large family?
As soon as this thought came to her mind, the woman calmed down, walked forward with a smile, and took the initiative to speak. Hello, I am the resident next door. My name is Zhang Li. Zhang Li introduced himself generously.
Hello, my name is Yi Fan.
Yi Fan responded enthusiastically with a sunny smile on his face. At this moment, Zhang Li took out 2 bottles of exquisitely packaged red wine from behind, handed them to Yi Fan, and said softly. Because the time is too tight today, I didn't have time to make too many preparations. But I still want to congratulate you on moving into a new house. This is just a small token of my appreciation, please don't despise it. Yi Fan only took a glance and knew that these 2 bottles of red wine were not ordinary stuff, and their quality and grade were definitely top-notch.
I estimate that the price of any bottle will not be less than 5 figures. How can this be so embarrassing?
However, Zhang Li smiled slightly and said indifferently.
It's okay, it's just a small token of my appreciation, and it's not something valuable anyway.
As she spoke, she pushed the red wine forward again. Hearing Zhang Li speak so straightforwardly, Yi Fan naturally would not pretend to be shy anymore. With a smile on his face, he stretched out his hand and took the red wine that Zhang Li handed over. Then, Yi Fan raised his head slightly and looked at Zhang Li, saying,
Would you like to come in and sit down?
Zhang Li heard this, raised the corner of his mouth with an elegant arc, and responded softly. Then I'll respectfully obey your command. By the way, I was just planning to visit Yunshuijian. After saying that, she moved lightly and followed Yi Fan slowly into the magnificent villa. As soon as he stepped into the villa, even someone like Zhang Li who had seen many luxurious scenes could not help but be deeply shocked by the luxurious layout before him. Zhang Li marveled at the layout of the house and praised sincerely.
It really lives up to its reputation.
This villa is worthy of the title of the king.
Such an exquisite layout is truly breathtaking.
At that time, I originally wanted to own Yunshuijian, but unfortunately it was not for sale to the public. Zhang Li said after looking around. Then her eyes fell on Yi Fan, her eyes full of admiration. I never thought that Mr. Yi, at such a young age, could have such strength and courage to buy this villa.
He is really young and promising.
Facing Zhang Li's praise, Yi Fan waved his hand modestly and said,
Thank you for the compliment, Miss Jiang. Please take a seat.
After the 2 of them sat down one after another, a maid in uniform came over. She skillfully brewed a cup of fragrant and fine tea for each of them and carefully placed it on the coffee table in front of them. At this moment, Zhang Li's eyes inadvertently swept across the busy people around him, and he couldn't help but be stunned again. From the moment he stepped through the door, Zhang Li was attracted by the security guards standing straight as pine trees at the door. Each of them had a serious expression and extremely sharp eyes. They were definitely not the ordinary security guards on the market. And when she walked into the house, she was shocked by the many maids busying around in front of her.
The maids wore the same uniform and performed their tasks gracefully and well-trainedly.
Seeing all this, Zhang Li's originally vague guess became clearer. This young man named Yi Fan must be from a powerful family.
Otherwise, how could there be such strict security measures and so many servants?
Thinking of this, Zhang Li couldn't help but become more curious about Yi Fan. She cast her eyes towards Yi Fan who was sitting on the sofa, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a charming smile.
In my opinion, Mr. Yi should be less than 20 years old, right?
As he spoke, Zhang Li's beautiful eyes were always fixed on Yi Fan.
After hearing Zhang Li's question, Yi Fan did not hesitate or hide anything, but nodded calmly and replied. Well, I just turned 18 this June.
His tone was calm, yet it carried a steadiness that didn't seem to match his age. Zhang Li was stunned at first, then he covered his mouth and chuckled.
Ha, as expected, he is still a little brother.
The laughter was clear and pleasant, echoing in the air like a silver bell. At this moment, Yifan inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Li's chest rising and falling due to her laughter, and her plump and attractive curves were looming as her body shook. Yifan's heart skipped a beat and he quickly looked away, fearing that Jiang Li would notice his gaffe.
However, although Yifan reacted quickly, his little movement did not escape Jiang Li's keen observation.
However, Jiang Li did not point it out, but continued with a slightly red face. Miss Jiang, you look so strange.
We are neighbors after all, and I am older than you. If you want, you can call me sisterly.
After saying that, Jiang Li looked at Yifan, his eyes full of anticipation. Hearing this, Yifan responded generously. Okay, sisterly. His voice was clear and crisp, without any affectation.
Ha, that's right, my dear brother.
Jiang Li laughed happily again when he heard Yifan's straightforward response. Her smile was as charming and beautiful as a blooming flower. As her petals trembled, her plump breasts swayed gently, like two charming waves, which made people look sideways.
Chapter 43, Chapter 42, Dormitory Marriage.
At this moment, an abrupt phone call rang suddenly, abruptly interrupting the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere between the two.
Jiang Li quickly reached out and picked up the phone to answer it.
Her face, which had originally been filled with a bright smile, suddenly became serious, and all the smiles were suppressed without a trace.
She simply said, "Okay, I got it." The entire call lasted less than a minute before she hung up in a hurry.
Then, she turned to look at Yifan with an apologetic look and said softly, "Brother, I'm sorry, there is an urgent matter at my sister's company that needs my attention." Yifan nodded quickly to show his understanding, and replied with a smile, "It's okay, sisterly, let us get down to business first."
Jiang Li nodded slightly, then said gently, "Well, I'll come and play with you next time."
Before she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the door. As she moved with light steps, a faint fragrance drifted away like a wisp of smoke, lingering around Yifan's nose for a long time. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li's figure disappeared from Yifan's sight, leaving only the lingering fragrance slowly spreading in the air. At this moment, Yifan's mobile phone suddenly received a notification sound. It turned out that Su Yao had sent a message. When they clicked on it, they found out that some people from Su Yao's dormitory wanted to have dinner together with some people from their dormitory in the evening and get to know each other. It turned out to be the day when Yifan sent Su Yao back to the dormitory. As soon as she arrived at the bottom of the girls' dormitory, she was seen by several of Su Yao's roommates. When they saw the extremely cool and valuable luxury car, their eyes lit up instantly. After Su Yao finally returned to the dormitory, before she had time to catch her breath, her three roommates immediately surrounded her like wolves and tigers, and began to ask her all kinds of questions about Yifan. Su Yao was a little embarrassed at first, but she couldn't resist her roommates' constant nagging and had to tell them everything she knew about Yifan. When they heard that Yifan was not only extremely rich but also extremely handsome, the eyes of the three roommates instantly became hot. Especially when they learned that even the most prosperous Taiku commercial street in the Magic City was actually Yifan's property, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. If they hadn't known that Su Yao had taken the initiative and had contact with Yifan, these three people would probably have been unable to suppress their inner impulse and would have wanted to pursue Yifan personally.
However, after careful consideration, these roommates felt that for a man as rich and handsome as Yifan, his roommates must not be much worse.
So, they encouraged Su Yao to invite other people in Yifan's dormitory to have a meal together, so that they could take the opportunity to get to know each other. Su Yao really couldn't get over these roommates, so she had no choice but to send the invitation message to Yifan. On the other side, after receiving the message from Su Yao, Yifan first casually glanced at the text content, and then his eyes were attracted by the two cool photos attached to it. Looking at the cool photo on the phone, Yifan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, muttering to himself, "This little girl actually dared to seduce me so blatantly. She is simply playing with fire." Later, when Yifan was lying on the soft sofa and preparing to take a rest, a report instantly became popular on the internet. According to the latest report, the villa Wang Yunshuijian in Yunshui Yaju was sold at a sky-high price of 1.6 billion yuan. As soon as this news came out, it caused an uproar on the internet and sparked heated discussions among many netizens. Everyone is full of curiosity and speculation about the true identity of this mysterious rich man. Oh my god, it's incredible that someone would actually spend 1.6 billion to buy a house. One netizen exclaimed. Another netizen joked. What kind of house is worth 1.6 billion? Is it possible that even the toilet is made of gold? However, a knowledgeable netizen immediately replied, "Don't talk nonsense, that is the famous Yunshuijian. It is the most mysterious and expensive super mansion in the whole Magic City. Its luxury is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This is simply a heavenly palace. How can the gap between people be so big? I work hard for a year and can't even earn 160,000 yuan, while others can easily take out 1.6 billion to buy a house. This world is really unfair. As time passed and it was getting close to evening, Yifan calmly got into his extremely cool Lamborghini Veneno sports car and drove towards the school at lightning speed. When this priceless supercar arrived at the school gate, it once again caused exclamations and envious glances from the surrounding crowd. Yifan calmly took out his student ID from his pocket and gestured to the security guard, then stepped on the accelerator. With a deafening roar of the engine, the car drove straight into the campus like lightning. After parking the car in a relatively quiet place on campus, Yifan slowly got out of the car and walked towards the dormitory building with brisk steps. When he arrived at the dormitory door, before he could walk into the room and find a place to sit down and rest for a while, the three people quickly surrounded him. "Brother Fan, please tell us how far your relationship with your senior has progressed?" Li Junjie asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then Zhao Dasuo immediately echoed. "Yes, I heard that the senior sister is a famous beauty in our school. Not only is she sweet-looking, but she also has an outstanding temperament. She is also the most beautiful girl in the Chinese department." At this time, the Sharpei who had been silent all the time suddenly spoke. "Alas, don't you think this is too unfair? I think I look pretty good, so why isn't there any girl as pretty as my senior chasing after me?" As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his round belly, striking a pose that he thought was very handsome. However, his funny action instantly aroused contempt from others. The three of them were talking to each other, and they seemed determined not to give up until the truth came out. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Li Junjie suddenly noticed that Yifan was holding a key in his hand. He was so surprised that his mouth opened wide and he couldn't help but swear. WTF. Then he pointed at the key in Yifan's hand and shouted excitedly. "Brother Fan, could it be that the thing you are holding in your hand is the car key of Lamborghini Veneno?" Zhao Dasuo, who was standing by, was very confused when he heard what Li Junjie said. He asked in confusion, "What kind of poison?" Facing Zhao Dasuo's question, Li Junjie showed a helpless expression, but still patiently explained to him. "The key in Brother Fan's hand is not an ordinary key. It is the key of Lamborghini Veneno. It is said that this kind of car is very rare in our country, with a total of no more than 10. And the price of each car is frighteningly high, at least 40 to 50 million. The last time I saw this car was when I went to a Lamborghini auto show with my family. I was very lucky to witness its beauty with my own eyes." Li Junjie excitedly recounted the past events while recalling them. Chapter 44 Chapter 43 Balenciaga, is it easy to tear it apart? What? After hearing what Li Junjie said, the two were shocked, their mouths opened wide, as if they could fit an egg, and they shouted in disbelief. So expensive? Apparently, they were all stunned when they heard the explanation of the car's price. 4 or 500 million. What kind of astronomical figure is this? You know, in their hometown, the price of a house is no more than 1 million. However, the supercar in front of me is worth the equivalent of 4 or 500 houses. Just thinking about it makes people feel that it is too outrageous and completely beyond their imagination. Then, Li Junjie's eyes lit up, and he stared at Yifan eagerly, and said impatiently, "Brother Fan, please don't tell me that this cool Lamborghini Veneno is really your car." Yifan smiled slightly, without any intention of hiding anything, and nodded slightly to show his agreement. After all, it is no longer a secret that he owns such a top-level supercar, and many people know about it. After seeing Yifan nod in agreement, Li Junjie suddenly realized and thought to himself, "No wonder even that famously cool senior in the department would actively pursue me." Thinking of this, Li Junjie could no longer suppress his inner impulse. He looked at Yifan expectantly and said in an almost pleading tone, "Fan Gu. Stepfather. My two biggest hobbies in life are admiring beautiful women and being obsessed with all kinds of cool sports cars. Please let me experience it, even if it's just a small drive around the school." At this time, Li Junjie was already so excited that he couldn't control himself. Here are the keys. The car is parked downstairs." Yifan looked at Li Junjie with a smile on his face and threw the key in his hand towards him. The key bunch fell into Li Junjie's hand, which had been stretched out and waiting for a long time. Li Junjie was extremely excited. He held the key tightly, his face full of uncontrollable excitement.
After thanking him repeatedly, he ran downstairs impatiently like an arrow.
In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs.
Not long after, a deafening roar of an engine suddenly came from downstairs. After just a moment, the roar gradually faded away and eventually became inaudible. About 20 minutes later, Lee Junjie finally came back satisfied.
His face was flushed, with a few crystal clear beads of sweat hanging on his forehead. He gasped for breath and shouted to Yi Fan happily.
"Brother Fan, your car is so cool.
I don't know how many beautiful girls have attracted my attention along the way.
Many of them even came to chat with me." When he said this, Lee Junjie's eyes were almost smiling into slits.
As a native of Shanghai, he always had a sense of pride in his heart, always thinking that his family was the most well-off in the entire dormitory. But today, after seeing Yi Fan's extremely cool car with his own eyes, he suddenly realized how naive and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. It turns out that the real boss who was hiding deepest in this dormitory is Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said lightly,
"Okay, you guys don't just enjoy yourself. Hurry up and pack up.
I'll take you out for dinner with the seniors in the dormitory later in the evening."
As soon as the words fell, cheers suddenly rang out in the room.
Especially the Sharpei, who is usually the most coquettish, has eyes shining at this moment, with green light flashing in his eyes, just like a hungry wolf seeing a delicious lamb. If those top luxury cars worth tens of millions seem out of reach for them. Such a beautiful senior is right in front of me, maybe something will happen. Thinking of this, the three of them instantly became excited and began to dress up in a hurry. The clothes and shoes that they were reluctant to wear on weekdays were also found at this time. Seeing these three guys struggling so hurriedly, Yi Fan couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, with a faint smile on his lips. Then, he lay down on the bed leisurely, turned on his mobile phone, and started chatting with Su Yao enthusiastically.
"My junior, I specially wore your favorite Balenciaga today."
Along with the message, a photo was also sent. Yi Fan clicked on the picture and saw that Su Yao's long and slender legs were covered with the Balenciaga stockings that he loved very much. The charming lines and texture seemed to exude an irresistible magic. Such a hot and sexy scene. Even though Yi Fan had good self-control, he felt a rush of blood to his forehead and his nose was almost bleeding.
"Hey, is it easy to tear?"
Yi Fan showed a sly smirk on his face and replied quickly.
"Humph, whether it is easy to tear or not, you will know it after trying it tonight." Su Yao responded without showing any weakness, with a hint of ambiguity between the lines. "Ha, okay, just don't beg me for mercy then." Yi Fan continued to tease. "Oops, I won't tell you anymore, don't be so naughty. I'm ignoring you." Su Yao replied coquettishly.
After sending this message, her cheeks instantly turned red like ripe apples, and her shyness was beyond words. Although Su Yao can talk without restraint in the online world, once she returns to real life, she becomes a completely different person, extremely timid. At this time, Tang Qianqian had quickly packed her luggage. When she turned to look at Su Yao, she noticed Su Yao's flushed cheeks at a glance.
"So," Tang Qianqian asked with concern. "Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?"
When asked this by Tang Qianqian, Su Yao's face became more and more rosy, like a ripe apple.
Then, she stammered and replied. I'm fine, I'm probably just too hot here in Shanghai lately."
However, just as Su Yao finished her words, Xiao Sisi, who had just walked out of the bathroom, suddenly interrupted and laughed and teased. She must be thinking about meeting that junior boy later, so her heart is beating fast. After hearing what Xiao Sisi said, Su Yao, who was already a little shy, felt even more ashamed. At this time, Cui Yusin, who was sitting nearby and still carefully putting on makeup, also joined in the fun and said with a smile.
"Oh, Su Yao, could it be that you and your junior talked about something unhealthy? Otherwise, why would you react so strongly?"
Facing Cui Yusin's questioning, Su Yao quickly waved her hand and shook her head, eagerly explaining.
"Really not. Absolutely not."
After saying this, perhaps because she felt too embarrassed, Su Yao suddenly shrank her head into the quilt, not daring to show her face again.
Chapter 45. Chapter 44. Everyone has their own preferences.
Having said that, in this dormitory, besides Su Yao, she is also very beautiful. As for the others, Tang Qianqian, Xiao Sisi and Cui Yusin, although their looks are not as outstanding as Su Yao, compared with the general public, they can also be regarded as beauties with good looks. Xiao Sisi still dressed herself up carefully as always, and her whole style tended to be sexy. The low-cut dress perfectly shows off her charming collarbone line, the tight skirt wraps around her slender legs, and paired with a pair of high heels, she walks gracefully, exuding a mature charm. In sharp contrast to Xiao Cixi is Tang Shanshan, a petite girl who always likes to dress herself up to be as cute as an exquisite rag doll. She was wearing a pink puffy skirt decorated with lots of lace, a pair of white round-toed leather shoes, and a big bow hairpin on her head. She looked like a little princess from a fairy tale world. As for Cui Yusen, she appeared in an outfit that was very much like a queen. She wore a black slim-fit suit jacket, black shorts and over-the-knee boots, which highlighted her tall and slender figure while exuding a powerful aura. After these three beauties with different styles had packed up, they walked out of the dormitory building together, hailed a taxi, and then sped towards their destination. At the same time, three boys, Li Junjie, Shoppy and Zhao Dasuwa, were also making preparations. The attire of the three of them was equally eye-catching and could be said to be quite flashy. Everyone was dressed in fashionable clothes and their hair was carefully styled. Not only that, before leaving, they also sprayed Li Junjie's expensive perfume on themselves. Since the Lamborghini Veneno owned by Yifan is a two-seater sports car, it cannot accommodate everyone together. At first, Yifan planned to drive the sports car to the destination himself, and let the other three people take a taxi. However, Li Junjie shamelessly pestered Yifan and insisted on experiencing the feeling of sitting in the passenger seat of a car. Faced with Li Junjie's pleading, Yifan finally agreed to his request helplessly. So, Yifan had to take Li Junjie and go ahead. Shoppy and Zhao Dasuwa, who were left behind, watched Yifan and Li Junjie walk away, their hearts filled with envy and jealousy. But there was nothing they could do, so they looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, turned around and walked to the side of the road to stop another taxi, and then rushed to their destination. The magic city at dusk seems to be under a spell, completely different from the tranquility of the daytime. The dazzling neon lights on the roadside flash charming light, and the extravagant and decadent magic city wakes up again. Yifan and Li Junjie arrived at the agreed location in advance, a barbecue restaurant not far from the school. The store is filled with the tempting aroma of barbecue, making people salivate. However, at this moment, their attention was not at all on the food. Not long after, Shoppy and Zhao Dasuwa also hurried over. The four of them sat together, their eyes invariably attracted by the passers-by passing by them, or to be more precise, those beautiful women in cool summer clothes. Especially their long, slender, white legs have become the focus of everyone's attention. October in Shanghai is still a bit hot and stuffy, which makes the girls on the street dress cooler and bolder. Some wore sexy hot pants, showing off their slender and straight legs, while others chose ultra-short miniskirts, which added a bit of mystery and temptation. Those snow-white and silky smooth thighs made Yifan and the other four stare at them in fascination. Although countless pairs of beautiful legs passed by his eyes, Yifan always believed in his heart that his senior sister's legs were the most flawless. After all, the senior sister is known for her legs. Not only are her legs slender and well-proportioned, but her skin is also delicate and smooth, with beautiful and flowing lines. Every time he saw the beautiful legs of his senior sister, Yifan couldn't help but secretly sigh at the creator's preference. Just as Yifan was immersed in his reverie of the senior sister's beautiful legs, he lowered his head to glance at his phone, then raised his head and said seriously to the other three people, "Come on, they are coming soon. Whether you can successfully capture them depends on your own abilities." Hearing this, the three of them responded confidently. "Don't worry, brother Fan, we will definitely win tonight and achieve our goal in one fell swoop." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Junjie turned around and shouted at the boss, "Boss, please bring me 2 boxes of Budweiser beer." Witnessing this scene, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, "It looks like these 3 guys are determined to succeed in winning the beauty today." After several minutes, Su Yao and her group finally arrived. From a distance, you can see the 4 people who are carefully dressed up. They are particularly eye-catching among the bustling crowd. Among the 4, only Tang Shanshan went for the cute style, while the other 3 all chose mature styles of clothing, and their curvy figures were eye-catching. As the 4 beauties gradually approached, Li Junjie stared at Cui Yusen and muttered softly, "Hee, that cool and beautiful lady is really my type, don't compete with me for her." However, the Sharpei next to him seemed to have heard nothing and remained indifferent. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the petite and lovely Tang Shanshan, and he even almost drooled from the corners of his mouth, looking like a real pervert. Fortunately, he quickly realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly restrained his expression, then spoke impatiently. "Oh, that cute girl is my dream girl. If anyone competes with me for her, I will be angry with them." From Shoppy's tone, it was obvious that he had already claimed Tang Shanshan as his own. When seeing that Shoppy and Li Junjie had both chosen their ideal partners, Zhao Dasuwa's attention naturally turned to Xiao Cixi. Although objectively speaking, Xiao Cixi's appearance is slightly inferior to Su Yao and Cui Yusin, her dress is undoubtedly the sexiest and most attractive among everyone present. With just a quick glance, Zhao Dasuo felt as if his eyes were attracted and he could not move them away at all. He stared at Xiao Cixi without stopping. Yi Fan, who was standing aside, witnessed the scene and felt like laughing. Chapter 46 Chapter 45 Barbecue Restaurant Incident. Soon, Su Yao and others slowly approached the dining table. Li Jinjie and the other three quickly stood up and shouted to Su Yao with smiles on their faces. "Hello, sister-in-law." The sudden address made Su Yao blush instantly, but in her shy heart, it was as if she had drunk a large jar of honey, and a sweet feeling spread. After everyone sat down, the restaurant owner began to serve the dishes quickly. Taking advantage of this break, everyone made a brief self-introduction to each other, thus completing the initial acquaintance. It is worth mentioning that since Xiao Cixi had met Yi Fan at the beginning of the school year, she was not particularly surprised by Yi Fan's amazing looks. However, Tang Chanxian and Cui Yusin were completely different. It was the first time for them to see Yi Fan in person. At this moment, their eyes met on Yi Fan, and almost at the same time, the same thought came to their minds. If you don't know his appearance, you might think he is some handsome celebrity. Moreover, Cui Yusin inadvertently noticed that under Yi Fan's clothes, there were slightly bulging muscle lines faintly visible. She couldn't help but secretly guess that Yi Fan must have an extremely perfect figure. Therefore, Cui Yusin couldn't help but cast her eyes on Yi Fan and asked softly, "Yi Fan, do you usually do some exercise?" Hearing Cui Yusin's question, Yi Fan's face remained calm and he just nodded slightly in response. However, only he knows that he doesn't have any daily exercise. "I usually live a lazy life of eating, sleeping, waking up and then eating again. As for this enviable perfect body of muscles, it all depends on the system." Just as Yi Fan was thinking about it, Cui Yusin, who learned that Yi Fan really had the habit of exercising, suddenly lit up her eyes, as if they had found a common topic. She was originally a little reserved, but now she seemed to have opened up and started talking to Yi Fan incessantly. Not only that, the enthusiastic Cui Yusin even took the initiative to invite Yi Fan, saying that if they had time, they could exercise together. At this time, Li Junjie, who had been silently watching the interaction between the two, couldn't help himself when he saw that his goddess was chatting so enthusiastically with Yi Fan. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, interrupting their conversation, and said to Cui Yusin expectantly, "Yusin, come and take a look at my figure." I thought I could get some praise from Cui Yusin, but what I got in return was a harsh comment about you. This sudden remark stunned everyone present, especially Yi Fan, who almost spit out the drink he had just taken because he was trying to hold back his laughter. Li Junjie sat there dejectedly, like a defeated rooster. You know, as a man, he can say anything about her, but he just can't accept others saying that he is thin, especially when these words come from the mouth of the goddess in his mind. This was a great humiliation for him. On the other side, Xia Pei and Tang Chanxian were having a great conversation. It turned out that they were both obsessed with anime and had a common hobby, so naturally they had endless topics to talk about. They became more and more excited as they talked, and the atmosphere was very lively. Although Xiao Cixi was sitting the farthest away from Yi Fan, her big watery eyes were always fixed on Yi Fan, never moving away for a moment. In contrast, Xiao Cixi only occasionally responded to Zhao Dasuo beside her with a few words, seeming a little absent-minded. Just like this, a few people talked and laughed. It was very lively. Except for Yi Fan, who didn't drink, the others had completely let go and started drinking happily. For a moment, the atmosphere at the entire dinner table became extremely lively. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw several burly men sitting at the dining table next to Yi Fan and the others. These men were all shirtless, revealing their sturdy arms and strong chests. Their eyes unscrupulously scanned Su Yao and others, with malicious smiles on their faces. Not only that, they also blew shrill whistles at Su Yao and the others from time to time, and uttered a series of obscene words that were unbearable to the ears. When Zhao Dasuo heard this, he became furious. He rolled up his sleeves and was ready to rush over to have a good argument with those people. But at this moment, Yi Fan on the side stopped Zhao Dasuo. Yi Fan frowned and looked at the troublemakers, thinking to himself. Judging from their appearance, they must have drunk too much. It is probably useless to reason with such drunkards, and drunkards can do anything when their minds are hot. Thinking of this, Yi Fan shook his head gently and said to Zhao Dasuo, "Forget it, don't bother with them. There's no need for us to bother with a bunch of drunkards." However, when the drunkards saw that Yi Fan and others did not react at all, they not only did not restrain their behavior, but became even more arrogant. One of the guys, with a red face, stood up from his seat unsteadily and walked straight towards Su Yao. After this guy walked to Su Yao's side, he didn't care about the eyes of the people around him and said carelessly, "Little sister, what's the fun of following these wimps? Why don't you come and play with the brothers? We are awesome and we promise to make you very happy, ha ha ha." After saying that, the man let out a disgusting lewd laugh and stretched out a dirty big hand, pretending to pull Su Yao. Seeing that the other party's big hands were about to touch Su Yao's delicate body, Yifan's eyes instantly turned cold. He stood up from his seat, moved his body slightly, and an invisible pressure emanated from his body. When the pair of big hands were just inches away from Su Yao, time seemed to freeze for a moment. And the next second, an astonishing scene happened. The man flew straight backwards like a kite with a broken string. This sudden change left everyone present dumbfounded, and they didn't even have time to react to what was happening. Just now, because Yifan's movements were so fast, everyone only vaguely saw him kick out like lightning, and then the man's body flew out like a cannonball, and then fell heavily to the ground. Seeing their brother being beaten away, the remaining few people became furious and rushed towards Yifan cursing. Chapter 47 Chapter 46 The Campus Prince of Magic City University. They waved their fists, looking aggressive, as if they were going to eat Yifan alive. However, facing this surging attack, Yifan's heart did not feel the slightest ripple. His face was as gloomy as water, but instead of retreating, he walked forward towards those who were rushing towards him. He just swung his arm and a heavy punch came out, hitting one of them hard in the chest. In an instant, the man seemed to be hit by a speeding truck. He flew back at a faster speed than when he came, and fell heavily to the ground just like the previous man. The huge impact force caused the ground to tremble slightly, and people around couldn't help but gasp. Zhao Dasua and a few others were already eager to clench their fists, and prepared to rush forward to help Yifan deal with the enemy. However, when they witnessed what happened next, they were all dumbfounded and stunned. Yifan's moves were as fast as lightning and as quick as strong wind. Each of his moves contained infinite power. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had easily defeated two opponents. The two men didn't even have the strength to fight back, and flew backwards like kites with broken strings. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining few people were all dealt with by Yifan without any suspense. What is amazing is that after this fierce battle, Yifan did not suffer any injuries except for the slightly dirty corners of his clothes. Damn, this guy is too strong. Li Jinjie and the other two looked at Yifan and couldn't help but shout out. At the same time, they suffered another heavy blow in their hearts. Yifan is not only handsome and rich, but now he has such amazing skills. He is simply leaving no chance for others to survive. On the other side, Su Yao and others looked at Yifan with fiery eyes. After all, which girl doesn't like a man who feels secure? What's more, this man is so handsome and rich. At this moment, Yifan's image in their minds became more and more impressive. Not only were Su Yao and the other onlookers shocked, but even the many customers who were dining in the restaurant could not help but exclaim in surprise after seeing this thrilling scene. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary young man could actually deal with a group of big men on the opposite side? At this time, Yifan walked up to the restaurant owner and said, "Boss, I'm sorry to trouble you. Please check the economic loss caused to the store and I will transfer the money to you immediately." Hearing this, the restaurant owner's admiration for Yifan became even stronger. This young man is not only very skilled, but also has a great character. Then, the boss waved his hands and said to Yifan, "Oh, no, it's just a few broken wine glasses, it's not something particularly valuable, no need to compensate." Faced with the boss's firm attitude, Yifan did not bother to argue any further. He nodded readily, left a phone number for the boss, and prepared to leave the restaurant with his men. However, what Yifan didn't know was that just when he decisively took action to teach those hooligans who were looking for trouble a lesson, a bystander secretly recorded the whole process with his mobile phone. This person then posted this wonderful video on the popular short video platform, and also added a striking text description. A college student suddenly appeared and came to the rescue. Unexpectedly, due to Yifan's handsome looks, graceful movements, and righteous behavior in this video, it attracted hundreds of millions of views in just one night. Many netizens were impressed by Yifan and developed a strong interest in him. Soon, someone dug out more information about Yifan through various channels. It turned out that he was not only the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, but also the owner of a Lamborghini luxury car. As a result, Yifan instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Many netizens dubbed him the school prince of Shanghai without hesitation, and stories about him spread like wildfire on the Shanghai campus network. In the Magic City, in a luxurious manner. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, looking at the contents in his hand. Looking at the familiar Lamborghini Veneno and the leopard license plate number. Lin Yu curled the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely beautiful smile, and spoke to himself.
Yi Fan? Magic City University, huh, interesting.
On the other side, Yi Fan arranged for Li Junjie and the other two to escort Xiao Sisi and the other two away.
He took Su Yao and prepared to leave.
The two got into the car and sat down one after another. Su Yao lifted her long and beautiful legs and placed them directly in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan's attention was instantly attracted to the pair of beautiful legs in front of him, wrapped in silk stockings, emitting an attractive luster. Yi Fan stretched out his right hand and started playing with it. Yi Fan played with the beautiful legs in his hand for a while, then suddenly raised his hand and patted Su Yao's thigh lightly, and said with a smile, "Okay, sit down quickly. I'll take you back to the dormitory, or I'll kill you later." When Su Yao heard Yi Fan say that he would take her back to the dormitory, her eyes, which were originally full of expectation, suddenly dimmed, and she felt a sense of loss that was difficult to conceal in her heart. At the dinner table today, she keenly caught the affectionate look in Xiao Sisi and Shui Yusen's eyes when they looked at Yi Fan. At that moment, she clearly felt a strong sense of crisis quietly coming over her. After hesitating for a moment, he seemed to have finally made an important decision. Su Yao bit her lip, mustered up the courage and whispered to Yi Fan.
I don't want to go back to the dormitory tonight. I want to go with you."
After saying this, her cheeks suddenly flushed with shyness, as tempting as a ripe apple.
Su Yao knew very well that there were so many eyes staring at a man like Yi Fan.
Just among the people she knew, there were two who had ill intentions towards Yi Fan. If she continued to be so coy and someone else got the upper hand, she would not even have time to regret and would not have a place to cry. Therefore, no matter what, she was determined to become Yi Fan's woman. Even if she could not be his only one, she was willing. Yi Fan stared at Su Yao in front of him. Her face, which usually showed a hint of teasing and amusement, now restrained all its unseriousness.
He asked seriously, "Have you really thought about it?" Hearing this, Su Yao nodded without hesitation, her eyes extremely firm. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, The Boy's Transformation.
Seeing Su Yao express her attitude so clearly, Yi Fan naturally would not drag his feet any further. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out like an arrow, speeding straight towards the clouds and water. Just a few minutes later, Yi Fan parked the car steadily in the Yunshuijian garage. Then, he gently took Su Yao's hand and walked into the extremely luxurious villa together. As soon as she stepped into the gate of the villa, Su Yao instantly became restrained. After all, this was the first time in her life that she had seen such a magnificent villa with her own eyes, and the shock made her a little at a loss for a moment. Just then, a figure came up hurriedly. It turned out to be He Tingting. When she saw Yi Fan coming back, she quickly quickened her pace and walked forward. Then she deftly took out two pairs of brand new slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at the feet of Yi Fan and Su Yao respectively, smiling and saying, "Welcome home." At the same time, He Tingting said to Yi Fan softly with a smile, "Mr. Yi, the bath water has been prepared for you in the bedroom. The water temperature is just right. You can go in and enjoy the bath directly." She bowed slightly and added, "If there is no other need, we will withdraw first. If there is anything you need later, please call me at any time." After saying that, she turned and left with the others. Looking at their leaving figures, Su Yao couldn't help but widen her eyes, secretly amazed in her heart. It was not until this moment that she truly understood what the luxurious life of the so-called top wealthy people was like. All this seemed like a dream to her, who came from an ordinary background. After a brief pause, Yi Fan nodded slightly at Su Yao, who was still immersed in shock, and signaled her to follow him. So the two of them walked towards the bedroom on the second floor together. The moment you step into the room, you will be overwhelmed by a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Yi Fan turned his gaze to Su Yao beside him and said gently, "You go in and wash up first." Hearing this, Su Yao was stunned at first, then her face flushed, and she responded with some stammering. "Ah, okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly dodged into the bathroom like a frightened deer. Yi Fan slowly walked to the sofa beside him and sat down gently. However, although he looked calm on the surface, he was not actually that calm on the inside. At this moment, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, constantly stirring Yi Fan's heartstrings. What is surprising is that this seemingly omnipotent man actually feels a trace of indescribable tension at this moment. After all, Yi Fan was still a novice in the love field and had never experienced those intimate things between men and women. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous at all. You know, it was impossible for him to get in touch with a beauty like Su Yao in the past. But now, with his own strong power and wealth, as long as he waves, countless women will rush to his arms. While Yifan was still daydreaming, Su Yao had already finished washing and came out. At this moment, Su Yao was wrapped in a bath towel. Her fair skin looked a little rosy, and her delicate face was covered with blushes. When Su Yao saw Yifan's deep eyes looking straight at her, she instantly felt a wave of heat rushing to her cheeks and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Then she hurriedly got into the warm bed and quickly buried her head deeply in the quilt, trying to cover up her face, which was as red as a ripe apple, and her shy expression.
I'm done washing, you can go now.
Su Yao's voice came from inside the quilt. Looking at Su Yao's cute and shy appearance, Yifan couldn't help but smile slightly, then walked straight to the bathroom. Maybe it was because Yifan was in a hurry, or maybe it was because boys take showers very quickly. In any case, he finished washing in less than 2.5 minutes. Yifan picked up a clean towel and quickly wiped the water droplets on his body, then casually wrapped his lower body tightly with a white bath towel. He walked out of the bathroom slowly with his well-defined upper body naked. Su Yao, hiding in the quilt, quietly poked out her big watery eyes and glanced at Yifan. However, when seeing Yifan's tight abdominal muscles and smooth muscle lines, Su Yao felt her face getting hotter and hotter, as if it could fry an egg. Yifan didn't hesitate at all. He lifted a corner of the quilt and got in. Then, he gently stretched out his arms and gently hugged Su Yao beside him. At this moment, Yifan keenly noticed that Su Yao's body was shaking slightly involuntarily. Yifan reached out and stroked Su Yao's smooth jade-like back. His movements were gentle and slow. Under his patient comfort, Su Yao's originally tense nerves finally relaxed, and her tense emotions gradually stabilized. When their eyes met, the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous, and the temperature in the whole room seemed to rise a few degrees. Afterwards, bursts of panting sounds were heard coming from the bedroom. Yifan also changed from a boy to a man at this moment. The next morning, soft light filtered through the gaps in the curtains and gently sprinkled into the room of the luxurious villa. Yifan's well-defined face was caressed by the warm sunlight, and he slowly opened his eyes. When his vision gradually became clear, what came into view was Su Yao, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Her face was picturesque, her fair skin seemed to reveal light, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like two butterflies gently flapping their wings. Looking at the beautiful Su Yao, Yifan couldn't help but smile.
Thinking back to the madness of the two of them last night, they kept going until almost dawn.
Yifan moved his arm carefully, afraid of waking the other person. However, no matter how gentle the movement was, Su Yao still moaned and opened her eyes in a daze. Yifan comforted him softly, "It's still early, you should get some sleep." After saying that, he quietly put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. When Yifan came to the spacious and bright living room, an enticing fragrance hit his nose. It turned out that a sumptuous breakfast had already been placed on the table. Yifan nodded with satisfaction and then shouted towards the kitchen. After a while, He Tingting walked over quickly and asked respectfully, "Mr. Yi, you called me?" Yifan ordered some nourishing soup to be made for Miss Su. He Tingting understood and responded, then turned around and went back into the kitchen to get busy. After Yifan finished explaining everything, he began to wash up. When he returned to the living room, he found that Su Yao had woken up and got out of bed. But at this moment, she walked with a limp and looked a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Yifan felt distressed and hurried to Su Yao. Without saying a word, he hugged her in his arms and placed her steadily on the chair in front of the dining table. Then, Yifan leaned down and said to Su Yao in a gentle tone, "Dear, you should have a good rest in the villa today. I will send you back to the dormitory later." Hearing Yifan's caring words, Su Yao felt as if a warm current flowed through her heart, and a sweet feeling instantly spread.
Chapter 49 Chapter 48 Jiachuan Group. Just when Yifan was having breakfast,
the familiar system voice in my mind came again.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the transformation.
System reward, 30% of Jiachuan Group S shares. Listening to the sounds coming from his mind, Yifan couldn't help but feel very happy.
Jiachuan Group is one of the well-known companies in Shanghai. Now he holds 30% of the shares, making him a major shareholder of Jiachuan Group. Seeing Yifan smile, Su Yao couldn't help but asked with some doubt,
"Yifan, what's wrong with you?" Hearing the question, Yifan smiled and then said, "It's okay, senior sister, you are really my lucky star."
Su Yao was a little confused when she heard Yifan's sudden words, but when she heard Yifan actually say this to her, she couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. On the other side, inside the office of Jiachuan Group.
Mr. Jiang, have you thought about it?
2 billion in funds, and we want 30% of the shares. If you think it over, come to the Marriott Hotel tonight. Having said that, the man left Zhang Li's office with a smug look on his face. Recently, Jiachuan Group's capital chain has run into problems, and Zhang Li hasn't had a good night's sleep for several days. The originally beautiful face now looked even more haggard. Just when Zhang Li was still racking his brains over how to solve the problem, there was a knock on the door. Then a younger woman hurried in, saying,
Chairman, Chairman.
Seeing the hurried look of the visitor, Zhang Li showed displeasure on his face, and then asked,
What's going on?
Why are you so flustered? Chairman, the company's funding problem has been solved. The visitor had a look of joy on his face and spoke eagerly.
What?
Hearing this, Zhang Li stood up instantly. She was originally worried about what to do with the company's funds, but she didn't expect that the problem has now been solved. Chairman, just now, a man named Ji Fan injected 5 billion in cash at one time, and our company's capital chain crisis can be resolved. Hearing this, Zhang Li slowly sat back.
With the 5 billion injection, she could rest assured. Yi Fan? Why does it feel so familiar?
Hearing the name called out by her subordinates, Zhang Li frowned slightly, and then she remembered that her newly moved neighbor was called Yi Fan.
Could it be him? But how is that possible?
He is so young, and he has just taken over Yan Shuijian. How could he still have so much cash flow?
It should be the same name and surname.
Zhang Li thought to himself. Seeing that Zhang Li said nothing, the man then said,
Chairman, how about I contact Mr. Yi Fan to handle the formalities?
Well, go ahead. Zhang Li gently pressed his slightly swollen temple and then spoke. On the other side, Yi Fan had just finished breakfast when his cell phone rang.
Pick up the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Fan? I am, that one? Hello Mr. Yi, I am Guofei, secretary to the chairman of Jiachuan Group. Are you available today?
The procedures for your acquisition of the group's shares have been completed.
Are you free to come to the company to handle the handover? Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Hello Mr. Yi, looking forward to your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan looked at Su Yao and said, Senior, I have to go out to do something later. After you finish your meal, if you want to go out, ask He Tingting to arrange someone to drive you there.
Okay, go ahead and get busy, Su Yao said with a smile. After arranging matters regarding the villa, Yi Fan drove directly towards Jiachuan Group.
Soon, they arrived downstairs of Jiachuan Group.
After parking the car, Yi Fan walked straight into the building. When Yi Fan arrived at the front desk, he was about to speak when a middle-aged man in a suit came over.
He said to Yi Fan, Hey, what do you do? Get out of here. We're not hiring today.
Then he walked over to the security guards nearby and said bluntly,
What are you doing? Don't you know that we have distinguished guests coming today? What are you doing letting these random people in? Do you still want to do it? Just as the middle-aged man was showing off, a man walked quickly towards the elevator.
Seeing the person coming, the middle-aged man hurriedly went up to him and said politely,
Secretary Gua, why are you here?
Looking at the middle-aged man in front of her, Guo Feifei asked indifferently,
Manager Zhou, what happened? Hearing the question, the middle-aged man said nonchalantly, It's okay, Secretary Gua, these security guards are ignorant and just let people in.
However, before Manager Zhou finished speaking, Guo Feifei quickly came to Yi Fan and asked respectfully,
Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Fan?
Manager Zhou, who had been arrogant at the side, turned pale instantly when he heard this. He seemed to remember that the distinguished guest was called Yi Fan. Guo Feifei on the side was also surprised. She never expected that Mr. Yi Fan was so young and handsome. Then she thought of something, walked up to Manager Zhou, and said in a cold tone,
Do you know what a stupid thing you just did? I.
Hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Mr. Yi Fan invested 5 billion yuan in Jiachuan at one time and is the savior of Jiachuan.
Who do you think you are to be disrespectful to Mr. Yi Fan? Go to the finance department to collect your salary. You don't need to come here anymore.
I believe the chairman will also support my decision. Guo Feifei looked at Manager Zhou with disgust in her eyes. Such a stupid person would be a disaster if he stayed in the group. Hearing this, Manager Zhou stood there in a daze with a deathly pale face, not knowing what to do. But apparently no one cared about his situation. After dealing with the matter here, Guo Feifei quickly walked up to Yi Fan and said in an apologetic tone, "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for the inconvenience caused to you just now."
"It's okay, I don't take it seriously," Yi Fan said lightly.
Then, under the guidance of Guo Feifei, he got into the elevator.
When Yi Fan followed Guo Feifei into the chairman's office,
Jiang Li, who was in the room, was also stunned when he saw Yi Fan coming in.
"Yi Fan? I didn't expect it was really you."
"Sisterly, it turns out that you are the chairman of Jiachuan Group." Looking at the two people in front of her, Guo Feifei was stunned for a moment, then she said,
"Chairman, Mr. Yi Fan, do you know each other?"
Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled and said,
"More than just knowing each other, we are neighbors."
Guo Feifei knew that her chairman lived in Yunshui Yaju, but she didn't expect that the young Mr. Yi Fan also lived there.
It seems that Mr. Yi's identity is not simple.
Seeing that the two were having a pleasant conversation, Guo Feifei tactfully left the office and closed the door behind her.
Chapter 50, Chapter 49, Entering the real estate industry in Magic City. In the office,
Jiang Li looked at Yi Fan and said, "When I heard Feifei say that a man named Yi Fan had invested 5 billion yuan in the group, the first person I thought of was you.
But I'm not sure, I didn't expect it was really you."
Then Jiang Li looked at Yi Fan, a cunning smile appeared on his face, and asked again,
"Brother, you know that my company is in trouble, so you come to help me."
Yi Fan, who was sitting next to him, did not expect it to be such a coincidence.
Seeing Jiang Li's expectant expression, Yi Fan smiled and said,
"I said, don't you believe it?"
"No."
Jiang Li responded with a smile on his face. Seeing that Jiang Li misunderstood his meaning, Yi Fan didn't intend to explain.
She didn't believe it, what could she do?
"After all, I really know nothing, and this 30% of shares was a reward from the system." On the other side, Jiang Li said with a smile,
"Brother, you said I owe you such a big favor, how can I thank you? How about I pledge myself to you?" Ha ha ha.
After Jiang Li finished speaking, a blush appeared on his face and he covered his mouth and laughed. Yi Fan couldn't stand the other party teasing him like this, and then said with a serious face,
"Sisterly, please stop joking. I'm still a student."
Seeing that Yi Fan did not respond to her words, Jiang Li showed a subtle disappointment on her face, and then she asked, "I'm curious, you just bought Yun Shuijian and now you've injected 5 billion in cash into the group, where did you get so much money?" Hearing the question, Yi Fan smiled mysteriously, and then said lightly,
"It's a secret. It's a secret indeed. I can't tell the other party that it was a system reward, right?" Jiang Li was not angry when she didn't get an answer. She looked at Yi Fan and said with a smile, "Brother, let us have a meal together.
You've helped your sister so much, so I'll treat you."
"Good."
Then the two of them took the elevator downstairs together. Yi Fan didn't plan to drive, so he got into Jiang Li's car and drove towards his destination.
Marriott Hotel is one of the top hotels in Shanghai.
At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly parked in the parking lot at the door. Then Yi Fan and Jiang Li got out of the car. Just as they walked into the lobby, an untimely voice came from behind.
"Jiang Li?" Following the sound, I saw a man in his 20s standing behind the two people.
Seeing the person coming, Jiang Li frowned slightly, with a hint of disgust in his eyes.
"Mr. Zhang."
At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Li's graceful figure, greed unconcealed in his eyes. Then he looked at Jiang Li proudly and said,
"Mr. Zhang, what does it mean that you brought a pretty boy with you to the appointment?"
The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Li, then at Yi Fan and said with disdain. Looking at the man in front of him, Jiang Li felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Because of the company's financial problems before, she had no choice but to find the other party, hoping that the other party could invest to save Jiachuan. But she didn't expect that the other party not only lowered the price, but also set his sights on her.
"I don't know what Mr. Zhang is talking about. I'm here to treat someone to dinner today." Jiang Li glanced at the other person and said indifferently, "Invite someone to dinner? Don't tell me, just treat this guy to a meal?"
The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Fan and said nonchalantly, "Humph, Mr. Zhang, please be respectful, this is my guest." Seeing that the middle-aged man was so arrogant, Jiang Li rarely showed anger and said coldly,
"You want me to respect this guy? Ridiculous."
At the side, Yi Fan was a little confused.
How did this happen to him? It seems that Mr. Zhang doesn't need my investment anymore. Humph, thank you Mr. Zhang for your kindness. We in Jiachuan Group don't need it anymore.
Hearing this, the middle-aged man who was originally full of confidence was slightly stunned.
I couldn't help but secretly thought. Could it be that Zhang Li has found the source of funds?
Zhang Hao originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to acquire 30% of Jiachuan Group's shares at a very low price, so that he could slowly erode and swallow up Jiachuan Group. As long as he successfully swallows up Jiachuan Group, his group will definitely reach a higher level. By then, with my achievements, I will definitely be able to successfully enter the core of the family.
And he could also successfully capture Zhang Li.
He has been coveting Zhang Li for a long time.
That's right, we at Jiachuan have successfully resolved the crisis.
So there is no need for Mr. Zhang's help.
Hump Zhang Li, since you are so shameless, just wait and see. No one in the Magic City dares to go against my Zhang family.
After Zhang Hao made these harsh remarks, he left immediately. On the way back, Zhang Hao made a phone call and asked the other party to check whether Jiachuan Group had really found external aid, and also asked the other party to check the background of the investors. As for Yifan and Zhang Li, they were sitting in a luxurious private room having a meal.
I just made you laugh, brother. Who was that person just now?
Yifan didn't take it too seriously, but asked instead.
The man's name is Zhang Hao, and he is the heir to the Zhang family, a top family in Shanghai.
Basically, all businesses in Shanghai are controlled by 8 major families.
Although the Zhang family is not among the 8 major families, its background should not be underestimated.
It is also said that Zhang Hao's sister is dating Lu Chang, the 3rd-generation descendant of the Lu family, one of the 8 major families in Magic City.
Zhang Hao has the Lu family as his backer, so he usually acts arrogantly and domineeringly.
I suspect that the reason why Jiachuan encountered financial problems was because of Zhang Hao's conspiracy, who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take over the group.
Zhang Li looked at Yifan and said with a frown.
After hearing Zhang Hao's introduction, Yifan didn't expect that the other party actually had some background, and behind him was the Lu family, one of the 8 major families in the Magic City.
You have to know that you have just arrived in the Magic City and have not yet really established your foothold. It is obviously not rational to confront the Lu family of the Magic City head-on. Well, this person is indeed a bit troublesome. Yifan said thoughtfully.
I guess Zhang Hao's ultimate goal is the bidding fair that will take place soon. He wants to take advantage of the bidding fair to monopolize all the real estate businesses in Shanghai in one fell swoop.
After hearing Zhang Li's words, Yifan became interested and asked. What bidding? These are the 6 plots of land that are being officially auctioned in Shanghai. Almost all real estate companies in Shanghai will participate in the auction. And our Jiachuan Group is also on the official invitation list. After hearing Zhang Li's explanation, Yifan's eyes flickered, and then he began to think secretly in his heart. Tendering? Then wouldn't my professional investment vision come in handy?
While Yifan was thinking, Zhang Li's eyes began to flicker as he looked at Yifan, and then seemed to have made some decision.
Chapter 51 Chapter 50 Brother, are you supporting your sister?
Just when Yifan was still thinking and preparing to show off his skills at the auction,
Zhang Li, who was standing aside, said, Brother, I'm inviting you to dinner this time because I have something I want to discuss with you. Seeing Zhang Li's expression showing some embarrassment, as if he had something to hide, Yifan smiled and said softly. Sisterly, if you have anything to say, just say it.
Zhang Li bit his lower lip lightly, his eyes flickering, and it was obvious that he was going through a fierce struggle in his heart. After a few seconds, she seemed to have finally made up her mind. She took a deep breath and said slowly, Brother, I have decided to transfer all the shares I hold to you, and you will be the real person in charge of the company. Before Yifan finished speaking, he was about to open his mouth to respond, but Zhang Li raised his hand to signal, and then added eagerly. Don't be in a hurry to reject my proposal. The reason why I made this decision is because I don't want to watch Jiachuan being destroyed in my hands. At this point, Zhang Li couldn't help but sigh softly, with a hint of helplessness and loneliness in his eyes. Thinking back to the past, I started from scratch and worked hard all the way before I finally developed Jiachuan to the scale it is today. However, the crisis I encountered this time made me deeply realize that if you don't have a strong background and abundant capital to support you in Shanghai, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to survive. Now, Zhang Hao has been eyeing Jiachuan, and I can't keep this family business with my own strength. So after thinking about it, I think the only way to save Jiachuan is to entrust it to you. Although I don't know much about your background, I don't know why, from the first time I saw you, I believe that with your ability, you would be able to lead Jiachuan out of the predicament and create more brilliant achievements. Yifan, who was sitting aside and listening quietly to Zhang Li's heartfelt words, couldn't help but frown at this moment and fell into deep thought. In fact, he never thought about taking over Jiachuan, which was a hot potato, from the very beginning. You know, it would be irrational to go against the Zhang family and the Lu family now. However, when he inadvertently met Jiang Li's eyes full of expectation, a ripple arose in his heart and he began to hesitate. After thinking about it for a while, I suddenly realized that it might be a good idea for me to take over Jiachuan. If he thought about it carefully, the resources he had at his disposal now, apart from the bustling Taiku commercial street, he couldn't find any other industries in the huge magic city.
If he can successfully take over Jiachuan, it means that he will own his first real industry in Shanghai. In this way, wouldn't it be a natural step to enter the real estate industry, a field with huge potential? Thinking of this, Yifan said to Jiang Li, "Sister Li, I promise you that I will take over the head of Jiachuan Group. Don't worry, Jiachuan will never be buried in my hands." After hearing Yifan's words, Jiang Li's pretty face, which had been tense, finally smiled as if relieved from a heavy burden. Then, she quickly took out her cell phone from her pocket and skillfully dialed Guo Feifei's number. Not long after, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Guo Feifei rushed in, holding a thick stack of documents tightly in her hand. "Boss, I have brought all the contracts you requested." As Guo Feifei walked quickly towards Jiang Li, she carefully raised her eyes and glanced at the other person, her eyes revealing a bit of reluctance that was hard to conceal. She has always regarded Jiang Li as an older sister, but she did not expect that this strong woman who founded Jiachuan would now transfer all her shares. "Feifei, please take the contract to Mr. Yi for his review." As soon as she finished speaking, Guo Feifei quickly took out the contract that had been carefully prepared from the folder and handed it to Yifan respectfully. Yifan nodded slightly, and after taking the contract, his eyes quickly scanned every line of text and terms. After confirming that everything was correct, Yifan picked up the pen on the table and signed his name at the end of the contract. At this point, the transfer of Jiang Li's 27% stake has been settled. Immediately afterwards, Yifan took out his mobile phone and operated it skillfully, and the huge sum of 4 billion was instantly transferred to Jiang Li's account. With the arrival of this money, it means that Yifan has now successfully held 57% of the shares of Jiachuan Group and has become the undisputed actual controller of Jiachuan Group. At this moment, Jiang Li, who had been sitting on the other side, couldn't help but reveal a trace of loneliness that was hard to conceal in his eyes. After all, this was the result of her years of hard work, but now she had to give it up. At this moment, Yifan raised his head and his eyes met Jiang Li's. Yifan smiled and said to Jiang Li sincerely, "Sister Li, although the equity has changed now, I sincerely hope that you can continue to stay here and serve as the president of our Jiachuan Group. From now on, you will still be in charge of the daily operations of the company. I will only get involved in some major decisions and will never interfere with your management work at other times." After a pause, Yifan added, "Of course, Sister Li, I can't let you work in vain. I plan to give you 6% of the shares of Jiachuan Group, and I hope you can stay." After saying this, Yifan's handsome face was full of sincerity, and his eyes, as deep as a pool of water, looked straight at Jiang Li, who was standing opposite him. After hearing what Yifan said, Jiang Li, who originally looked a little lonely, suddenly had a bright light in his eyes again. After all, even a dumb person could see from the conditions that Yifan offered her that it was obvious that Yifan had suffered a great loss. After careful consideration, Jiang Li finally nodded slightly. At the same time, she silently kept this friendship deeply in her heart. Jiang Li's face was filled with a flower-like smile. As her eyes turned, she looked at Yifan with a hint of ridicule and said in a tender voice, "Brother, if you do this, do you want to support me, your sister?" Upon hearing this, Yifan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and responded, "Sister Li, if you must understand it this way, then so be it." At this moment, Guo Feifei, who had been standing nearby and witnessing all this, looked a little bewildered. Then, a thought flashed through her mind involuntarily. It seemed that a great uproar was about to break out within the group, and it might even cause huge turmoil. After all the relevant procedures for the share transfer were successfully completed, Jiang Li quickly put away the smile on his face, turned to Guo Feifei, and said seriously, "Immediately arrange for all senior managers in the group to arrive at the conference room to attend the meeting in half an hour." "Okay, I got it," Guo Feifei quickly responded. Then, she turned around and walked quickly in the direction she came from, while quickly taking out her cell phone and starting to contact and arrange the specific matters of the meeting. Chapter 52 Chapter 51 Yifan's Backhand. "Brother, I will announce your identity in front of everyone at the group meeting later. You won't mind, right?" Jiang Li looked at Yifan seriously and asked. Yifan nodded slightly and replied calmly, "Well, it's okay. After receiving a positive answer, the two left the hotel together and drove towards Jiachuan Group in Cullinan. The car was driving steadily on the road. Yifan sat quietly in his seat, staring at the street scene rapidly receding outside the window, and began to think in his mind. Just now, he transferred 4 billion yuan to Jiangli, and now he only has more than 3 billion yuan left in his hands. However, facing the upcoming bidding conference, this amount of money is really a drop in the bucket and can hardly support the entire situation. Suddenly, Yifan seemed to have thought of something and his heart moved. He thought about how when he was investing in stocks before, he did not sell all of his stocks, but deliberately left behind shares of Storm Technology worth 1 billion yuan. As he had been busy with other things during this period, he had paid little attention to the situation of this stock. However, according to the current market trends, after such a long period of time, this investment must have achieved amazing appreciation and may even have multiplied countless times. Moreover, Yifan knew clearly that this stock market crash would not last too long. In a few days, the country would most likely take corresponding measures to stabilize the stock market. So now is the perfect time to reap the rewards and close the net in time. Thinking of this, Yifan quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the chat window with Lulu, and sent a short but crucial message. At the same time, in the stock exchange, Lulu was concentrating on the data and curves that kept jumping on the computer screen. These days, she was completely shocked by Yifan's bold and decisive stock trading operations. Every decision Yifan makes seems to be extremely risky, but in the end it always brings jaw-droppingly rich returns. That day, Yifan turned his capital of 600 million into more than 8 billion. She originally thought that Yifan would stop there. Unexpectedly, after the other party sold part of the stocks, they still had 1 billion yuan of capital left in Storm Technology shares without selling them. In recent days, Baofeng Technology has been soaring, with its share price soaring from 18 yuan per share to 330 yuan per share like a rocket. Such an astonishing increase left everyone present stunned. Lulu is one of them. After witnessing Yifan's miraculous operation that day, she took out all her savings of 200,000 yuan accumulated over the years without hesitation, and followed Yifan to buy Baofeng Technology without hesitation. At first, Lulu was a little nervous, but as the stock price rose day by day, her heart was gradually filled with joy. Now, as long as she is willing to sell all her stocks, after deducting the handling fee, she can reap a huge profit of more than 3 million. When she thought of this, Lulu could no longer suppress her inner excitement. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat, beating violently. At this moment, her admiration for Yifan had almost reached its peak. Just as Lulu was immersed in great happiness, a crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly broke the tranquility. She picked up her phone and saw that it was a message from Yifan. In an instant, a bright smile broke out on Lulu's face. After quickly replying to a message, Lulu started to get busy. She first sold all the shares held by Yifan at 330 yuan per share, and after deducting the handling fee, she got a total of more than 18 billion. She then sold all her shares and received more than 3 million. In the car, when Yifan received the news that the money had arrived in his bank card, a smile appeared on his face, and then he sent a message to Lulu. When Lulu saw the invitation from Yifan, she agreed without any hesitation. It turned out that Yifan revealed his identity and invited her to work at Jiachuan Group, and gave her a position as assistant to the chairman with an annual salary of over 1 million. She had heard of Jiachuan Group, which was one of the leaders in the real estate industry in Shanghai. She didn't expect it to be Yifan's company. Although she was shocked, she agreed without any hesitation. Her qualifications did not qualify her for the position, and she knew that this was an opportunity given to her by Yifan. She now owes Yifan too much. Even if Yifan asks her to marry him, she may not hesitate to agree. After dealing with the stocks in his hands, Cullinan also drove to the downstairs of Jiachuan Group. Guo Feifei was already waiting downstairs. When she saw Yifan and Zhang Li, she shouted respectfully, "Mr. Yi." Yifan nodded slightly, and asked Guo Feifei beside him, "Is everyone here?" Hearing the question, Guo Feifei was stunned. Although she knew that Yifan was now the actual helmsman of the group, her long-standing habits prevented her from changing for a while. After a moment of hesitation, Guo Feifei said hurriedly, "All of Mr. Yi's people have arrived." "Good." Then Yifan walked towards the elevator in front, and Zhang Li behind him looked at the tall figure in front of him with eyes full of approval. I didn't expect Yifan to adapt to his new identity so quickly. He is indeed worthy of being the son of a wealthy family. In the conference room on the top floor of Jiachuan Group, there was a bustling discussion. "Have you heard? The chairman of the group seems to have changed. Yes, I heard that the new chairman seems to be a young man. Some people started to discuss among themselves.
At this time, a middle-aged man in his 30s in the meeting room spoke up.
Mr. Jiang is simply fooling around. Handing over the group to a young man, isn't this pushing the group into the fire pit? I think you should all find another job as soon as possible.
Let me tell you quietly that Mr. Zhang from Chenka Real Estate contacted me yesterday and promised me double the salary. This person is Du Guangjuan, general manager of the business department of Jiachuan Group. Zhang Hao had already contacted him before. As long as he could embarrass the new chairman at this conference and encourage everyone to jump to Chenka Real Estate, Zhang Hao would definitely not treat him unfairly.
The reason why Zhang Hao did this was that he planned to disintegrate Jiachuan Group from within. Since they dared to go against the Zhang family, they should be prepared to be destroyed. With Zhang Hao's guarantee, Du Guangjuan began to lobby more vigorously. After hearing Du Guangjuan's words, several people's eyes turned and they began to have some ideas. Manager Du, are you telling the truth? Someone couldn't help but ask.
Seeing someone taking the bait, Du Guangjuan showed a triumphant smile and then patted his chest and promised.
Brothers, rest assured that Mr. Zhang cherishes talents the most.
He said that anyone who joins him will have their salary doubled. After saying this, Du Guangjuan showed a confident smile on his face. He believed that Zhang Hao would definitely be satisfied with his token of allegiance.
Chapter 53 Chapter 52 Do you think I should fire you? While everyone was still discussing, several figures walked into the meeting room.
When the crowd saw the few people coming in, the place instantly became quiet. After Yifan looked around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he sat in the position symbolizing the chairman. Zhang Li behind him walked to Yifan's side and stood there quietly, while Guo Feifei stood behind them. At this time, Zhang Li looked at everyone with an unquestionable tone and said calmly, I believe everyone has heard about the change of chairman of the group. Today I officially announce that Mr. Yifan will serve as the chairman of Jiachuan Group, and I will continue to work as the group president. At the same time, I would like to remind everyone that Mr. Yi invested more than 9 billion yuan and holds 51% of the group's shares, which means he has absolute control. Hearing this, everyone present began to whisper again. Although many people had heard rumors about the change of ownership of the group before, without Jiang Li's confirmation, most people remained skeptical. However, when they heard Jiang Li admitted himself, everyone was still shocked. Yifan is so rich that he actually invested nearly 10 billion yuan at one time to acquire 51% of the group's shares.
How old is Yifan?
It seems that he is still a student. If the other party is a second-generation rich, then it will be the same as what Du Guangjuan said, the group will definitely be ruined by him. Thinking of this, many people have already started to plan for their future.
Many people even looked at Du Guangjuan standing aside.
Seeing many people looking at him, Du Guangjuan had a smug smile on his face and felt secretly proud in his heart.
So what if we invest 10 billion to acquire Jiachuan? As long as he hollows out the company's management, all he gets is an empty shell.
When Du Guangjuan thought of the conditions Zhang Hao had offered him, he became excited, and then he said,
Mr. Jiang, what you are doing is not appropriate.
Without informing the board of directors, they made the decision to hand over the group to an outsider.
And this guy is just a young boy. I think you are pushing the group into the fire pit. As he spoke, Du Guangjuan looked at Zhang Li and Yifan with disdain and amusement. Although Du Guangjuan was a bit arrogant, what he said was what most people present were thinking.
At this moment in the conference room, several shareholders sitting in the front looked a little unhappy. As shareholders of the board of directors, they knew nothing and the chairman was replaced. This behavior clearly shows that they are not taken seriously. Therefore, they did not say anything to stop Du Guangjuan's behavior. At the side, Zhang Li's eyes were filled with anger. When he was about to speak, Yifan raised his hand to stop him. Then Yifan looked at Du Guangjuan not far away and said with a playful look on his face, Are you Du Guangjuan, the business manager? Yes, it's me. When Du Guangjuan heard the question, he was slightly stunned, and then replied unhappily. Seeing the other party's performance, Yifan did not get angry, and still said with a smile,
You can go to the finance department to collect your salary and you don't need to come here anymore.
After saying that, he stopped looking at the other person. Du Guangjuan, who was originally full of pride, was stunned when he heard Yifan's words.
Why doesn't this guy play by the rules?
Originally, he was planning to join forces with some people to launch an attack, and then negotiate terms with the other party to increase his own value, but he didn't expect that this guy would fire him right away. You know, if he takes the initiative to change jobs, he will still be of some value to Zhang Hao, but if he is kicked out, Zhang Hao will definitely not take him in. Because for Zhang Hao, if Jiachuan doesn't want the garbage, Shenke won't want it either. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, I, Lao Du, am considered a veteran in the group. I have been working with the group since its inception. Now that the group is on the right track, it is kicking us old employees out.
Isn't that a bit too cruel?
At this point, Zhang Hao became more and more emotional, and even deliberately pretended to be heartbroken, and squeezed out a few tears in an exaggerated manner. Witnessing this scene, many old employees present couldn't help but feel a ripple in their hearts, and a sense of grief arose spontaneously. They all turned their eyes to Du Guangjuan, who was standing there, with deep sympathy in their eyes. After all, we have been colleagues for many years. Now seeing Du Guangjuan end up like this, it is inevitable that we will think of the situation we may face in the future. At this time, Jiang Li, who was standing aside, also did not expect that Yifan would be so decisive. She never expected that as soon as Yifan took office, he took drastic measures and directly fired the general manager of the business department.
Such an action is really too radical. If this matter is not handled properly, it will undoubtedly greatly hurt the hearts of most of the company's old employees.
Just when Jiang Li was feeling quite troubled by this, he saw Yifan beside him slightly raise the corner of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. Then, he said slowly in a slightly joking tone,
Manager Du, the company treats you well, but what about you?
You colluded with Qianke Company behind the company's back, not only encouraging everyone to quit, but also causing considerable losses to the company.
Tell me, should I fire you?
The corners of Yifan's mouth were slightly raised, and although he was still smiling, the light in his eyes suddenly became extremely cold at this moment, and was tightly locked on Du Guangjuan, who was not far ahead. At this moment, when Du Guangjuan heard what Yifan said, he stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning, and his face turned as pale as paper in an instant, completely bloodless.
I wondered in my heart, how did Yifan know about this?
You know, before this, I kept this matter a secret and never revealed it to anyone. I only mentioned it briefly just now. Thinking of this, Du Guangjuan suppressed his inner panic, tried to calm himself down, and pretended to be filled with righteous indignation and shouted, Mr. Yi, although you are of high status and prominent position, you cannot slander others so recklessly. Since I, Du Guangjuan, joined Jiachuan, I have always been loyal and devoted countless efforts and sweat to the company. If someone who doesn't know the inside story saw Du Guangjuan's performance at this moment, they would be deceived by his superb acting skills and believe it to be true. As expected, at this moment, many people around who did not know the truth began to whisper to each other.
They accused Yifan of wrongly accusing a good person and stood up for Du Guangjuan.
Facing everyone's doubts and accusations, Yifan seemed exceptionally calm and composed, without any sign of panic at all.
In fact, if it weren't for the system, perhaps even Yifan himself would have been deceived by Du Guangjuan's wonderful performance. Chapter 54 Chapter 53 The Magical Use of Talent.
It turned out that when Yifan just stepped into the conference room, he just glanced around casually. Yifan knew clearly that many of the people present were not actually his real people. They were either undercover agents planted by other companies, or traitors secretly bribed by competitors. Faced with so many termites lurking around him, Yifan really felt very troubled and difficult. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Yifan's mind.
I wonder if the professional investment vision I have acquired would work equally well if applied to people.
With a hint of curiosity, Yifan decided to give it a try and looked at everyone present carefully again. Surprisingly, the scene before my eyes has changed. Yifan could actually clearly see that a set of data representing each person's rate of return appeared above their head. Most people's rate of return hovers around a few percent, and only a very small number of people have a rate of return as high as an astonishing 100%.
Of course, there are also some people whose rate of return is negative. Obviously, there are definitely problems with these people.
They are either traitors or they are incompetent.
Among this group of people, the most eye-catching one is Du Guangjuan.
Above his head, a large, eye-catching red number flashed, 160%.
This number clearly appeared in Yifan's eyes.
When Yifan saw the shocking negative value on Du Guangjuan's head, he began to think about how to operate on him. The reason why Yifan guessed that the other party was bribed by Zhang Hao was because Du Guangjuan was too arrogant and jumped out to show off right away. At this critical juncture, Yifan could easily guess that Zhang Hao was behind this. At this moment, Yifan slowly turned his gaze towards the other party, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a playful smile, and said softly,
"Oh? Really? What if I have evidence in my hands?"
As he spoke, Yifan's eyes became sharp, as if he could see through the other person's deep fear and anxiety.
You are an old man in our company after all. If I really put out this evidence, I believe you know very well what the consequences will be.
Yifan continued speaking, his voice was not loud, but every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the other person's heart.
By that time, it won't be as easy as just being fired.
After Yifan finished speaking, he looked at the other person calmly and confidently.
Du Guangjuan, who was standing aside, was trying to support his body and expression, trying to remain calm.
However, when he heard Yifan's confident and well-thought-out words, the last line of defense in his heart collapsed instantly.
He really didn't dare to take the risk. What if what Yifan said was true and he really had fatal evidence in his hands?
Then what awaited him was not only a huge amount of compensation, but even more terrifyingly, he might even face the fate of being imprisoned. When Du Guangjuan thought of this, he felt his legs go weak and he could no longer stand. He sat back in the chair behind him dejectedly like a deflated ball.
Seeing Du Guangjuan like this, Yifan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
In fact, everything he just said was just a test and guess, just a gamble whether the other party dared to completely break off relations. Fortunately, the result was just as Yifan expected, and he successfully won this psychological battle. Du Guangjuan sighed deeply, then stared at Yifan for a long time with complicated eyes, and finally said in a very lonely voice,
"Mr. Yi, what a good trick.
Today I, Du Guangjuan, have admitted defeat and surrendered." After saying this, Du Guangjuan felt a burning sensation on his face, as if everyone was staring at him with mocking and sarcastic eyes. He could no longer endure this embarrassing situation, so he lowered his head and left the meeting room in disgrace, like a dog with its tail between its legs.
As Du Guangjuan's embarrassed figure disappeared at the door, the conference room fell into a brief silence.
However, just a moment later, everyone's eyes turned to Yifan, and the contempt in their eyes had disappeared.
At this moment, they finally realized that the seemingly young chairman in front of them was no ordinary person.
His decisive and merciless approach to dealing with things is definitely not something that an average young person can possess.
The same thought comes to most people's minds.
Being so young and having such courage and decisiveness, Yifan must have a very important background. Even Zhongli, who was standing aside, couldn't help but reveal a bit of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Yifan. She secretly congratulated herself on how right the decision she had made was. The other shareholders standing by looked at Yifan with somewhat different eyes. As Du Guangjuan left, Yifan pointed at the employees whose data above their heads showed negative values. I saw him calling out the names one by one, his voice clear and powerful. Every time a name was called, the person whose name was called would feel a tremor in his heart. In this way, more than 20 employees were pointed out by Yifan one by one. Among these 20-odd people, only a few looked confused, as if they didn't know why they were named. Most of the people were pale, with sweat on their foreheads and flickering eyes, and it was obvious that they were feeling very guilty. Yifan fired these people without any further ado. In the spacious and bright conference room, the atmosphere was solemn and tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yifan, and there was an expression of shock in their eyes that was difficult to conceal. Before this, everyone thought that with the departure of Du Guangjuan, the storm should have subsided, but the facts proved that this was just the beginning. When Yifan pointed out those names, many managers present were shocked. They were surprised to find that those named were either mediocre or had obvious defects in their work abilities, but surprisingly, Yifan did not randomly fire any innocent person. At this moment, everyone had deep doubts in their hearts. How was it that the newly appointed chairman was able to so accurately identify the pests within the group in just one day? And ruthlessly eradicate them? At this time, most of the senior executives no longer looked at Yifan with hostility and doubt, but instead with sincere admiration. You know, many of them are old employees who have grown up with Jia Chuang and have deep feelings for the group. Initially, the reason why they were hostile to Yifan was simply because they felt that this young man was too immature and were worried that Jia Chuang would be destroyed in his hands. But now, after witnessing Yifan's swift and decisive methods with their own eyes, most people have completely changed their original views. Most of those who were fired walked away with their heads hung, looking frustrated. However, there were still a few stubborn elements in the crowd who refused to leave. For these stubborn people, Yifan felt that it was a waste of time to even look at them for one more second. He didn't want to spend any energy to deal with them at all. So, Yifan simply threw this difficult problem to Guofeifei and let her handle it fully. After all, with Yifan's understanding of Guofeifei's abilities, dealing with these people is just a piece of cake. Chapter 55 Chapter 54 Shocking everyone. This sudden change instantly caused an uproar within the entire group. Because of the personnel changes, many senior and middle-level positions in the group suddenly became vacant.
Everyone was secretly wondering who would be the lucky one in this big reshuffle.
At this moment, everyone is secretly guessing what the new chairman's next move will be. Yifan slowly raised his hand, and his slender fingers gently pointed at the people present.
The conference room suddenly fell silent.
The already solemn atmosphere became even more depressing to the extreme. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and they prayed silently that their name would not be called.
The agonizing feeling of waiting for the verdict made everyone present feel very uneasy.
Finally, after calling out more than 20 names, Yifan's hand stopped. At this time, those whose names were called had bitter expressions on their faces, while those who were not called breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Yifan smiled and said slowly,
"Starting today, you will fill these vacancies. I believe that with your talents, you will be able to do the job. You know, my vision is always very accurate."
After saying that, Yifan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Indeed, the reason why Yifan could make his choice so confidently was because he was the only one who could see the rate of return flashing brightly above these people's heads. For him, such clear information makes choosing the right candidate a piece of cake. After a short pause, Yifan's eyes fell on one of them and he said earnestly, "Lu Zhao, the position of general manager of the business department will be handed over to you from now on. I hope you can give full play to your talents, perform well, and live up to my expectations of you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao quickly stood up and nodded solemnly, indicating that he would do his best to live up to the trust. The reason why Yifan chose him to take up such an important position was because of his impressive rate of return. His rate of return was as high as 180%. If such outstanding talents are not utilized, it would be a waste of talent. At first, when those who were named had sad looks on their faces. After all, they originally thought that what was waiting for them would be a ruthless dismissal, but unexpectedly they got a promotion and a pay raise. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with ecstasy. These people actually have extraordinary personal abilities, but have long been ignored and neglected by incompetent leaders, so that most of them have never received the attention and appointment they deserve. And now, Yifan is like a bull who has discovered them with his unique vision and given them ample space to fully display their talents. At this moment, their hearts were filled with excitement, like a 1,000-mile horse finally meeting a worthy steed. All the grievances and resentments that had been accumulated over the years were finally released at this moment. Among this group of people, Lu Zhao's ability is particularly outstanding. Once upon a time, because Du Guangjuan was partial to his own people, Lu Zhao had no chance of promotion.
I didn't expect that the newly appointed chairman would promote me.
Not only did he highly recognize me, but he also entrusted me with such a critical and important position. At this moment, Lu Zhao was filled with emotion and looked at Yifan with sincere admiration. Then he said heavily, "Chairman, don't worry, I will never let you down." Hearing this, Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Then he slowly raised his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down.
Then Yifan spoke again.
"Starting from today, our Jiachuan group will reach in-depth cooperation with Taiku Commercial Street, and the second phase of Taiku Commercial Street will be fully undertaken by us." When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned at first, and then they all showed shocked expressions at the same time.
Everyone present knew about Taiku Shopping Street.
After all, it is one of the most prosperous and lively commercial streets in Shanghai. It is not only a symbol of commercial prosperity, but also a shining business card of Shanghai, an international metropolis. For such an iconic commercial street, one can imagine how important the second phase of the project is. Normally, such a major project would never be undertaken by a company of the size of Jiachuan Group. You know, if Jiachuan can really successfully contract the Taiku Commercial Street project, the benefits it brings will not be limited to huge profits.
What is more crucial is the huge impact that this cooperation can have.
Once the group establishes close ties with Taiku Commercial Street, Jiachuan's status in the real estate industry in Shanghai will surely rise and reach a new level. However, facing Yifan's shocking news, most of the people present couldn't help but reveal a hint of doubt in their eyes when they looked at him. Even the senior executives who are shareholders of the company generally hold the same attitude.
Obviously, everyone had doubts about what Yifan said.
Seeing these people's performance, Yifan did not hesitate and stated directly,
"Taiku Street is my property."
This sentence was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears, making the originally noisy meeting room instantly silent. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked again.
At this moment, Guo Feifei quickly walked back to the meeting room.
She looked around at everyone present with a smile on her face, and then said, "That's right, I have just communicated with the legal department of Taiku Commercial Street.
Now, the document in front of you is the contract for the second phase of the project.
After saying that, Wafefe neatly and gently placed the contract in the center of the conference table. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the contract, and then everyone couldn't wait to reach out to pick up the contract and read it eagerly. After everyone finished watching it, all the suspicions that had been lingering in their minds disappeared like smoke. Especially those shareholders who had always been pessimistic about Yifan, their eyes looking at Yifan changed dramatically at this moment. They never imagined that the young man in front of them would be the real controller behind Taiku Commercial Street. At this time, Yifan faced the mixed gazes of surprise and admiration from everyone, and spoke again calmly.
Next, the company's daily operation and management work will still be handed over to General Manager Jiang. I hope everyone here can do their best. In addition, I promise that as long as you work hard, your bonus this month will be doubled.
As Yifan finished speaking, the entire conference room burst into warm applause.
Many people couldn't help but shout. Thanks to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is awesome. I believe everyone will work harder after hearing this news. That's right. Chapter 56 Chapter 55 System, not even acting. After dealing with Jiachuan's affairs, Yifan arranged for Lulu to join the company and then left Jiachuan Group directly. Just as Yifan was about to take the car and leave, he noticed a girl in hot clothes standing next to the Lamborghini Veneno. At this moment, the woman was talking to the phone in front of her, introducing the Lamborghini Veneno in front of her, and she even said that the car belonged to her boyfriend. Yifan, who was standing by, was a little amused when he heard this. How could he suddenly get a girlfriend for no reason? Although the woman had a hot body, her looks were no match for Su Yao, and even worse than Xiao Sisi. At this moment, the woman was immersed in the praise from her friends in the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was scrolling wildly. The anchor's boyfriend is awesome. Indeed, I didn't expect Momo's boyfriend to be so capable. I searched for this car on Dongchadi and found out that it costs over 50 million. Really?
Upstairs. On the other side, Momo, who was still immersed in the praise of the fans, frowned slightly when she saw Yifan approaching, and then said delicately,
Who in my family understands me?
There's a pervert here who keeps staring at me with lustful eyes.
I'm so scared.
When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw Momo's pitiful appearance, they all stood up for her.
Damn it, Man Ning.
It's just that this pervert is so disgusting.
Momo, be careful.
There are perverts every year, but this year there are especially many. Seeing the rhythm in the live broadcast room, Momo smiled again and then glanced at Yifan beside her. Although Yifan was quite handsome, he was so young and probably didn't have much money, so Momo didn't care about it. It would be fine if the other party knew what was good for him and left obediently. But if the other party came up to argue with her, she would say that the other party had molested her, and then guide her fans to cyberbully the other party.
Anyway, you won't suffer any loss.
Yifan, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard this.
Damn it, how did I become a pervert out of nowhere?
This cucumber stick is too good. Good man, he originally wanted to wait for the other party to leave before driving, and then help her. Since the other party said so, he didn't need to give him any face anymore. Then Yifan walked towards him quickly.
You say I'm a pervert? Hearing Yifan's question, Momo said indifferently.
You are not a pervert, so why are you staring at me with lustful eyes? Hearing this, Yifan was so angry that he almost laughed.
Sure enough, this is version T0.
Then he looked at the other party and said casually.
That's because you blocked my driving.
Hearing this, Momo glanced at Yifan, then said sarcastically.
You are talking nonsense. How could you possibly be?
However, before the other party could finish speaking, Yifan walked past her and pressed the car key in his hand. Then I saw the Lamborghini's headlights flashing, and then the gorgeous scissor doors slowly rose. After seeing this, everyone in the live broadcast room understood the reason. Then a series of barrages began to roll.
This anchor is really amazing. The blame is put on the car owner. Just a quick question, does the hostess face hurt? Why do I feel like I've seen the owner somewhere? The person above, now that you mention it, I seem to have seen it there too.
Brothers, the owner of the car is the school hunk in Shanghai who made the headlines some time ago.
Is he the college student who defeated 6 big guys by himself? What the hell? I didn't expect he was so rich. I'm not jealous of him because he's so rich. He deserves it. Same as above.
Looking at the rhythm of the live broadcast room, Momo's face instantly turned ugly. But Yifan ignored all this, got into the Lamborghini Veneno, and stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Only Momo was left standing there, covered in dust. Looking at the uncontrollable rhythm in the live broadcast room, Momo frowned, then said she was not feeling well, and ended the live broadcast in a hurry. On the other side, Yifan drove the Lamborghini Veneno directly towards Yun Shuijian. When Yifan came back, he found that Su Yao had already returned to the dormitory. Yifan sent a message to the other party and found out that school would start the day after tomorrow, so she went back early to prepare. Only then did Yifan remember that school would start the day after tomorrow, and that the freshmen would have to participate in a week-long military training. Thinking of this, Yifan prepared to have a simple meal in the villa and then returned to the dormitory. After all, I'm in college now. It wouldn't be good to live in a villa without experiencing dormitory life. Yifan thought a little arrogantly. If someone heard Yifan's thoughts at this moment, they would definitely not be able to control their urge to curse. Isn't this the epitome of Versailles? Everyone was eager to move out, but Yifan did the opposite and wanted to experience that crappy dormitory life. And just as Yifan was leisurely enjoying the dinner carefully prepared by Heatingting, suddenly, a familiar and pleasant voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing the prototype of a business empire. Then, another voice followed. Obtain system rewards, 20% of Tencent's shares, and at the same time, a professional game talent will be unlocked. When Yifan heard this series of information coming from his mind, the soup he had just put into his mouth almost spit out. What the hell, 20% of Tencent's shares? Sure enough, the system is generous. Yifan widened his eyes and muttered to himself in disbelief. You know, as an outstanding young person in the new century, who doesn't know the value of Tencent Group? Let us not talk about QQ, a super chat software with as many as 1.4 billion users. Let us just talk about WeChat. It has long become an indispensable social and transfer tool in people's daily lives. Almost every modern person uses it. Not only that, many popular online games represented by Tencent, such as League of Legends, Crossfire and Toxic Milk Powder, are all phenomenal works with massive player fan groups in China. In addition, as Tencent has actively expanded into the mobile game market in recent years, its development and operation of Honor of Kings has topped the mobile game revenue rankings. According to relevant data, Tencent's daily operating income can easily exceed hundreds of millions of yuan. Yifan never dreamed that such enormous wealth would come to him. Chapter 57 Chapter 56 Ma Huading's concerns. On the other side, Guangzhou Shenzhen City, Nanshan District, Tencent Group headquarters. This tall office building is nearly 200 meters high. Standing downstairs, you can't see the end of it. Inside, there is a gym, swimming pool, library, restaurant, everything you need. Just by looking at this building, you can tell how powerful Tencent Group is. At this moment, in the chairman's office on the top floor of the building, Ma Huateng, founder and CEO of Tencent, was listening to his secretary's report. Just now, someone directly acquired 20% of the group's shares, and the other party was a young man. Have you found the other party's information? What did that group of people do? Are they good for nothings? How could they acquire 20% of the shares without anyone noticing? At this moment, Ma Huateng looked at the contract in his hand with a frown. Thanks to the support of the system, all the ways Yifan acquired shares were legal and normal transactions. Yifan? A freshman at Shanghai University? This year's top scorer? It seems that Mr. Yi is not a simple person. Ma Huateng looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. After thinking for a moment, Ma Huateng said to the secretary, "Contact Mr. Yi immediately to find out what his intention is. At the same time, please ask Mr. Yi when it would be convenient for him to come to Nanshan for a meeting." Today, Yifan owns 20% of the group's shares, making him an important shareholder of the group. As the group's CEO, of course he has to meet him. On the other side, Yifan was driving his Lamborghini Veneno towards Magic City University. As it was just past 5 o'clock, he caught the evening rush hour. So no matter whether it is Yifan's sports car worth tens of millions or his Mazda worth tens of thousands, they all have to stop. Of course, among all the cars, Yifan's Lamborghini Veneno was the most eye-catching and naturally caused quite a stir. Yifan was no longer surprised by this. Just as he was waiting bored, his cell phone rang. I saw the incoming call. It was from an unfamiliar number in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. It should be a call from Tencent. Yifan picked up the phone and heard a voice from the other end.
Hello, are you Mr. Yifan? It's me.
Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Wu Yu, secretary to the chairman of Tencent Group. I am calling you to ask if you are free recently.
Mr. Ma wants to meet with you.
Hearing this, Yifan was slightly stunned.
Mr. Ma? Mr. Ma?
When he was in high school, his classmates were all addicted to League of Legends. They would often scold Ma Huateng because of the probability of winning the lottery. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to invite him to meet. This scene made Yifan feel like he was dreaming. Yifan was stunned for a few seconds and then said,
It's not very convenient recently because school is about to start.
Hearing Yifan's words, the person opposite was obviously stunned. Although he knew that Yifan was still a freshman, when he heard the word school starts from Yifan's mouth, he still felt a little weird.
A freshman actually owns 20% of Tencent Group's shares.
If others knew this, they would definitely be shocked.
The person opposite was silent for a few seconds, then asked again.
That's really a pity. Mr. Yi, could you please ask, what are you going to do by acquiring 20% of the group's shares in one go? Hearing this, Yifan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Should he tell the other party that he was rewarded by the system? Then Yifan smiled and said, It's nothing, I just like playing Honor of Kings, so I spent money to buy some shares. Hearing this, the person opposite was stunned at first, and then almost burst out with the quintessence of Chinese culture.
Damn, is Yifan so rich that he can't afford to waste it?
Just because he liked playing mobile games, he spent a huge amount of money to acquire 20% of the group's shares.
This reason is unbelievable.
But seeing that the other party was unwilling to disclose it, he did not know what to say, and then he said politely,
Okay, Mr. Yi.
By the way, Mr. Yi, if you need anything in the future, you can contact me at any time.
My phone is open 24 hours a day.
Hearing this, Yifan rolled his eyes and then asked,
Anything is fine?
Hearing this, the person opposite was stunned and thought to himself, I hope Mr. Yi doesn't have any special hobbies. According to the information, the other party is from Jiangcheng, not Wudu.
What if he wants to forcefully lock up the man? Do you want to accept it? If you don't accept it, can you still keep your job?
After hesitating for a few seconds, Wu Yu made up his mind and stammered. Mr. Yi, I can satisfy your requirements as long as it is within my ability. Seeing the other party's changes, Yifan felt a little funny. It was obvious that the other party might have misunderstood his meaning. Then he replied, Please help me get an account for Honor of Kings, with all the heroes, skins, and inscriptions, and any rank you want. Wu Yu on the opposite side had a bitter look on his face, but when he heard that Yifan only wanted an account for King of Glory, he immediately felt relieved and said firmly, Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll take care of this small matter.
Please ask the technical department to grant you the highest authority for this mobile number.
Okay, thank you for your hard work.
Then the two hung up the phone.
The reason why Yifan made this request was mainly because he was also addicted to this game for a while in high school. Of course, with his conditions, he had no skins to use and could only use some companion skins. Later, because of the college entrance examination, I deleted it.
Now that I am a shareholder of Tencent, of course I have to take advantage of it.
Soon, Yifan received a message from Wu Yu, indicating that it had been activated. Yifan smiled slightly. He didn't expect the other party to be so efficient. On the other side, Ma Huateng had already learned the content of the call from Wu Yu. At this moment, Ma Huateng stood in front of the huge French window, looking out at the entire Nanshan district, muttering to himself.
Did you buy 20% of the shares just to play games? Ha, are young people nowadays playing so big?
On the other side, Yifan finally returned to school smoothly.
After parking the car downstairs, Yifan went straight upstairs and walked towards the dormitory.
In the dormitory, Li Junjie, Shopi and Zhao Dasua were originally playing King of Glory, but when they saw Yifan, he actually returned to the dormitory. They all stopped what they were doing and said,
Brother Fan, why are you back to the dormitory?
Yes, Brother Fan. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and then said,
It's because I'm too bored staying in the villa, so I came to see you and experience dormitory life.
Hearing this, the remaining 3 people howled instantly.
Is there any justice in the world?
That's right, Brother Fan, you are too Versailles. Yifan smiled, lay down in his seat, and then took out his cell phone.
Honor of Kings, downloading. Chapter 58 Chapter 57 King of Glory Professional Operation. In less than 2 minutes, Honor of Kings was downloaded successfully.
Yi Fan didn't hesitate and started it directly. Then a loud Timmy sound came from the phone. Hearing this voice, the remaining 3 people looked over, and then Lee Junjie was the first to ask.
Brother Fan, do you also play King of Glory?
I didn't expect that rich people also play mobile games. I thought Brother Fan was either looking at stocks or funds every day.
The remaining 2 people also echoed.
Well, I played it before, but Haven T played it for a long time. Yi Fan replied with a smile.
Okay, Brother Fan, this round is about to end. Please wait for us and I will take you there later.
On the side, Sharpay spoke.
Just take it as it is. I played for an entire afternoon and only got 1 star. At this time, Lee Junjie on the side couldn't help but complain.
What the hell does that have to do with me?
I always get the MVP of the losing team. It's you who hold me back.
I'm the 28th Ma Chao in Shanghai, but I can't even lead you guys.
The Sharpay was not to be outdone and retorted.
His round body actually shook from the force. At this time, Zhao Dasua, who had been silent, said weakly.
Well, stop arguing. It's all my fault. I'm not very good at it.
Looking at the noisy scene of several people, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head.
At this moment, he truly felt the real atmosphere of university life.
Then Yi Fan clicked on various interfaces and found that all the skins and heroes were full, the noble level had reached level 10, and the rank had also reached the 2-star king level. While Yi Fan was still browsing, the game between Shopee and others finally ended.
Unexpectedly, he actually won a rare victory in this game.
Seeing the word victory on the screen, Shopee said proudly.
See? My Ma Chao is invincible. Then he looked at Yi Fan and said.
Brother Fan, we are done, come on, I feel hot. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and then said.
Pull me, I'm already online.
When Yi Fan entered the room, he found that in addition to the 3 of them, there was also a girl looking at the ID of CC doesn't eat coriander. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the Sharpay beside him and asked.
Fatty, could this Sisai be Tang Sisai? Hearing the question, Shopee scratched his head, then replied with a smile.
As expected, Brother Fan is Tang Shanshan. Yi Fan took a closer look at the other person, smiled and said nothing. Seeing a stranger coming into the room, Tang Shanshan asked on the microphone.
Sharpay, is this your friend?
Hearing the other party open the microphone, Shopee cleared his throat, and then made a sound of fat pressing on his vocal cords and said. This is Brother Fan, he is right next to me. When Tang Shanshan heard that it was Yi Fan, Suyao's voice came before she could say anything.
Junior, it's time for you to go back to the dormitory. Yeah, I'm back. The 2 chatted briefly and then entered into the game.
At this time, the other 4 had already chosen their own heroes, leaving only a top lane position for Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not hesitate and decisively locked down Demo.
You don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Decisive and certain. Bodhidharma?
When Shopee saw the hero chosen by Yi Fan, his eyes lit up. Brother Fan, your wing lane is definitely better than Lee Junjie's. His wing lane is simply terrible and too bad.
I will only help you in catching the ball this time.
Lee Junjie, who was standing by, jumped up when he heard this.
When 4 or 5 people come to catch me, how can I play?
Just as the 2 were arguing, the fight began.
Welcome to King of Glory. The enemy has 5 seconds to arrive at the battlefield. All troops are on the move. Hearing the broadcast voice coming from his ears, Yi Fan controlled Dharma and walked towards the confrontation road.
Because of his professional gaming talent, Yi Fan feels that his understanding of the game has become much stronger. I saw that the opposing jungler was Pei Chinhu, the mid laner was Xiaoyu, and the support was still Zhang Fei.
And my own jungler Ma Chao, mid laner Xiao Xiao, support Yao Mei.
Yi Fan knew that the opponent would definitely invade the jungle at level 1, and he had no way to defend the jungle. So, Yi Fan directly told the others to give up a buff at the beginning because the jungle area could not be defended. Hearing this, Shopee also took a look at the opponent's lineup and found that it was a standard jungle invasion lineup. He also knew that there was no way to defend this jungle.
He nodded helplessly and said, Okay, let the other side show off for a while.
After saying that, he started to clear the jungle on his own. While Yi Fan was giving the command, he controlled Demo to arrive at the intersection of the troop lines first. Before the soldiers arrived, Yi Fan upgraded his second skill. Then when the soldiers came, Yi Fan decisively hit the first front row soldier twice with a basic A, and then decisively activated his second skill to start clearing the soldiers. Mulan on the opposite side ignored Yifan and ran to the Qing soldiers to grab the second one. But because Yifan contacted the soldier first, when he reached level 2, the opposing Mulan still needed one soldier to reach level 2. Seeing this, Yifan directly controlled Damo's first skill to kick the opponent directly. He saw that the opponent reached level 2 first and decisively used skills to attack him, and then he looked at the soldier who had only a trace of blood left. The Mulan player gritted his teeth, endured the damage from Dharma, cleared the last soldier, and successfully reached level 2. Just when he upgraded his first skill and prepared to fight back, he found that his health was only half left. Thinking of this, Hua Milan hurriedly pressed the next skill and ran away. Since he had 2 stages of the first skill, he was not too panicked. However, just as he was using the second part of his first skill to move, a golden lightning bolt instantly came, and at the same time he found that his character was actually knocked away. It turned out that when the opponent was preparing to run away, Yifan had already thought about how to kill him. When the opponent chose to stay and clear the soldiers to grab the second one, he was already sentenced to death by Yifan. Damo used his first skill to knock the opponent into the air, and then used his second skill. Then 2 enhanced basic attacks hit Mulan, and Mulan's health bar dropped sharply. When she was about to lose the first blood, Mulan finally got rid of the knock-up state, then pressed the flash button and finally escaped from the danger. Just when the opponent just breathed a sigh of relief, Yifan controlled Dharma to flash and catch up. The next second, he saw Mulan, with only a trace of blood left, falling to the ground powerlessly, giving away the first blood. First blood. As the report came, the 3 Shopee looked at Yifan. None of them expected that Yifan played Dharma so well and got the first blood right at the start. Even Tang Chanxian turned on the microphone and said, "Brother Yifan is so awesome. I rely on Brother Fan." 666. You are much better than Li Junjie in this regard. Faced with praise from several people, Yifan remained calm. First blood is just the beginning, the game has just begun. Chapter 59. Chapter 58. There is a cheat, how to play. Because Yifan took the first blood, Mulan on the opposite side also learned to be cowardly and did not dare to confront Damo head-on. Since the opponent has been hiding under the tower, Yifan no longer cares about him. At the same time, the second wave of jungle areas will be refreshed again. Yifan directly said to Shopee and Zhao Dasuo in the middle, "Gather in the blue zone and prepare for counterattack." Hearing this, Shopee, who had been patient for a long time, controlled Ma Chao to rush over quickly. At the same time, Zhao Dasuo also controlled Xiao Xiao to rush over. The 3 of them crouched in 2 bushes under the blue buff, waiting for the opponent to counter jungle. Sure enough, Pei Qinhu appeared in the blue zone with Zhang Fei and Zhou Yu. Seeing the unattended blue zone, he thought the opponent knew he couldn't take it and gave it to him. Pei Qinhu's player became even more arrogant, and said arrogantly in the team, "I was invincible in the early stages." Just as he sent the message, Yifan raised his mouth slightly, and then said to the 2 of them, "Get started." Hearing this, the Shar-Pei on the side yelled, "MD, I have tolerated him for a long time. Now he dares to rebel against my jungle. I will beat him up." As they spoke, Ma Chao and Xiao Xiao instantly used their skills. When the 3 opponents saw 2 people suddenly jumping out of the bushes, they were stunned at first, but they were not too panicked. Long before they came to counter jungle, they were prepared for this move by the opponent. Then Zhou Yu put out the fire and Zhang Fei put on the shield, and attacked Ma Chao and Xiao Xiao. Seeing that the other side was not panicking but actually launched a counterattack, Shopee and the other 2 panicked. At the same time, they looked at Yifan who had not come out from the bushes. Shopee hurriedly said, "Brother Fan, please come and support me, I can't take it anymore." However, Yifan was not moved by Shopei's words. Just when the health of both of them was about to run out, Yifan finally moved. The time is now. Yifan controlled Dharma to rush out from the grass, and then used his first skill to knock the 3 people in front of him into the air. The 3 people who were originally calm and composed became panicked when they saw Damo suddenly appear. You have to know that the 3 of them had already used most of their skills when attacking Ma Chao and Xiao Xiao, and their health was also consumed a lot by the opponent. Originally, everyone thought there were only 2 people in the opponent's blue zone, but no one expected that there was actually a Daruma hidden. At this time, the opposing jungler yelled at the Zhang Fei player next to him, "Open it up, open it up." However, the Zhang Fei player remained unmoved. At this time, the Zhou Yu player next to him said something weakly. "Zhang Fei is only level 3. How can a level 3 Zhang Fei be so big?" Pei Chinhu player scratched his nose awkwardly, then said to the two of them.
It's okay, you two still have flash.
Wait until the knock-up state is over, then you two can just flash away.
I can also use my second skill to run away.
However, before he could finish, Yifan controlled Damo and punched out, knocking the three people directly into the wall.
Meet my lion's fong. That's right, it was Dharma's ultimate move. The three opponents were kicked against the wall and became dizzy.
Seeing Yifan counterattack, Shoppy and Zhao Dasuo also controlled their characters to come over to support him, and used all their skills at once. As expected, the three were defeated by Yifan and his gang.
3 consecutive wins.
As expected, Yifan got a triple kill.
Wow, Brother Fan is awesome.
I didn't expect Brother Fan's Dharma to be so powerful.
Brother Yifan is so awesome. Li Junjie, I don't care about you anymore.
Just play by yourself in the development lane. I'm going to hang on Brother Yifan's head.
No, what will I do if you leave? Within the team, the gloomy atmosphere was swept away and the atmosphere became lively. With 3 kills and a first blood, Yifan was directly ahead of the opponent in terms of economic points. The next scene is that even if Mulan is hiding under the tower, she will still be ruthlessly killed by Boda Dharma, who jumps over the tower.
Hua Mulan, who was killed again at this time, cursed in the team voice.
The opponent is 2,000 gold ahead of me and can easily surpass me. The opponent's tactics are like cheating. 6 minutes later, I couldn't carry it. After dealing with the opponent's side lane, Yifan took the teleportation array and ran to the bottom lane.
In the next few minutes, the whole game turned into a one-sided massacre by Yifan, and the reports of Yifan killing the opponents kept rolling. When the time reached 6 minutes, the opponent decisively clicked the surrender button. With the surrender of 5 people, the crystal exploded as expected. When everyone returned to the settlement interface, they saw the golden medal development road above Damo's head, and the score also reached 16.0. Seeing Yifan's record of 12.04, the 3 people in the dormitory looked at Yifan as if he were a monster. Not to mention that he is handsome and rich, he is also so good at playing games.
What else can Yifan not do?
At the same time, the 3 people looked at Yifan with eyes that instantly lit up, and said at the same time, "Brother Fan, please give me another 100 million.
Yes, Brother Fan, don't run away.
I'm only 3 games away from becoming the king." Just like that, Yifan played 4 more games with a few others, and each game ended with Yifan's unilateral crushing. At this moment, the 4 people in the team have reached the level of Dengfeng in their admiration for Yifan. After finishing the last game, Yifan looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock, so he said goodbye and logged off. Seeing the big player go offline, the remaining few people reluctantly quit the game. At this time, Shoppy came up to Yifan and said,
"Brother Fan, are you free tomorrow?"
Hearing this, Yifan was a little confused, and then replied,
"There shouldn't be anything to do tomorrow, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Shoppy was instantly delighted and quickly said, "That's great, Brother Fan.
Our school SE Sports Club is hosting a King of Glory College Cup competition tomorrow. A few of us would like to join in the fun and also make an appointment with CC and the others, but..." Hearing this, Yifan instantly understood what the other party meant.
It seems like this guy wants to drag me along, so that the people in CC's dormitory will naturally go along.
Thinking that the happiness of these guys was linked to himself, Yifan smiled, then nodded slightly and said,
"Okay, I'll talk to Suyao later and ask them if they are willing to go."
Hearing this, the 3 people in the dormitory almost jumped up with excitement.
Long live Brother Fan. Brother Fan is wrong, Godfather. Don't say anything, Brother Fan. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I second the motion.
Seeing these 3 funny guys in the dormitory, Yifan smiled knowingly. Then he sent a message to Su Yao. Su Yao, who was lying on the bedboard, heard a message on her mobile phone. After seeing that it was from Yifan, Su Yao sat up excitedly. Seeing that Yifan actually invited their dormitory to watch the eSports Club's game tomorrow, she agreed without thinking. Chapter 60 Chapter 59 King's College Cup begins.
The next day, morning.
When Yifan woke up slowly, he found that the 3 guys in the dormitory had already packed up. The 3 of them looked beaming with joy, as if they had won the lottery. Yifan looked at them, who were dizzy with love, and couldn't help laughing. Then he slowly got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. When Yifan finished washing up and returned to the dormitory, he found Su Yao already standing in the room. At this time, Su Yao was holding breakfast in her hands and looking towards the door with a smile on her face. The moment her eyes met Yifan's, a faint blush quickly crept up her fair cheeks.
Junior, I brought you breakfast, eat it while it's hot.
Su Yao spoke softly and handed the breakfast in her hand to Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He took the breakfast with a smile and said softly, "You don't have to work so hard in the future. If you want to eat something, I will just ask the butler to bring it to you." As soon as the words fell, Su Yao's face, which was originally filled with joy, dimmed in an instant, and a trace of loss quietly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Obviously, she mistakenly thought that Yifan didn't like the breakfast she had carefully prepared. But in the next second, Yifan walked to Su Yao's side, stretched out his right hand and gently rubbed her hair a few times, with a warm smile on his face, and said gently,
"Don't think too much about it. I'm just worried that it's inconvenient for you to walk." Hearing this, Su Yao, who was a little depressed in the last second, turned red in the next second. How could she not understand what Yifan meant? After all, she still felt a little pain when she walked. Then Su Yao hesitantly said, "No. It's okay. The boys' dormitory is not too far from me and it doesn't take too long to walk there."
At this moment, Li Junjie, Shopi and Zhao Dasuo, who were standing nearby, watched the couple in front of them showing off their affection. They could no longer suppress their envy and jealousy, and they all screamed at the top of their lungs. "Brother Fan, please beg the two of you to show some mercy and take care of us three single guys. It's so early in the morning, and you are showing off your affection. Do you want to let us live? It's just too much." Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then she said coquettishly, Okay, I didn't forget about you three, this is yours." Before she finished speaking, Su Yao handed the other breakfasts in her hand to the three people. When Li Jinjie and others saw this, their eyes suddenly lit up and they quickly took it over. Then they began to eat without hesitation, shouting incoherently, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Ha, my sister-in-law is still thinking about us. He, the breakfast my sister-in-law bought is really delicious." Hearing this series of words of praise, Su Yao's pretty face immediately blossomed into a smile as brilliant as a flower, and her joy was beyond words. After having breakfast, a few people walked downstairs. At this time, Xiao Sisi, Tang Shanshan and Shui Yusin were already standing downstairs. They were all dressed up carefully, with fashionable outfits and exquisite makeup, which attracted the attention of the boys passing by. After a while, Su Yao, Yifan and others also came downstairs. After they greeted each other, they headed towards the school's esports club, chatting and laughing. Along the way, the group undoubtedly became a beautiful scenery on campus, attracting curious and envious glances from the students around them. You know, Su Yao, as the beauty of the Chinese department, has always been the goddess in the eyes of many boys. Wherever she went, she caused a small commotion. Today was no exception. When many people saw her, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. And those freshmen who have not seen Yifan yet are full of curiosity about this handsome boy who can walk side by side with Su Yao. One of the freshmen couldn't help wondering and asked the students around him, "Who is this person? Why is he walking with my senior?" Hearing this, the student who was asked the question first looked the questioner up and down, then smiled smugly and replied, "You are a freshman who just enrolled this year, right? You don't even know Yifan, the new school idol of our Magic City University." Then, the classmate enthusiastically introduced Yifan in detail to the freshman. What about taking on 6 big men with bare hands, and reporting to school in a sports car worth 4 or 500 million? He also holds the title of the National College Entrance Examination Champion. I heard some people around me smacking their lips. While he was telling the story, the classmate had a proud expression on his face, as if he himself was Yifan. Soon, several people arrived at the esports club. The Shanghai University Esports Club College Cup officially kicked off today, and Shanghai University is the official designated venue for this stage, so the competition will be held at Shanghai University. At this moment, a fierce competition is being shown on the huge LED screen. Today's competition is a stage race, so it is particularly grand. At this moment, the area is already full of people and it is very lively. Yifan led everyone to find a place that was not too crowded and sat down. Yifan looked at the big screen and found that the red team was the esports club of his school, and the other team was the Shanghai Sports University. Looking at the score on the screen, it was 1 o'clock. It seemed that they were a little late and had already finished one game. Games like this usually adopt a BO5 format. Now Shanghai University has already scored 1 point. As long as they win 2 more games, they will win the game. Moreover, Yifan also found that the overall level of the opponent was slightly inferior to that of Magic City University. They were crushed throughout the second game. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before Magic City University won. Just as Yifan was watching the game on the field, he heard cheers from all around.
Come on, Senior Zhang Hao.
Zheng Hao Su Hao, I'm proud of you. Senior Zhang Hao, famous for his achievements. Listening to the cheers coming from all around, Yifan was stunned. He found that these cheers were basically from girls in the school.
Then he followed everyone's gaze and looked at the contestant named Zheng Hao.
After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Yifan finally understood why he was the only one with the loudest cheers among so many contestants. In addition to his outstanding skills, Zheng Hao also looks quite handsome, especially when compared with his teammate next to him who has a greasy hair and acne on his face. He looks even more handsome and stands out among the other players. Hearing the deafening cheers from the audience, Zheng Hao on the stage raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smug smile. It seems that he really enjoys the feeling of being sought after and listening to the cheers around him. Zheng Hao's operations became sharper and sharper, and he almost suffocated his opponent. As expected, the next second, with the sound of closing the stall, Zheng Hao successfully killed the two people on the opposite side. And cheers of support also came at this moment.
So handsome.
Senior Zhang Hao is just like Kid himself.
Mom, I'm in love.
Senior Zhang Hao is not only handsome, but also good at playing games. I would like to call Senior Zhang Hao the most handsome campus idol in Shanghai.
Hearing this, someone retorted. Isn't Yifan the most handsome school idol?
How come Zhang Hao is the most handsome school idol? Humph, I just like Senior Zhang Hao's type.
So what if I don't like Yifan? You are simply unreasonable. How can Zhang Hao be as handsome as Yifan?